Hello everyone, welcome to the Legacy European Tour. I'm Filipa, joined by Skura, also known as Islands in Front, and we are here for the Regional Championship in Naples. The format is standard, 810 players qualify to be here today, and it's a day full of standard magic. Let's take a look at our prizes for today. A lot of amazing things in stake here for our players. Of course, we have to mention over $100,000 in prizes, but what these players really want is to lock top 36 because that gives them access to not only the next regional championship, but also the Pro Tour. And first and second place get an invite to the biggest event of the year, the World Championship later this year. Now, how do these players qualify to make day 2? First, they have to play 9 rounds of Swiss today. 6 and 3 or better will advance tomorrow into day 2. Tomorrow we have 6 rounds of Swiss Standard and a cut to top 8. And Skura, our first match. Can you talk about it? Because it's quite a match for us.
Yeah, the first feature is a proper banger because we've got a very skill-intensive matchup in Dimir Analyst versus Azorius Control, but both decks are piloted by very well-known content creators, influencers. You know, we've got Hall of Fame, PT top 8s on both sides because it's Gabriel Nassif, Yellow Hat, versus Andrea Mengucci. So, yeah, we can go to that match right now. And yeah, it will be, there will be fireworks.
What a way to start the day. Both decks are the most played in Standard amongst others. The meta is very varied for Standard right now. There's a lot of viable archetypes. Andrea Mengucci choosing here the Temur Analyst, which the goal is to start getting a lot of mana advantage with Nissa. A lot of the lands that you sacrifice, you get them back with the Analyst. And eventually you just finish the game with a lot of damage into face. On the other side, Nassif is not making Andrea's life easy with a lot of counter magic ready to take down.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Andrea's list is kind of stockish. We can see some differences. For example, we've got 3 Virtue of Strength, not 4. We see double World Soul Rage, not 3, not 4, just 2. But we also see Doppelgang, and we see Galvanic Iteration, main deck Abrade. So there are a couple of really interesting choices here and there. And I think players have already looked at each other's decks, and now they're looking at the openers. Andrea, a pretty land-heavy hand, but, you know, admittedly, it's a 30-land deck.
And starting with gaining 1 life.
And also, you know, we've got 800 players, almost 1,000. What are the chances these two get paired against each other? I mean, that's kind of unreal.
We got really happy when we saw that. So we have that the Virtue, the adventure side of it, getting the land back.
Yep, and players are playing pretty fast. I can see they're shortcutting a little bit, but they know that they need to finish this match in a timely manner because a draw sometimes during day 1s is just as good as a loss because it doesn't contribute to the points you need to make. Maybe not in this tournament specifically because the threshold is a bit lower, but long term, you definitely want to avoid draws. And also, it's a classic situation when you get a draw, you get into the draw bracket, so you play against more decks that are slow, and it kind of snowballs from there.
Yeah. Gabriel Nassif added the Deuce. Now Mango here playing Nissa, which is one of the key cards of the deck, but Gabriel Nassif is 3 steps ahead and counters that. Nissa is a key card in his deck, so it's a really important that Nassif is able to react to it. We see that Andrea does have a second one in hand. 2 Virtus already are in the adventure side. So we have Nissa again. And Gabriel here casting a Deduce, drawing a card, making another clue, maybe trying to find an answer. And it resolves. So now Andrea is going to be able to float a lot of mana. So 1 mana is already floating. Second one. So right now Mango has 2 mana floating.
Yeah, so let's see if they are going to indicate that floated mana somehow.
Yeah, and also Nissa will trigger, so Andrea will reveal the top cards until he finds an elemental. That can be Temur Analyst or another Nissa. So we have Nissa here. Some lists in the sideboard have Titan. That's also...
Yeah, elemental or an elf.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. And so now Nassif has drawn a couple of cards. He's got a full grip, proper full. Nothing is going on just yet. I can see beautiful Darker Wastes.
The thing is that Mengu also really wanted to get the Analyst here from that Nisa trigger.
Oh, you're sun falling a single Nissa. That doesn't scream. That doesn't scream confidence. It screams desperation.
Nassif realizing that that cannot be in the board, but unfortunately for him, Mengu does have a second Nisa, and now we are going to see once again mana floating. We have one green, one blue floating, and let's reveal the top cards. And here is the card that Menguchi really wanted to get out of that Nisa,
Yeah,
the Aftermath Analyst.
yeah. And now we deluge off of the mana.
4 cards, 2 lands.
Ill Explosion and the Deluge, and we pass it back. I mean, they're playing really crisp. I mean, it's almost hard to keep up. I don't suggest blinking. A beautiful lands on Andrea's side as well. I love that in this basic heavy strategy you've got. But well, first of all, beautiful basics. Also, all matching just creates a beautiful panorama. So a land drop for Nassif. I think his hand is kind of land heavy.
Yeah, drawing a card here from the clue.
Farewell was the pickup, I believe. Wandering Emperor in hand as well. A Ganjo, but not much. I think March was there, so you can full cost March. Yep. But these are not the exchanges we want to take. I mean, Andrea is just now getting mana, deluging. Will is putting a creature on the battlefield, while Gabriel is just going, okay, I mean, I'll spend the entire turn getting rid of that Nissa.
And we know there's an Aftermath Analyst in hand, so that could already get 4 of the sacrifice lands back into play. Which, if Andrei Mengucci does start building that land advantage, things get really difficult because he's able to have spells like Memory Deluge that come back from the graveyard, that you can flashback. So
yeah, and also you naturally circumvent memory normalize, which is a very classic way to counter spells. But we know when you have 11 lands on the battlefield.
yeah, and we see here Mengucci going for that Aftermath Analyst and getting 4 lands, which were the ones that were in the graveyard, gaining 4 life. "11 mana already."
Did he not mill off of the Analyst, or
I am not sure. I think if might forgot the meal. I think they were just
Yeah.
shortcutting.
Yeah, I think he just missed the mill. Whoa, that's a lot of mana.
Yeah, so we see now that Virtue that is going to make every basic clan give 3 times the mana that
Which
it
is
could
a lot.
produce. Yeah, so an island gives 3 blue, a forest gives 3 green, and that can quickly become a threat with cards like Memory Deluge that we see on the graveyard if he is able to find a World Soul Rage, because that's the way that the deck finishes off. Second Virtue of Strength. So these just stack up.
So now it scales, right? So now every adds 9.
Exactly.
So it grows exponentially there. So that's a lot of mana. Now we know there is Farewell, which is going to get rid of these. But then again, Andrea will just draw a bunch of cards, set up the next turn, while Nassif will have to again spend his entire turn getting rid of what Andrea has accumulated. So Andrea is the one actually pulling ahead turn after turn.
And we see the World Soul Rage already in hand. That card next turn for sure will be able to finish off Gabriel Nassif life total. Of course, we know that this deck runs a lot of counter magic. It's open deck list.
The full grip from Bengucci there. And how many lands has he got? Like, he's just proper full grip there. 5, I think it's like 12-ish mana available. So
12 times 9.
yeah, exactly. So now Nassif makes a creature, which is interesting. Okay, so he'll probably just go Farewell Exile Enchantments, which is a very expensive way to get rid of these, but
Yeah, that Farewell is going to be a really good here for Gabriel Nassif.
Yep.
So we see it being played, and very importantly, leaving 2 mana behind.
Oh, Mango floats mana, lets it happen, and then they'll use it because he floated 9 off of that basic. Just normal things.
Getting 2 lands into hand, I believe. I think he found 4 lands, if I'm not
Oof.
mistaken.
So we're getting into scary territory because he might just not have physically the basics to fetch out at this point. Let me just double check. So both players are aware of the basics. We've got 7 island, 6 forest, 3 mountain. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we still have got islands to search out. We still have got 1 forest to search out and 1 mountain. So there are a couple of lands still in the deck, like 3-ish, I would say, 3, 4-ish.
There's 1 in hand.
In 1 hand, so then it makes it to 3-ish. A full grip for Andrea, but you have to have an endgame there. World Soul's Rage is cool, but you can't really actually one shot the opponent with no Garen Brick growth or Virtuous Strength.
And once again, what it felt like a game where Mengucci was always leading and Gabriel was doing like these desperation moves, as you call it, with the Sunfall just to get rid of Nissa, but now really paying off the game that he played, getting to a point where that farewell was critical, taking the 2 virtues of strength for Mengucci and leaving him in a very difficult spot.
He can go Galvanic Iteration World Soul's Rage, potentially, which he does.
Oh, and it's a doppelganger.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it is a doppelganger. So
Okay,
let's see.
So doppelganger. Let's put this on the screen because if you do not play EDH, you might not be aware of that card with very interesting templating. Yeah, double. Yeah, so doppelgang is X X X and green blue to concede the game. Apparently, that was fast. So
And it's a very interesting card. Some of the Temur lists don't run Doppelganger main, but only sideboard. Mango here deciding to bring Doppelganger main and really paying off.
I mean, and also with Galvanic Iteration, so you get this twice, which is just insane. And yeah, it prompted Andrea to a victory. So they're sideboarding right now, and they're looking through the opposing deck list. Gabriel Nassif with a bit of a more open sideboarding. Thank you very much. He's looking at Negate, Chrome Seed Shark, Elish Known. He's looking at Tishana, some graveyard shenanigans. So what I like for Mango there, so what I like for Nassif there is Tishana's Tidebinder, because you can counter multiple things. You can counter Aftermath Analyst, both mill and the activation, Nissa trigger, Shigeki channel. You can also counter the fetches. You can counter ill-timed explosions, discard, deal damage, mass removal trigger. So just so much it does. We also see Rest in Peace, Elishno, Negate. And I also saw Kutsil's Flanker, which is another one like nuke your graveyard and put a threat onto the battlefield. For Mengucci, though, we see Thronebreaker of Silence, which he might consider. Double Negate as a classic. Pick your poison. So that's really highly dependent on how you want to approach this. The opponent has no, for example, Unlicensed Hers, but that Pick your poison can still kill a Rest in Peace. Okay, and maybe Chrome Host Seed Shark, but the list is kind of short on Pick Your Poison targets. Bonipal, maybe, as an additional threat. Titan of Industry, maybe again as an additional threat. And we also have Borborygmos and Fibblethip, a card that I'm not sure we have seen a lot. Borborygmos and Fibblethip, 2 and Teamer for a 6/5 Cyclops Homunculus, legendary creature. When Borborygmos and Fibblethip enter the battlefield or attack, draw a card, and then you may discard a number of lands. And we know there are a lot of lands in this deck. When you discard 1 or more lands this way, Borborygmos and Fibblethip deal twice that damage, but to target creature. And for 1 and a blue, you can put it into its owner's library third from the top. Very interesting threat.
A lot of choices for the players here. I see that Nassif also has access to cards like Jace. We are very interesting. I'm really curious to see what the player sideboard. But while they do so, let us know, chat, what player are you rooting for? We know these are two well-known players to the public, and what a great feature match to have on the round one to start here our regional championship. And we have been getting a lot of standard as well, because the Pro Tour was standard. Now we have the regional championship is standard as well. So people have been testing this format.
Yeah, and the consensus seems like that it's a really good format. Everyone has been enjoying it. And like, if you're preparing a sideboard guide, for example, and you want to just list the top decks, there's just so many. There's so many of just top decks, right?
Exactly. So we are here, the list by our players. Once again, this is an open deck list tournament. Temur Analyst by Andrea Mengucci. Some interesting cards, as you mentioned. Here as sideboard, we have the Tron. I really like, and I think Mangut might have tweeted that somebody convinced him to play this ballad sideboard, which
Yeah.
it's not great against this matchup, but in some that might have like Liliana that makes you discard cards is a very interesting choice. We have Tranquil Frillback, so this is also an interesting card, for example, for the Mirror, where you can exile your opponent's sideboard. And overall, a lot of interesting choices. Vampire's Vengeance, obviously against the more aggressive decks. So what do you think Mengucci here was trying to prepare against for this tournament with this list and sideboard?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we see Vampiric Vengeance for the small creature matchups. So I would basically look at what are one-offs, what are two-offs, because one-offs are effects that probably you want a bit rarely, or they're very specific and narrow. But we see two negates, so probably for the Mirror, for blue-white, for blue-black. There are a lot of control decks floating around for the main ramp. Pick your poison for any pesky permanents like Rest in Peace, Unlicensed Hearse, flyers. Sometimes blue-white control decks play like this kind of Baneslayer Angel with backup again, and Hearses, for example, where Pick a Poison would shine.
And let's take a look here at Gabriel Nassif, Azorius control list. And Philip, are you surprised that Nassif is playing control?
Yeah, out of all the questions you could ask, this is the easiest one. Definitely not. Not surprised. Now, what I would be surprised maybe if he chose, like, what type of flavor he chooses, whether it's blue-white, blue-black, Esper, or maybe something completely different, Jeskai. But he does opt for a more traditional blue-white control list. Now, you see Obstinate Baloth there in the list, which looks like a complete typo. It's not. I'm actually looking at his deck list and I see Obstinate Baloth. And now I'm scouring through his list to see how he can even cast it.
Maybe he can't. Maybe it's just against some
Oh,
Liliana
discard.
list. Maybe
Oh.
thinking about Hostile Investigator. You know that the Mono Black deck
Yeah.
did make second place in the standard challenge last weekend. So
That
maybe
would
he
be
thought that some
spicy.
players got inspired. Some Golgari lists also run Liliana as a 3-drop. So
Yeah, that's actually pretty cool, yeah.
So we have a full force players already starting, and it looks like a Kellen is in adventure. So 4 mana, just getting that Kellen. It's a 3/4 flyer vigilance.
Again, I've said it a couple of times already, but I really like the pace of play for these players. I mean, they just know exactly what they're doing, why they're doing it, which increases the pace and makes it super smooth to watch.
Interesting or not, that Kellen has vigilance, which makes it quite good against Wandering Emperor.
Yeah.
And when Mango is attacking, he can, for example, sacrifice that clue to draw a card.
Yeah, so you see a kind of a clunky hand for Nassif, which is which has been the bane of control decks, ever since control decks have been created. The curve is probably like what 3.5 is the average cost in hand, and we actually clean up.
So here we see that clue sacrificed.
Yeah, so Mango is making land drops while Nassif is cleaning up.
Ooh, and this card is going to be very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, so Thran, Breaker of Silence, 3 green as we see, for an uncounterable 5/5 Trampler, and cannot be the target of a non-green which is all in this case. Spells or abilities your opponent controls.
Now,
And
of course, Farewell, for example, can take care
yeah,
of this card.
doesn't target. Yeah.
Sunfall.
Oh, this is end step Emperor.
Just plus.
Yeah.
Farewell.
So, chat, what is your opinion on Farewell? I know Farewell is a pretty controversial card, controversial design maybe. Personally, not a huge fan of nuking literally everything, except for Planeswalkers, which conveniently are the ones that Control Blitz play. Yeah, Andrea has to basically start from scratch now.
It's going to be difficult to manage the situation, but we also saw a game one where things were pretty swiftly. First, Mango was taking the control. Then Gabriel Nassif was able to farewell, making things really difficult for Andrea Mangucci that did come back from that game with Doppelganger. And now we have this card that you talked from sideboard, the Borborygmus. And
Ooh, that's a clean sweep. Borborygmos trigger, discard a land, kill your token, fires a victory, kill off the Emperor. I mean, buy your Borborygmothesis and Fibulothips now, I guess. Stock going up. Andrea Mangucci showing off its power. And if you do buy it, do it on card market. So Gabriel Nassif thinking through his options that Tishana could come in handy next combat to stifle the trigger and render Borborygmus and Fibulthip abilityless.
a lot of decisions. This is a very tricky matchup to navigate, and it looks like just
Wow.
March.
Yeah, and again, we've got a situation, Andrea, of pulling ahead, and then Nassif using overpriced interaction to just try to catch up.
So we have the first Spelunking. This makes these sacrifice lands really good because now the lands that you get out of it enter untapped instead of tapped.
Yeah.
And we know there's a second one. There's also a timed explosion which you can use just to draw 2 cards and choose not to discard anything.
Yeah, so now he's basically just going World Soul Rage you for 3, I think, and just run by 3 again. And so Mango has got so much mana, and Gabriel does nothing. This matchup has looked pretty helpless for Blue-White control. And then
Second one,
yeah.
draw a card, but no land available. So
Now Andrea is ahead, or seems to be ahead, but Gabriel has got counter magic, Tishana, Memory Deluge, and it's Mangucci who seems to be out of gas. So
we have Analyst first. And there's a Tidebinder, which is interesting. Just passing.
so if we Deluge end step, the shields are down. So that's a tricky spot for Gabriel because he really wants to be able to Deluge and start to take advantage of this stalemate. But now, okay, we do not see a response from Mangucci.
And I think there's 3 lands in graveyard for Andrea Mangucci. So if he does choose to sacrifice that Analyst, that's potentially what he's able to get back.
But he goes into the red zone instead.
Every point of life matters. It's 1 less mana that needs to be casted for the World Soul Rage. Oh, okay. So it looks like Gabriel Nassif is bringing an All-Breaker Aura from sideboard.
Oh, and I think we will Galvanic Iteration, and then Fire's kicked. So he will draw a card, shoot, draw a card, shoot, draw a card, shoot. That's pretty cool. Well, well, well.
And the amount of lands that Andrea Mengucci has available. Draw an island. I mean, Gabriel Nassif down to 11.
Mango plays really comfortably, it looks like. Like, he knows what he's doing. Like, he made that decision of going iteration, kick fires, like, very fast.
Yeah, and you know that Andrea Mengucci, Gabriel Nassif, they have tested these matchups over and over again. Those are two of the most played decks in Standard amongst other lists, so... And these players just came back from a Pro Tour 1 month ago in Seattle, where the format was also Standard. So they have been testing the format for quite a while.
Yeah, now Tishana's Tidebinder stifling the Nissa, but resolving the fetch land. Land enters untapped under Spelunking. And we see Memory Deluge, Virtue, Island in hand, I believe. Now we've got mana floating, so we just add 3 more, use the floating mana, Deluge.
3 steps ahead. And here drawing 2 cards, then discarding.
Yeah, we call that cryptic command in the business. And then we...
Discarding a Tidebinder.
And then we flash it back. So it seems like... Okay, actually no, discarding Memory Deluge, it seems.
Yeah, it was the Deluge, yeah. Let's untap, draw. I see a Virtue, but there's no Whirl Soul Rage for Mengucci. He does have cards like the Virtue can get a creature back now.
Yeah, the fact that it can get back a creature is so huge, but with Cryptic Command yet again, that it's a negate, which
But
then will eat
another
a
3 steps
cancel.
ahead. It's case to say that Gabriel Nassif is 3 steps ahead all the time.
Does seem like it.
And we have the stack there, so...
So now with Deluge in response, trying to find a counterspell, probably. We see Shigeki.
We see Bonnie Paul.
Okay, so now we see Bonipal. Comes with a pretty sizable blue legendary Orcs bow. Whose size is dependent on the number of lands in play and changes dynamically. And now the size is very big.
It's if that the damage comes through, Gabriel Nassif is dead.
Yeah, exactly. It's roughly lethal power, lethal toughness.
We see Eleshnorn here on Gabriel Nassif's side.
Aleshnorn comes down, pass back.
Unfortunately, a 4/7 is not enough to take care of that big creature. But there's mana available. Something like a Wandering Emperor might be available.
But we know there isn't. We know there isn't, of course. Andrea doesn't. And I think you're typically expecting an Emperor. Now, the real issue is that if you don't play into Emperor or potential Emperor, then Gabriel can do, for example, Memory Deluge, because on the same spot of the curve, you've got both. Now we stifle Bonnie Pulse, attack trigger. So that's 6/5 without reach. Now we go to damage. And I can see Shigeki can now buy back like a lot of cards.
It cannot buy back Nissa though, because it's a legendary creature. And the channel ability only lets you get non-legendary creatures to avoid things like getting another Shigeki from the graveyard.
That shouldn't be a big problem. I don't think we would pick up a Nissa in this spot, because we would, for example, pick up, Deluge, negate, like double counter magic, and just because, like, if you can hold up multiple multiple counter spells, and you have Bonnie Pulse Ox token like Bob's your uncle. So Fires of Victory negate World Soul Rage. Now we fires Elish known away, and we're still holding up a negate there. Use a land, gain 1, pass back.
How many cards does Manguchi have left? Because a Jace -5 would be milling 15 cards. Although we know that Manguchi does have a counter, but
Yeah, I mean Gabriel. Yeah, he just concedes.
and Andrea Manguchi taking here 2-0. Dimir Analyst
Wow.
versus Azorius Control, defeating Gabriel Nassif. And what a game did we have here between players. Game 1, Andrea Manguchi just coming back from a game that was not looking good, but winning with a doppelganger that had a galvanic iteration. And now just winning with a lot of sideboard cards, as we saw Bonnie Paul.
But what a backup do we have? Sean Goddard, fresh off of a PT top 8 with Dimir Analyst, playing today in the Regional Championship Europe with Dimir Analyst. And he seems to be up a game against Convoke in game 1. And now we're on to game 2 with Convoke with a pretty sizable battlefield.
As Convoke usually does.
Yeah.
So here Sean really is looking for something like a Vampire's Vengeance or a Timed Explosion would be ideal to come back from this game. And we have a second Knight there.
Yeah, it seems like this Convoke draw is really all in. And if Sean has an ill-timed explosion, it might just be good game from that point.
And I have to say, because Will Hall told me to say this, that in his opinion, Sean Goddard is the best UK player at the moment.
Ooh, okay. Double Avon is cool. Now, it might be a tad too late if Ill-Time Explosion is the follow-up.
Avon is a very good card because you can plot World Soul Rage and then Sean could not cast it. I mean, he could, but for 0. So it's a good answer to that card in particular.
So, yeah, okay. Yeah. So that was the big question. Will there be an ill-timed explosion? The answer is yes.
And the timed explosion works so well with Deluge because you can just discard it and then flash it back later on when you have more mana, which this deck does quite quickly reach it.
You can also discard Virtue of Strength, which deals wild amounts of damage to the whole battlefield. And yeah, that's tough. Now, the Convoke deck still has got a couple of cards in hand, so it's not maybe out of the game completely. But now Sean knows he's playing basically face up into Double Avon.
Yeah, so Sean needs to be careful here on what he plays. And we have first Aftermath Analyst. Trigger, milling 3 cards.
Bonnie
Unfortunately, no
Paul.
lands.
Yeah.
Bonnie Paul, Nisa, and the Virtue of Strength. And a second one, Trigger. And no 5th land here for Sean Goddard.
And step Mirrex. Slowly but surely building up that army.
Sean is still at 21 and now has 2 1/3s to block. And next turn able to just sacrifice one of the analysts, get a bunch of lands back from the graveyard.
Yeah, we'll probably go to Gleeful that Mirrex token. It is indeed an artifact creature.
Yeah, but keeping the Avon up, choosing not to play the enchantment that gives +1/+1 and pings for each creature.
Yeah, the War Leader's Call, I think.
Exactly, War Leader's Call. So choosing not to go War Leader's Call, Gleeful Demolition, make 3 2/2s, ping for 3. Which makes sense that Avon will prevent Sean here from playing a lot of important spells. So first we're going to see that Virtue getting a land back, choosing a basic, getting island.
Yeah, so if he chose a fetch land to gain 1 life, it would be tapped, so he wouldn't have 4 mana available. Now he does, so he can crack one of the Analysts.
Four mana available and pass. This ability can be used at instant speed, so Sean just saying go ahead.
Yeah, you can declare your blocks and then pop it.
And making here Slimani's choices really difficult because Sean knows about the Avens in Slimani's hand and playing around it so well.
And it puts also
And-
Slimani in a pickle because Sean is making progress, very slow progress, but progress nonetheless, while Slimani just is kind of sitting and doing nothing. And right now we've got a huge boost of. Oh, okay. Okay, no Boosterino then, because we're going to exile the whole graveyard of Sean's. Okay, making the game definitely more interesting.
Yeah, that for sure was a great pickup there for Slimani.
But now Sean is making his 6th land drop. I saw he picked up a forest, and he might just hardcast the Virtue from Adventure the next turn, giving him so much mana.
So we have 3 mana. Okay, Vampire's Vengeance. So everything from Slimani's side dies. And that Aftermath Analyst stays alive. Okay, creating there a blood token. Two mana still available. We're going to see the third land drop there, a forest.
Maybe like some follow up would be cool, and it is definitely a follow up.
Yeah, we have Nissa. And Slimani having here a Cavern of Souls, most likely naming something like human. Cavern of Souls being key in matchups, for example, against Control and decks with Counter Magic.
Yeah, so now with Sean at 21 and actually having creatures to potentially block, and Slimani's completely empty battlefield, I really don't like the chances. I think the advantage bar is firmly on the left. Trigger.
And this trigger is really important because, first of all, Sean is going to make a lot of mana, and we have there the tokens floating the mana. But not only that, he's going to be able to reveal another element or elf. That can be another Nissa, another Analyst. Some lists run Titan.
Yeah, so we gain even more mana. We will be able to play the Virtue now.
Keep revealing. Okay, and we have there an Aftermath Analyst revealed. Now shuffling up the cards and putting them on the bottom.
Yeah, so we could, for example, play the Virtue, hold up the Forest, then tap the Forest for 3.
Using the 2 green floating mana to cast the
Oh.
Aftermath Analyst, milling 3 cards, getting 2 lands out of those cards.
That's really good, because now you can crack the Analyst, get the lands back, and get a ton of mana.
And another Analyst. Okay, let's take a look here. 2
Double
lands.
land milled. Oh, yes. Okay, now we can watch some fireworks. So Sean can crack one of the analysts, bring back 5 lands, which add 5 mana with Nissa. Now 3 of them are fetches, so it will be 3 more mana yet again.
But Sean really needs to find another way to finish off the game rather
Oh,
than...
he'll do it now. Yeah, he'll do it now when the shields are down.
Yep.
Because he might have been afraid of another exile graveyard effect.
And there's just the plot card Avon in hand, and Sean is aware of it as well. And the thing about this Temper Analyst deck against Convoke is that not only does extremely ramp so well, but also gains life in the process.
Yeah.
Which we have shown at 25 life. And that's not where Slimani wants his opponent to be.
Also, this combination of colors has not historically been known for life gain. Like, when you play Teemo, when you play Rogue, you don't really expect life gain. Except for some all-time bangers like Pulse of Murasa. Shout out to Pulse of Murasa fans. So now we've got 4 mana in the pool, it seems. And we're still searching. Yeah, there's just so much happening, and that's all because Slimani decided to make a creature on the end step.
Yeah, giving a window there of opportunity for Sean that is taking full advantage of it. I mean, it is going to be really difficult for Slimani to come back from this position. Because even with Avon plotting something like Worlds of Rage, he needs to keep always 3 mana up.
Now, we could also crack another Analyst off of that mana and do it yet again. I think now that is Shigeki channel ability. So we're buying back World Soul's Rage and Vengeance. And then Sean says, okay, now I'm done. So I think Sean will just probably just win next turn. And Slimani with just a might token. Far from ideal, definitely.
I mean, we have access to his end. He has 2 Avons. There's Gleeful Demolition. Nothing to be enough.
Yeah.
And with 5 mana available, he's able to use 1 Avon, but not even 2.
Yeah. And so Sean has got like probably like 12 mana on the battlefield, and then he can also activate Analyst, bring back lands, and do the trick. Attack you for 2, kind of enticing some kind of
Yeah,
Avon
attacking for
flash
3 here, yeah.
For 3, yeah.
I mean, slowly but surely. At this point, Sean is not in a rush. Slimani is the one that needs to close the game fast, and that's not looking promising. We know that Sean has access to Worlds of Rage. Okay, so we have Virtue here. So now the lands give triple the mana.
That is a lot of mana. That's 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21. I count around like 27-ish mana. And now we pull the trigger on the Avon, which is, I think, what Sean may have wanted. Because now we can activate Analyst and bring back a lot of lands at a bunch of mana. Maybe not completely win this turn, but again, the advantage is just I would say insurmountable.
Yeah, and Sean knows there's a second Avon. These 2/1/1s taking 1 damage there from the pain land.
And now when it resolves, the priority goes back to Sean, and he just goes, okay, mass removal spell, back to square one for you.
Vampire's Vengeance. Okay. Voldaren Epicure dealing 1 damage, creating 1 blood token.
It definitely looks like a lost cause, but we will see how we can actually convert that to a proper win. Okay, so we've got like a symmetrical blood token then. One for
Yeah.
Slimani and 2 for Sean.
You know what's not symmetrical? The number of lands on both players' sides.
That's definitely asymmetrical, yeah.
Sean way ahead, and here Slimani passing the turn. We know that there's the Virtue that can come back this turn that is plotted from the Avon, costing. So I have a question. Now that the Avon is no longer into play, does that Virtue enter for free from plotting?
Oh, I think it does actually.
Because it still has the 2 counters on it, but I think now it should be
Yeah.
entering for free.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of how we mark certain things. Okay, so now we explain verbally what the triggers are, the sequence of triggers. If you have multiple triggers that happen at the same time and they're all yours, you can choose which order you resolve them in, but you also have to specify. It happens very often, for example, with double ledger shredder, where you choose which one you connive first. And now we cascade off of Nissa.
But
and we
there's there's nothing left. So no elemental or elf is revealed from Nissa. And how many Worlds of Rage does Sean have left? I mean, there's one in hand.
Oh, I think now they're double checking the Avon, as you said. Now they're double checking the Avon.
Yeah, so I think it should be free now because the Avon is no longer on the play, and the Avon is the card that says that plot spells that your opponent have or cost 2 more.
Yeah. I think now we will just see. Well, there are multiple options. Avening Worlds of Rage is cool because when it comes back, the X is, I believe, 0 always.
Yeah, it's a great target for plotting.
But this looks like a bait. But if it's lethal, I mean, you cannot not take the bait. So
yeah, you have to take the bait. So
and then there's another one.
And then Sean immediately reveals the second one, and this is
GG.
a good game. 2-0 here for Sean, which advances now with a victory against Slimani on Boros Convoke. What a great round 1 matches that we had. First, Andrea Mengucci versus Gabriel Nassif. Andrea Mengucci taking the game 2-0 versus Gabriel Nassif. And now we had Sean showing why Will Hall says that he's the best player in the UK at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. A very exciting set of games, but it's not over. We see Esper Midrange versus 5-color Midrange. It looks like the Legends variety. Michael Bonda also, I do recognize his face, I have to admit. And now we go into attacks. Let's try to dissect what's happening. We see Virtue on the battlefield. Wedding announcement. A couple of creatures go for the throat, probably on the stack, against Marchesa, the sleight of hand crime creature. Rona, Inti, and Rothstein. Okay, so a lot is happening then. 1-1 are both players, with Bonda at 9 and Andrea at 1.
And this deck that Michael decided to pilot, it is not an easy one to play. I mean, no deck is easy to play, but this one has so many things to take in consideration. So we have like the Plaza of Heroes.
Yeah, so now we're probably resolving some stuff. So after this combat, we will actually know what's happening, like kind of a clean slate situation. Because we don't really know what was blocked, what wasn't, which phase we were in.
Esper Midrange, which in the past was one of the most played decks in Standard, still a deck that sees a lot of play, but not as much.
Yeah, so now on end step, we put counters, we untap them. Okay, so now I think we know what's up. Okay, so Andrea draws one card of Wedding Announcement. Bonda untaps. Andrea has got 3 blockers and is at 1 life. Marchesa has no combat relevant keywords, so no first strike, no menace.
So using the Rona ability there, but because of the fairy, Andrea also draws a card.
A single black. Is this the enchantment or the creature?
So
This is a tiny
this
bones.
is the enchantment, which means that Andrea discards a card, and if by any chance Michael has a legendary spell,
the opponent loses
1 life. But looks like Andrea did gain life and is back at 6, so I don't think that that would even be enough. And Michael picks up Otawara.
And another, I think, joins up.
Another tiny boy joins up, yeah. So that is not enough right now, but there's a Marchesa into play, so that Otawara commits a crime.
Yeah, and it's Bonda who's at 3 now, it seems. So he's approaching getting lethal by those 2 flyers, Rafine and Fairy Mastermind, while he has exactly 0 flyers.
So a relic there.
Activate again.
Activate Rona.
Well, something definitely happened there.
So paying 1 there for the Marchesa, and let's see, cut down, and the other creature might be Danik.
A cut down doesn't do anything now with these outsized creatures.
I'm not sure what the card in the graveyard is. It says Rona. So it's another Rona.
Inti is the draw.
Inti and cut down.
Yeah, but you're just flown over.
This deck is so difficult to play. So we have the trigger from the Tiny Bone join up. So Andrea loses 1 life and mills 1 card.
Yep, so if that life totals are correct, he'll go down to 5.
And that's committing another crime. So Marchesa does not have a limit of 1 crime a turn like other cards do.
Yeah, but again, we've got the immediate problem are the flyers. we might probably tap the Inti to Relic for that sleight of hand ability. Yep. Well, we still have got a lot of mana available, I guess. Because if you get like slide into go for the throat, you crime again. Ah, that's double land. That's not good. So now we run activate. Okay. I like that. I like that. He's going through a ton of cards. I've cut down yet again, and
So Cutdown does not take care of the flyers, unfortunately.
we also activate Inti's. Oh, we let resolve the Anti's trigger.
Taking a look at the graveyard, that's Takanuma.
Yeah, he's really trying to find some way. But flying is a powerful keyword even in 2024.
Okay, so deciding to play that Plaza of Heroes. Takanuma.
I think there is a judge maybe double checking how we resolved things.
Yes.
Okay. And that concludes the game, and Esper Midrange takes it down with, again, the strength of the evasive power of the keyword flying.
That was quite the game here. Andrea taking the lead, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of these 4 or 5 color legendary deck. It is a deck that is really good. Some play with Slogurk as well, so very difficult deck to pilot, but some players were brave enough to bring it here to the regional championship, and they tested a lot with it. What decks are you excited to see today?
Yeah, the aforementioned Legends deck is something I am very, very excited to see. I'm also curious what innovations players have brought to the established archetypes. For example, Dimir Analyst with Galvanic Iteration was a cool take. Maybe some blue-white control shenanigans that people have not figured out. Maybe some other like Jeskai or Blue-Black become a bit more popular. Maybe some domain around. But again, this is what I like: tuning, innovation within established decks. That's exactly what I want to see today.
And let us know, Twitch chat, what decks are you excited to see here today in the regional championship? Any decks that stands out, or what would you bring if you were qualified to play this event? I'm looking forward to a very wide meta. We saw a lot of different decks play. We saw Boros Convoke, Analyst, Control. Now we had the Esper and also the 5 color legends. So a lot of variety here for round 1. And I think that's going to be it for us. Round 1, I'm Filipa, joined by Skura, also known as Islands in Front. Round 2 will be casted by TheWillHall and Martin Juza, so they will be back to join you in and tune you for round 2 of the day. And that's it for now.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the European Championships here, brought to you by the amazing people at Legacy European Tour. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the WillHallExp. That is Hall of Famer Martin Juza, and we are so happy you're here for round number 2 out of the 9 that we're bringing you today of standard action. So let's start. Let's rewind. What's going on today? Well, 810 players have turned up today. Europe's finest are battling out to try and get themselves into day number 2. They need a X and 3 record or better to do that, to get invited back tomorrow, where, you know, that's where the big prizes are going to be on the line. There's going to be 36 Pro Tour invites on the line, as well as 2 more World invites. And on top of that, $100,000 worth of cash prizes. So let's have a little look at what the price breakdown is going to be for this amazing tournament we've got, Europe's finest. So all the way down to 64th place is paying out in nice, it's not cold hard, cash. And the more you kind of you climb up that ladder, the next real big tier is going to be top 36. That means you're going to qualify for the next RC, which is going to be happening in Lille. Then as we start going up, we start getting the Pro Tour invites, we start getting the cash starts going up, and then we start getting to the final 2, where we're going to be sending 2 lucky players to the World Championships in Las Vegas at the end of the year. A lot on the line. A lot of big players in the room. We've seen that in the round 1 feature match where we had the 2 juggernauts going against each other, Mengu versus Gabnasith himself. But we've got some more stellar players in the feature match, and we've got some real good decks that they're on. Martin, talk to me about these decks and these players.
So for the first match, we have Marcio Carvalho playing Dimir Control, which is a deck that actually a lot of, not a lot, I guess the metagame is pretty diverse, but some of the big name players did choose Dimir Control, saying that they really like the Black Sweeper cover up, being able to just exile cards from your opponent's deck, turning a Sweeper, which is normally pretty bad against Blue-White Control or Teamer Analyst, sort of turning that into a cranial extraction that kind of strips the opponent from their win con. So we do have some players on Dimir Control, and Marcia is playing against, I would like to tell you, but my melee doesn't work.
Esper Midrange.
Okay. So
Esper Midrange. Kind of like, that we've seen a lot, utilizes a lot of legendary creatures, and kind of goes to that very good tempo, it's good cards. We've seen it a million times. It's not broken. Why fix it? It's going to be, paying up great results. We might as well keep doing that.
Yeah, probably the best deck from Pro Tour Seattle last month, or the most popular deck at least. It was 30% of the meta games.
It's like a very safe choice, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's up there. I'm getting word that the table is ready, so let's move down to our feature match area and bring you round number 2 here of 9 in the European Championships.
That's what I was telling my friends when they were asking me, hey, what should I play? I haven't played Standard in a while. I did mention that Esper is just, you can't really go wrong with playing Esper, since it's just the most solid deck. It doesn't really have any horrible matchups. It's pretty good against everything, and if you play well and you have good sideboard plans, that's the best strategy in Standard right now.
We got Deep Karen Bats ETB on the stat, looking at the hand. What do you like taking out of this? What do we think we need to be taking?
The card on the left, is that a negate?
No, the card on the left, that's a... let me have a little look.
Okay, so we have 2 removal spells, Path of the Peril, and those are 3 lands in the middle. Yeah, I mean, none of the cards are going to be... None of the cards in the hand, whatever you take, it's not really going to, ruin Marcia's plans. So, yeah, Alexander just picks one of the removal spells. I guess the Sweeper makes the most sense. He doesn't want to, commit another creature to the board and have Marcia just untap on turn 3 and play the Path.
Right, just land for turn. Good basics as well. Like to see it. And then we're going to have a follow-up with a Dendrick. This one kind of does a lot, right? We've seen the this kind of having some effect, being able to shut off graveyards if we can flash it back, etc. This is just a nice solid 2 mana, 2/3 lifelink. A lot of text on a card for 2 mana. Yeah,
Denick is good if aggressive decks are good. If you expect people to play Boros Convoke and, Mono Red Slickshot decks or Boros Slickshot, Gruul Slickshot, those types of decks, that's where you really appreciate having 2 different lifelink creatures in your Rafina deck. So if you go turn 2 Bad or turn 2 Denick, follow that up with turn 3 Rafina, you can kind of build your own Baneslayer Angel, which is what
we saw yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah. I guess Magic in 2024 is not really, decided by 5/5 flying lifelink creatures anymore, but they're still pretty good.
Still pretty good in Magic the Gathering, especially when, you're getting a bit of a early beat down here. And this is where, being able to keep up mana for the disruption. We've already kind of established a bit of our board. If we can keep, the longer the game goes, more land drops, we make more big chance of doing double spells in each turn and kind of stopping some of these big hitters from this Dimir control deck, which, the big sweepers, as you were speaking about, the big 5-drop, which can just basically absolutely annihilate some decks, definitely cover up. When I've been testing, for this weekend, and I've been playing the Analyst deck, that sweeper, on paper, there's nothing against me, but I've only got like 2 win cons in my deck.
It's annoying.
And they just cast it, get rid of my win cons. I'm like, oh, okay,
it is
that's
annoying.
that was not how I thought it was going, because you don't really play too much counter Magic.
Yeah, blue-black control is interesting because basically what you're trying to do is, by not playing any creatures and your win conditions being usually just Jace and I guess the creature land, that means that your opponent's removal are going to be dead in the matchup, and you're gonna win a lot of games where your opponent just gets stuck in the mid game with 2 cut downs and a go for the throat, cards that they can't use. Meanwhile, you're casting your Memory Deluges and getting ahead on cards. And yeah, sure. Eventually, when you start attacking with your Restless Reefs, some of the removal spells are going to be active. But by that time, you have already gained so much advantage from the fact that your opponent has not been casting any spells in the mid game that you just pulled ahead too far.
We should go for the first. It's going to take out a Deep Cavern's Bats. It's going to return that Path Pearl to hand. End of turn, we're going to cast a Deuce, get a clue on the battlefield, 1 card deeper. But now we know our opponent's missing land drops, but it is open deck list, remember, ladies and gentlemen. This is not like yesterday if you managed to catch us in the last chance qualifier. This is open deck list, so you're going to see things a little bit different today, but we'll talk about that when we get to sideboarding and the start. We're going to cast this Path Pearl that we knew about. It's going to sweep up the board. Have we got anything end of turn? Yes, we do. A Tidebinder is going to come down. Just a generic 3/2. No triggers on the stack to be able to target and turn off, which is good for me because I always seem to get it wrong when this card ETBs on something like, is it throwing that trigger or that trigger? Does that mean the card's got text or not? Very good. Seeing the multiple formats now. And it's going to get turned sideways. And then it is going to eat one of the new removals printed. I think that's Long Goodbye. Can't be countered. Destroy type creature CMC for 3 or less. And then the follow-ups. This is one of the news from Hostage Investigator. So this is ETB. Discard a card. Discard a card. I believe you investigate. So you can go another card deeper. Plus, it just gets 1 more card out of your opponent's hand, and it's got a nice body of a 4/3 attached to it.
Yeah, that's a card that typically doesn't show up in the Esper midrange main deck. It's a card that you really want to have against control decks. I guess Alexander was expecting a lot of blue-white control and other blue control decks this weekend, and decided to just run a couple of copies in his main deck.
It was the most played deck yesterday in the last chance qualifier.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting to see what matters, because the RC is happening in Australia as well at the moment, and the most played deck there that weekend is Boris Convoke.
Okay,
which is it's interesting to see how different regions try and attack metas and see what moves forward. We'll see what kind of shifts to the top of this weekend, as obviously we are in day 1, round number 2 here, live in Naples. Cavalio looking to try and lock up that second win. Alexander wants to stand in the way, trying to lock up their second win. We're going to see a Merry Deluge here. Look at the top 4, put 2 in our hand. I think that's 3 spells and 1 land, so that's a couple of good options. The awkward shuffle of 2 cards to the bottom. And then we're going to make you sack with a Shieldred's Edict.
Yeah, the cards Alexander really needs to draw in game 1 are the value cards like Wedding Announcement that just create multiple creatures without having to invest additional resources. If Alexander just plays, creatures 1 by 1, then that's exactly what Marcio's deck is set up to be good against.
What sort of win cans have we got in these Dimir control decks? What's the typical way that they win?
Usually just Jace to mill the opponents and Restless Reef.
That is not how I like to win Magic, but I appreciate it. I got a lot of respect for that. Okay, so we're gonna try and flash that back. Doesn't happen. Now what can we do? How can we kind of? It looks like we're very behind over on the Esper midrange side. What's the sort of cards that can get us back into this match? And are we forced to try and commit a lot now? Bear in mind, we can't just let this game keep going on forever. But then if we do, are we playing ourselves into sweepers? Are we going to try and set up a board state while being able to hold up counters? Now that
Marcia has a full... Oh, wait, that's his graveyard. Okay, I thought he had 7 cards in hand. What Alexander needs to get going is wedding announcement or the Wandering Emperor, just ways to create creatures without having to spend multiple cards on the creatures. So Alexander actually hasn't been drawing removal, which is good for him. He only has I think that's a no more lies in hand, which obviously in the late game it's not going to be great.
Yeah.
He's going to be hoping he can catch Marcio, maybe flashbacking a Memory Deluge, or ideally even hard casting Deluge. But I think Marcio is a veteran of a player that's just not gonna play his Deluge into a no more lies that Alexander is very likely going to have in the late game now that he's not been playing any cards.
Genuinely one of Europe's best. Like, we're seeing it in action now. I was going to say, like, what about like the creature lands? Can they become apparent in here? Is that why we're seeing lots of Field of Ruins in these control decks? Because they know famously it's kind of it turns off all sorcery speed removal, it turns off a lot of sweepers, being able to animate your lands into creatures and start getting them in. That's why we see Field of Ruins popping up a lot in not only the Dimir control decks, but also the Orzhov control decks, the 5/4 color control decks, are also playing a couple copies just to to deal with some of these pesky creature lands that we see popping up here in standard. That's a go for the throw off the top. Okay, we do. That's a cut down. Again, at game one, there's going to be so many dead cards, right, in this Esper midrange deck. Spot removal this is not the matchup for it. Have we got ways of cycling through our deck, potentially, trying to get some of these bad cards out of our hands and try and refresh them for some new draws?
In the blue black deck?
In the Esper midrange deck.
In the Esper midrange, Rafina is the way that you can cycle cards away for something else, but to attack with Rafina or to get a creature attacking with Rafina on the battlefield, that's not an easy task against a deck that has 20 removal spells.
All right, Fey Mastermind's coming down. It's nice that we've got a few like flash threats in this deck. We can play a little bit of instant speed at times. We can, there's a lot in the deck to be fair. Fey Masterminds, Wandering Emperors, even Virtues can kind of get a 2/2 Knight on the battlefield pretty quickly as well. But go for the throat.
I actually saw some players this weekend running Hullbreaker Horror, which is a card we've been seeing in Pioneer in the Is It Creativity sideboards. But I think it's pretty good in Standard these days as well, because there is a lot of blue-white control, Dimir control. Some of these matchups go long, playing against Team or Analyst or some of these decks that want to play the long game. Having Hullbreaker her on the battlefield is really nice.
Okay, so we got a bit of a stack going on. So at the minute, there is a draw trigger on the stack. That draw trigger, we play Mastermind in response. Before the draw happens, we're going to try and kill it with a go for the throat, and in response to that, we activate Fey Mastermind, where both players draw a card, which then will trigger the ability of Fey Mastermind, so we actually go 2 cards deeper for Alexander, and then everything's kind of cleaned up. Only 2 mana open, which obviously we know that there's a chance it could be things like No More Lies, go for the throat on the other side. Another land. This land ghost has got to be a favor in Cavalier in this matchup.
Yeah,
right?
the longer the game goes, the more the control decks are favored, and game 1. They're especially favored because your opponent's, removal spells, No More Lies, are typically not going to be very effective. After sideboard, though, that can obviously change when Esper gets to bring in cards like Duress and additional hostile investigators or whatever planeswalkers they may have. Although it is worth noting that Liliana is not actually that great against Dimir. It is pretty good against blue-white control.
Why is that?
Well, Dimir has the 4/4 creature land, so they can attack it pretty effectively.
One-shot
yeah, they can one-shot it, and just blue white just you have Liliana in play, and they just don't really have a lot of ways to pressure it or try to get it off the battlefield.
That's a flashback memory deluge, and I think it's 7 spells. I don't think there's a land amongst them. It's a good place to be. We get to obviously look top 7, pick 2 into our hand, shuffle the other 5, put them to the bottom. Didn't get a good look at what we were taking there, but we've got a grip full of cards here. And then we get to untap as well. Just as we read out, everything going Cavalier's way here. I think that's another counter spell off the top. That's the creature land you were talking about, wasn't it? Or was that the like an alternate art Dark Slick Shores?
Yeah, I think that is Restless Reef.
No, I would say, do we just sit back on keep this 1-for-1 going? Are we happy with this?
Let me see Marcio's main deck, actually. He does have 2 copies of Jace the Perfected Mind to mill the opponent. He also has 1 random Tishana's Tidebinder, so he can start attacking at some point, although the Tidebinder, I think he just plays 1 to kind of keep his opponents honest and guessing, so that they they don't know exactly when to activate their analysts and when to go for the like Recruiter from Boris Convoke is another card you can stifle the trigger from.
We spoke about this a lot because I love the open deck list meta, like deck building side of it, and you tend to see a lot more one-ofs in decks and open deck list tournaments to make your opponent think that maybe you have that spell pierce, maybe you do have that extra removal or that duress, or these fancy one-offs that they have to play around or at least respect when they're deciding what they need to do for their turn. I love that aspect of the game.
Yeah, imagine like playing a green creature deck and with open deck list and having 0 Snakeskin Veil in your main deck. Then your opponent knows they can always play their removal at instant speed. Nothing bad's going to happen to them. But if you put at least 1 Snakeskin Veil in your deck, then all of a sudden they're going to be thinking, wow, what if I wait with this and my opponent has the Snakeskin Veil, I'm going to be completely destroyed. So I guess I just have to do it on my own turn, but that kind of plays into your, haste creatures and pump spells, and it just completely changes the dynamic of when can your opponent play their spells.
Right, we've got Cavalier doing a good job of keeping that board clear right now. Still got a grip full of good cards. I don't think there's actually any land in there. I don't think we've got any more Memory Deluges in the graveyard, so nothing that we can potentially flash back that way. Alexander on the right of the screen, really looking for a way to kind of stick some creatures. Looks like we're going to activate one of these creature lands. Wait. Before combat. So the reason we're doing this before combat, so the map token is not triggered. I believe that's the reason we don't want to give any more resources to Alexander if we don't need to. And in response to that, we're going to Tie Binder to stop the activation trigger of Demolition. I think it's Demolition Field. Yeah, that's the Demolition Field. And then in response to that, we're going to try and counter it. I think I can just see 3 mana tap there. We're not going for any other modes. I think this is just going to be a straight counter. Still 4 mana up, though, so we can pay for a No More Lies if it was to cast. Or maybe, hold on, did we tap? 1, 2, 3. Maybe we did actually tap for the loot ability as well, and that's why we saw 2 cards getting drawn there. Then the field resolves. We can go get a basic from my deck, put it into play. Island is what it's going to be. That's also an advantage of some like open deck list tournaments when you know how many basics your opponent's got. Not too much in standard, but in other formats where we get a little bit greedy on our mana base and you only got 1 or 2. If you've got a deck full of Field of Ruins and Demolition Fields, you can start really hammering away at the lands and kind of punish them for that.
And there's the Tide Binder, so maybe Marcio can actually start attacking for 3. Although Alexander does have a pretty stacked hand, so if I'm Marcio, I'm expecting at least one of those cards to be a removal spell. So this is mainly just Marcio waiting for his Jace to show up.
And
ooh, okay, that's a card that can beat control. The Bad God, Aklazots. That's a card that beats 1-for-1 removal as long as it's not an exile effect. So we'll see what Marcio has to say.
And it resolves.
Alexander does have a full hand though. It's gonna be hard to get rid of all of those cards to potentially bring the Aklazots back once it dies.
All right, we're going to Memory Deluge. Look at top 4, put 2 into our hand. Think I can see a sweeper removal spell and 2 lands. Have a little look at our grip, see what we need to put in there. What's going to kind of shore up this match. Obviously, Deadly Cover-Up will be pretty good as a nice sweeper, but it would be a 1-for-1 as there is only 1 copy in the deck of the Bat God. Not the ideal scenario for the Dead Cover-Up. Really, you want to try and take cards that, there's at least 2, 3, even 4 copies in the deck. And we're just going to untap another card, another Deadly Cover-Up. And that's enough. Now we've got a done copy. We're happy to fire off this second copy. It's a 5 mana. I don't think we're going to do the, I want to say Delve, but it's not. It's Evidence, isn't it? Evidence. Because it's open deck list, it's fully aware there's only 1 copy. We don't need to do the Delve. Don't need to go for the deck. And Alexander's seen enough scooping them up.
Yeah, I really like Alexander's decision to just not play it out, because this is a position where Marcio's flashbacking his Deluges, getting a bunch of extra cards every turn, stockpiling counter magic in hand and removal spells. So this is this is not a hand you're going to win. So just saving time and going to game 2, and making sure you have enough time to win 2 more games. That actually seems like a much better decision than playing out the next 15 turns of Jace milling you and then conceding with 15 minutes left on the clock.
So what's slightly different here in an open decklist tournament, to what you might be used to when you see a lot of other coverage, is this is an open decklist tournament. That means before they start their match, both players are allowed 3 minutes to look at each other's deck list, and during each sideboarding event. So obviously, if it's only 2 matchups, then you get sideboard once. You only get to look at their deck once. If it goes to game 3, you get to do this again, get another look at your opponent's deck list, to see, make sure you do the right sort of changes to your deck, manipulate it how you need to, but you can know how your opponent potentially could be sideboarding. This is where the mind games come in. Also, on a coverage point of view, it's great for us because we can get those deck lists up on the screen for you and show you the exact 75 that they bought. So, look at Cavalio's list here. What do we like bringing in to kind of show up this second game?
I think Marcio's deck is already pretty well set up against a deck like Esper Midrange, or most of the midrange decks in the format. That's pretty much what he wants to play against. So what I like in his sideboard is that he has a couple of creatures in the sideboard. So he is gonna have the opponent guessing, okay, well, do I have to keep some of my removal? What if my opponent just plays a turn 3 Chromhost Sea Shark? Then, well, I do need some removal to make sure I don't just lose to the card, right? So I think what Marcia is going to do is he's probably going to bring in the Aklozots. That's one of the best cards against the midrange decks. He might bring in the Chromhost Sea Sharks, maybe the Path of Peril, just to have additional sweepers. And yeah, depending on exactly what's in Alexander's deck, maybe Carvalho wants to have the Duress, maybe he doesn't. He can have the Tidebinder to counter something like a Wandering Emperor's Trigger, but it doesn't look like a particularly effective card against Esper Midrange. So I think I would be boarding out the Tidebinder for something better.
Well, let's have a look at that deck list then. So we do have it. This is Alexander's deck, the Esper Midrange list with sideboard.
And having negates or not after sideboard also depends on exactly what Alexander's version is. So if Alexander has 4 copies of Wedding Announcement, then you probably do want negates, probably as many as you can have. But I don't see a Wedding Announcement here.
No, I don't see any in the 75 either. You're right.
This is more of an aggressive list, and Alexander had to make some concessions to fit the hostile investigators in the deck. He is playing 1 copy of Aklozots, so kind of pre-sideboarding for the midrange mirrors, which is probably a good call given how much midrange there is in standard right now. But yeah, all of this means that he did not find room for Wedding Announcements. I'm sure Marcia is going to be pretty happy about it. And in this case, he probably won't need that many negates. So what Alexander's going to do, definitely going to bring in those Duresses. You're going to be able to see, what Marcia is working with, if he does have the sweeper, if you should overcommit, if you should be trying to sand back some creatures to not play everything into the sweepers. He can definitely bring in a card like Disdainful Stroke and Negate to be able to counter the sweepers. But outside of that, he doesn't have much. Goodill's Flanker, it's a flash threat.
I was about to say, do you like it because it's a flash threat and maybe could snag something like a Deluge in a graveyard?
That depends on how many cards you're boarding out. So if I'm Alexander, I'm definitely boarding out the cut downs. They're not going to have any good targets. Probably leaving a couple go for the throws in. Not sure how many. And
do you still like the No More Lies?
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. Like early in the game, if you can catch Marcio, playing Memory Deluge with it, then it's great. If you present a big enough clock to on turn 5 counter his deadly cover up that he's forced to play, then it's great. So you're definitely keeping those in. But yeah, as soon as the game goes long, you're very unlikely to be able to get an attack with Rafina in and cycle some cards, and you might get stuck with some normalized in your hand. But that's what happens when you play a card like Mana Leak. It's great in the early game, but later in the game the card can be pretty much a dead draw. So we'll see.
Shout out to Mana Leak. All right, let's get down to the match. I'm getting where they've shuffled up and they're ready to go, and they're already off to the races. Look, a couple of lands down, but luckily nothing has been played. So Cavalli on the left of your screen. Again, more than happy with this land go. And here comes the first test. Do we have any sort of counter magic or removal spells here for this Rafina? And the answer is yes. We've got the cut down and enough to pay for the ward. Do we have a third land? It looks like we do have Tukanama in hand. Do we have any other?
This is pretty much Marcio's ideal matchup. You don't have Wedding Announcements. That there's nothing you can really do in the early game that's gonna start snowballing for you and create too big of an advantage. So Marcio kind of just gets to sit back on his removal spells and counter spells and just kill off the creatures one by one while making land drops and drawing more cards with Memory Delusions. And there's the shark.
I say the shark comes down now, just as you were saying. So now, if there's no removal spell for this, every spell is going to generate a little bit of value. It's going to be generating these incomate tokens, which we can start turning into creatures, start turning them sideways.
It makes your life so awkward being the opponent. Like, I don't want to have Go for the Throat in my deck against Dimir Control, which might not even bring in the Krumhost Sea Shark. But at the same time, what if my opponent does draw the Sea Shark, plays it turn 3, and I don't have the removal? I'm just going to lose. So it's really awkward on the other side of the battlefield from Dimir Control, like having to, sideboard awkwardly and leaving some removal, which you might not even draw at the right moment.
We're just getting the Sunken Citadel is on blue. That's why you get to see a little bit of paper in there with blue written on it. Iron played for the turn and then passing it back. This is going to be a Duress on Alexander's main phase. Have you got a favorite art for Duress?
Oh, Urza Saga for sure.
Okay, the OG, I like it.
I'm a sucker for the old versions of cards and the old borders and everything. I whenever there's a new set coming out, especially in modern, and there are cards with old border, I am instantly trying to get them.
Okay, Deduce is going to be cast in response. It's going to generate a incubate token with 2 counters on it, and then the Duress is going to resolve. And it is only going to have 2 targets.
Yeah, Shield Dread's also in the deck for Marcio now. So he did bring in the creatures, most likely expecting Alexander to shave the removal spells.
Also, you can tax them. Like, I mean, if they even shave them, there's only, what, 2 or 3?
3 go for the throats or 4 go for the throats, yeah.
Like, how many? Yeah, 3 go for the throats. And at the minute, you've got 1 good threat today. There's another good threat in hand. That means 1 more after that, they're going to be out of actual answers.
Esper also counts on, like, maybe sometimes dealing with the creatures with the Wandering Emperor, but doing that, on your opponent's turn against a deck with, 12 counterspells or so is not an easy thing to do.
All right, we're cracking that clue token in the turn, going to card deep, another land to hand. There's a go for the throat off the top. And just being able to untap with this shark in play, it's just so much incremental value, and this is, exactly what Cavalier is going to want to do, is how he would have wrote it up. Alexander got anything? I think that is a Wandering Emperor in hand, just like you said there, and Cavalier not attacking into it. Big brain play there by the one of Europe's best. Just land and go. Cavalier's like, sure, I'm game with this. That's great. In the turn, we're going to flip. Now, what does it make? Is it a Phyrexian Golem, I want to say?
I think it's just a Phyrexian, but I'm not sure.
Chat with us in a second. I'm sure there's a... Maybe a Might? I'm trying to think what comes out of... Just a Phyrexian. You're right.
Yeah, it looks like the game is slipping away from Alexander again.
Another Duress. It's going to see 2 more removal spells, 2 more lands.
And bringing in the creatures... that's also like a counter strategy sort of to what most decks are doing against you, right? Everybody brings in Duress. That's the card that everybody has in their sideboards against control.
Yep.
So, bringing in the Shield Dread and Krumhost Sea Shark, actually super valuable. This is actually where Liliana would be good. I mostly had Lilianas when the blue-black controls, 2 months ago, whatever that was, didn't really run the creatures. They just had Jace. And lands, counter spells, card draw, and removal.
Can we talk about Cavalier? Absolutely got the read that there's a Wandering Emperor in hand and refuses to turn that Sea Shark sideways.
That's good.
Like, absolutely has the read. And Alexander's been so patient on it. Didn't play it for 2 turns now because he wants to try and get that down and trying to almost catch them out. But now a Shield Dread's on the battlefield. This is also a great one that doesn't need to attack to be able to have a huge impact in the game.
Yeah, exactly. Marcio recognizing that, hey, these 2 value creatures, I can just sit with them in play. My opponent doesn't have sweepers. It's not like my opponent's going to play a Deadly Cover-Up and sweep my board. So I can just sit behind these, let my opponent lose life when they draw cards, when I have Shield Dread in play. And every time I cast a spell, I'm going to get a free creature that I can attack with.
Third Duress is what was fired off. Was able to take the go for the throat that was in hand. Did reveal land plus another copy of Sea Shark. And I don't think there's any sweepers, right, over on this Esper list. So there's a chance that we can just play it out. Okay, there is 1 Gix command in the sideboard. So if that was to come in, there might not be a need to actually extend even more. We're already super far ahead here.
Yeah, and Alexander's in a really weird spot because, you want to keep the Emperor if Marcio decides to attack with one of the creatures, but at the same time, just holding it in hand doesn't really accomplish anything. But you also don't want to play it, because if you play it, you make a 2/2, then the shark just eats it next turn because it's a flying creature. So Alexander is just in a bad spot, just doesn't really have a way out at the moment.
We're happy just turning just that 2/2 sideways. This is token. You want to use one of your resources, when your cards to get it off the battlefield? Sure, go for it. That gives me a little bit more card value so far in this game.
This is just one of those games where it just doesn't matter really what you do. It's not like Alexander could have done anything else. It's just the way these decks match up against each other. It's just a good matchup for Marcio. If Marcio draws well, then it's really hard for Alexander to win without the wedding announcements.
Oh, we're just going to pass it back again. Getting another 2 life of Shield Dread. That's a counter spell off the top.
Yeah, now we might see the attack if Marcia picked up a counter.
Yeah, it's the 3 steps ahead. So it's like counterspell plus at times.
Counterspell plus, all right.
Now it's deciding, right, how much mana have I got? How, can I play around No More Lies if they've stayed in the deck? How can I get the max out of all my cards moving forward? Remember, though, you obviously get the incubate tokens as well, even if it doesn't resolve, which is even more value. That'd be 2 free frees in fact, with 2 sea sharks on the battlefield. We'll just decide how we want to be tapping our mana for it. Yeah, wait, 3 here. It's never good when your opponent does that. It's like, oh, they've got something. It's really good. I was kind of hoping you just drew land. Can you just draw blanks for me, please, one time? And Alexander at 10 life with a counter spell. This is so disciplined. I love it. So disciplined. I don't know if I would have done that. I don't think I would do that. Got a counter spell in hand. I'll be fine. What's the worst that can happen? Turn everything sideways. We're going to go 3 cards, see if we can hit a creature. That is a bat and a Tidebinder.
There is a Rafina from earlier in the game, I think, in the graveyard. So there's at least 1 card that Alexander can get back.
We're going to go for the Tidebinder.
Goes for the Tidebinder, yeah, which he might use here to stifle the Shield Dread's ability and turn it into just a regular 4/5.
And we're okay with that. That's fine.
That's still more than good enough for Marcio.
It means you're tapping low on resources, which means this counter spell, there's more chance of it resolving. And
next turn, there's a very high chance that Marcio decides to attack.
Well, we see that there's a negate and a No More Lies in hand.
Exactly, yeah. Now Marcio got the game into the point where he knows, okay, you have 4 mana up, you can play the Emperor, I have the counter spell, so now I'm going to attack. You're going to have to play the Emperor finally to try to exile one of my creatures. I'm going to play 3 steps ahead, and that is a lethal attack.
Oh, we got these are 1/1s that are getting flipped into Phyrexians. Deadly Cover Up does count as a spell, so CMC 1, we get a couple of 1/1s. All adds up, especially when your opponent's at 8 life. Down to only 4 mana up, and we've got a counter spell in hand plus how much is on the board? 6, 7, 8.
Yeah,
12 on the board.
There's the Restless Reef as well. If Marcio draws a land, I think he can attack for even more damage. Picks up another counter spell. Yeah, he has this locked up.
Yeah, we're turning everything sideways. What you got? You can tap up Wonder an Emperor. Sure, I'm going to counter it. There's the handshake. There's GG's. Marcio Carvalho taking this down 2-0. Did it in nice style fashion. Very disciplined, very well played there. But I believe we do have a backup feature match. Let's head straight across to that. Let's give you some more standard action. Remember, this is live open deck list. 9 rounds today. The cut you need is X and 3 or better. We've got Oscar Christensen, hello, on 5-color Legends, the right screen. Managed to take down one of our events in Amsterdam, I believe he was the champion. But that was modern. That was in Yargmoth. He is a game down in this match against Marcelo on the left of your screen on the Team Analyst deck. Walking around, there's a lot of players. Actually, we had dinner with him last night.
Yeah, exactly. And I managed to talk to the Danish guys. I talked to Michael Bondi and Oscar. They're actually, a group of 5 of them are playing this 5-color Legends deck, but they are playing more of like a value version. They're actually playing 3 copies of Marquesa, the Grixis 3/4 that if you commit a crime, you can pay 1 mana, look at the top 2 cards, take one of those cards in your hand and sort of keep the value chain rolling. And also, if we have people in the chat who know whether this is pronounced Marquesa or Marchesa or what the right pronunciation is, please let us know.
It's a 5-color humans list, right? Like every creature in
Yes,
this deck is
they-
human, so they're able to neutralize the Cavern of Souls in this list.
Exactly. I think playing 4 Cavern of Souls right now is great. If I was playing a creature deck, I would want to have access to Cavern of Souls because there is a lot of blue-white control. There is a lot of blue-black control. You know, even the Esper decks have no more lies. So being able to just drop the Cavern of Souls on the turn when they're ready with the counter and just kind of make them waste their mana is really strong.
Yeah, we're going to see one of the fetch lands coming with in this on the battlefield. That means that we get 2 triggers, so we get 1 mana generating, floating in the pool, plus then we get to start flipping top cards of our deck till we find the creature, which is going to be another Nissa. That's what we're going to copy. I'm not sure what this matchup is like for the 5-color Legends deck, 5-color Humans deck. They don't really have much to just kind of sort the graveyard out, I don't think. We've obviously... we've got in play one of the graveyard trespassers that can eat like 1 card at a time, potentially 2 if it is flipped. I am seeing Elesh Norn in the sideboard though.
Elesh Norn is great. That's the best card you can have against Temur because that just stops all their triggers. And they typically don't have a lot of ways to deal with a 4/7.
Yeah,
So,
Mummy is big.
yeah.
Mummy is big. Let's go try and decide on what we want to do first. First, we're going to go to combat and we're going to eat... Because all these, like, the common fetch lands, so to speak, they can tap and get 1 of 3 different basics. Because we're playing 12 of them in the deck, you know, some of them, let's say, get swamp. There is no swamp target, so maybe you want to get the one that can hit all the Temur colors. There's a little bit of value to it. But we're just going to take the trade. Don't want that happening anymore, especially now we know we've got a redundant copy of Nissa in hand. Oscar away of that as well. I think I go for the throat in hand for him.
All right, so Marcello has the green Virtue, getting back 1 of those lands to keep making his land drops, and that gets him to 6. So next turn, he would be able to actually play the Virtue if he has an untapped land. He does have an Analyst as well.
Yeah, Analyst is big.
Yeah, and that's the Trespasser. It's an okay card to have against these graveyard decks, but it's just not fast enough. It's not as fast as Unlicensors. And ideally, you would like to be able to play Rest in Peace, but I don't think the mana base that Oscar has
No, I'm looking
actually
at those now.
supports Rest in Peace because they're just playing all the lands that can produce any color of mana for the humans. He has 4 copies of Cavern of Souls. There's a lot of legends, so 4 copies of Plaza of Heroes as well, and he does have I think full 4 copies of Secluded Courtyard as well, given that everything is a human. Yeah, there is one Annie Flash, the Veteran. That's a really cool card. I love that card in limited. Annie Flash. Let's put that card in the stream. Just a good value card for 6 mana with Flash that can win some of those grindy matchups.
All right, where did we sit with the name of this card? Is it a Machiza? Are we going to go with Machiza, Dealer of Death?
I thought it was Marchesa. but
Marchesa, Dealer of Death?
Let's have Chet decide. Marchesa.
Chat, let us know.
Is it-
Dealer of Death. Anyway, on the battlefield, getting turned sideways. It's got some nice text on it. You know, it is one of each Grixis color. It is a 3/4. Whenever you commit a crime, you may pay 1. If you do, look at the top 2 cards of your library, put 1 of them into your hand and the other into your graveyard. I think we're just getting a little bit of Oracle text up here for our opponent. And we are in Europe, so a lot of different languages being spoken. A lot of different cards have different text on them, so never be scared to one ask your opponent. Well, it could be or just ask a judge for Oracle text, especially in an open deckless tournament.
It is definitely better to ask rather than lose because you thought the card did something else than it actually does. Yeah.
I've done that so many times where I thought a card did something and I played the way I thought it did, and then get absolutely crushed by it.
Ill-timed explosion. We keep remembering our viewers that this is a card that actually creates a trigger. If you have Tishana's Tidebinder, then you let the opponent draw the cards. Then if they want to and they actually discard something, then the explosion creates a trigger on the stack that deals damage to the creature. So if you have a Tidebinder, you let them draw, you let them discard, then you play the Tidebinder, and you can cancel the trigger and keep your board.
Looks like we're gonna actually get rid of the board itself. I think that's 4 damage dealt. Then play a land, get a little fetch, get an island into play. Do we have anything to follow it up with? No, like, do we have to be scared of any counter magic on the other side, or is it just disco? Like, can we start playing our Virtue of Strength just straight down, knowing that if it resolves, which it probably will, because I can't see any counter magic.
Yeah, the
there's
5-color
no-
Legends deck typically doesn't really play a lot of interactive cards. It's just a bunch of creatures, Relic of Legends, and some removal spells. But you can't really interact in terms of like, I'm gonna counter this, or I'm gonna bounce this back to your hand. So yeah, I think Marcello is pretty safe here to just cast the Virtue, which looks extremely tempting because there is no creatures pressuring him.
We're just going to get a little bit more value, get 3 more cards into our graveyard, as long as we remember the mill trigger here. I think there's got to be a good, like, what, 4 or 5 lands in the graveyard at this point?
Okay. So Marcello just trying to go
5.
for an even bigger turn next turn, where the Analyst is going to mill a couple cards, then bring back like 6 or 7 lands, and next turn, yeah, he can just play the Virtue and instantly have access to like 20+ mana. So if the last card in his hand is World Soul's Rage, then that might just be game over next turn.
I think it's Nissa, right? There's a Nissa that we don't that we saw get
Okay.
flipped off the other Nissa. As long as we're keeping track of it over on Oscar's side.
There is Annie. Look at that. Annie Flash. Let me put that on the screen real quick.
There's a lot of text on that card.
That's a card you've most likely lost to if you have been playing a lot of OTJ limited. But here it's a cool card to play in the 5-color Legends deck, where the mana is pretty easy, given that it's both legendary and human.
Well, I like this. So it comes back at night, so it is flipped.
Ooh,
And then
okay.
do we get the 2 ETB triggers as well?
You do get to eat.
I mean, we're not even worrying about the land at this point, because the Amethyst can get flipped in response. So we're just going to go for 2 creatures, I think, or I think that's 1 creature, 1 spell.
I think Oscar just realizes, okay, well, maybe you don't really have any action spells, and you just have a lot of lands. In that case, I just want to try to win as fast as possible. So I'm gonna start exiling the creatures, draining you, and actually start pressuring your life total, so that I can maybe set up a clock where I win in two or 3 turns.
These Analyst decks get a lot of incremental life points, right? Like every single one of these common fetch lands gain you 1 life, and because they keep resurging, even though if you're not finding basics off them, you're still gaining 1 life every turn.
It's tough. Yeah, playing an aggro deck against Dimir is tough. Every time they crack the Analyst, they bring back 5 fetch lands, gain 5 more life. It is really hard. Plus, they always chump block with the Analyst as well.
Yeah.
So it's not easy to push damage through.
Yes. Oscar going to go to combat first. Going to look at which 2 he wants to exile. Oh, is that while these are on the stack? Oh, correct. So I kind of like doing this. If you go for a couple of the lands, you're forced to crack in response, which means it can't block, then crack. Now, how many lands is this coming back? 1.
Wow, that's a lot of lands, yeah.
7 lands.
I think at this point, Marcello might actually run out of basics to fetch. That's 4... That's 9 in play. I think there is a total of 18 or 17 usually. It's 665 or 666 is usually the mana base.
Let me have a little quick look here. We've got 3 mountains, 7 islands, 7 forests. So 17 basics.
Okay. Yeah, Marcello actually going 1 by 1 to make sure that
make sure you
he
get
does
the
get
right
the right land. Yeah, the right lands. I appreciate that. Looks like the cards exiled with Annie were Cavern of Souls, and that's a Dark Slick Shore. So 2 lands, nothing crazy for Oscar this turn, who would love to add more pressure to the battlefield. But looks like he just has a bunch of lands. Wow, has to pass the turn. So Oscar getting quite flooded here, even with the extra cards from Annie.
I'm trying to what would he have in hand here? Is it like
just probably removal, like the most likely cards that Oscar has at this point.
I have to sideboard though. Do you want to keep in your removal?
That's
what I'm thinking.
It's the same thing as the last match. If you have Nissa turn 3, I really want to be able to kill it. It's not like I can just afford to board out all of my removal spells and then you just go nuts with Nissa and Analyst, giving you insane amount of mana on turn 4.
Right, Virtue of Strength hits the battlefield. That means all mana will produce 3 times the amount it would for the team Analyst deck. This is exactly what it wants to do. Set up for a big fireball effect.
Yeah, but nothing to show up for it. So Marshall just has to pass the turn back, and he is looking for an action card. He wants to pick up a Memory Deluge. The World Souls Rage would be...
I think we've got Fires of Victory in hand.
The Idle pickup. Fires would be nice as well. Just draw some cards. Just anything that draws cards, any card selection spell is what Marshall wants to draw here.
Ooh, that's 2 nice ones to hit.
Intia Rootstein, okay.
I really like NT. I think that card's been like overperforming from when I originally read it, and now I've seen it played so much. I'm like, actually really cool mechanic. Really nice how you can build a deck around it as well, and how it kind of fits in.
It took me like a week to realize that Honest Rootstein is the actual name of the card. Whenever my teammates just spoke about the card in our testing group, I thought whenever they said Honest Rootstein, I thought they meant that they're just playing it as a 3/2 without returning anything back from the graveyard. Just playing good old Honest Magic.
It's just a nice clean 3/2.
Yeah.
No extra text. Oscar trying to add to the board a little bit, and here it comes. Now, will it be honest and not return anything? That's the question. No, it doesn't look like it's going to be honest. What do we want to return? Looks like we're going to go for a runner. Runner's like a good engine in this deck because every time you can start filtering through, get some of the bad cards out of your hand, kind of replace them with fresh draws.
Yeah, this deck can create some infinite loops. If you have Relic in play and you have Rona, then having 2 Rootsteins basically creates an infinite loop, because you have a Rootstein in play. That means that the other one costs 2 in your hand, so you play the other Rootstein by floating mana from Relic and from Rootstein and Rona. Then the other Rootstein comes into play, Legend rules the other one away, and Rona untaps. So now you can once again make 2 mana from the Rona and the new Rootstein, returning the other one from your graveyard, and you can basically just do an infinite loop. So if you have something like a Vile Smasher in play, or Tiny Bones joins up, you can drain the opponent.
Ill-timed explosion off the top.
Yeah, big draw here.
We're going to draw some
Ooh,
cards.
is that a negate?
No, that's another runner in hand, right? I think it's a land and a redundant copy of Rona, maybe? We'll find out shortly. If there's any negates in the list, let's have a little look. There's no negates, so I'm going to go out and let me say it's not a negate. Oh, we had what's it called? The recruited, is it?
Is that
Eric's Recruiter? It basically counters target spell or destroys target creature name to draw a card. Tie, thank you.
Okay. And now, continuing the Haymakers from OTJ Limited, there is Bony Pal, which creates something like a 15/15 at this point.
Oh, we've seen this run away with games so much just yesterday in the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, I really like this from the teamer decks, boarding in extra threats to make sure you don't just fall to an Unlicensed Hers or Rest in Peace or some of these sideboard cards that pretty much everybody has at this point. So boarding in the extra threats in a deck that produces a lot of mana very quickly has been very effective.
Okay, we're gonna go loot in a little bit here with Rona. Add a bit more mana.
Yeah, I think Oscar does have the infinite loop now. So gets mana from Rona, gets mana from Rootstein. That's 2. Plays the other Rootstein. Legends rules the other one away, and now he can kind of keep playing them, but he doesn't have the payoff. He doesn't have the Vile Smasher or Tiny Bones joins up. So he will be trying to dig deeper into his deck with Rona, really digging for that Tiny Bones or Vile Smasher, whatever his payoff card is.
Yeah, Tiny Bones joins up. Obviously, that will mean the infinite loop, and basically your opponent keeps milling, keeps losing life. That's the finisher. If you can just keep recurring legendary creatures back and forth, as you were saying. And it looks like we're going deeper. We're trying to find it. 2 off the top. That is a Carola Souls and another Rona. We're adding this Rona, but we're going to Legend draw. We're going to keep the one that's not got Summoning Sickness, just to untap the first. I wonder how often they actually flip this card. So it does have a, kind of transform into a 5/5, I think it is on the other side. Or a 5/5, and then when trample does combat damage, you get to play cards from your opponent's hand, I think it is. But I don't think that's the key part of this interaction we're seeing. Here is Tiny Bones. Joins up. So
there it is. Okay,
here.
so now let me put that on the screen real quick.
Now we're talking through the combo, right? So I'm going to leave that to you to talk through.
Tiny Bones. Okay, let me put that on the screen real quick. Tiny Bones joins up. Here we go. So every time a legendary creature enters the battlefield now, you drain your opponent or not drain, you make them lose one.
Yep.
And also mill a card from their deck. So now Oscar is just going to be able to execute the combo the way I was describing it. You have an untapped Relic of Legends, and you have an untapped Rona and an untapped Rootstein. Or it can even be tapped, doesn't matter. He plays the second copy of Honest Rootstein, which costs 2. By paying for it with Rona and Rootstein giving him 2 mana thanks to the Relic. When the other Rootstein comes into play, Legend rules the other one away. So now you have a Rootstein in the graveyard and a return a creature trigger on the stack. Rona untaps because you played a legendary creature. You get the Rootstein back into your hand. You have 2 mana floating. You play the Rootstein and just do it all over again.
And every single time you do this, your opponent's milling 1 card, losing 1 life.
Every iteration, yeah, exactly. They're losing life, milling cards, but I'm not sure where we are exactly. I think maybe Oscar at some point just played the Rootstein to get something else from the graveyard to try to find Tiny Bones. So it looks like he is forced to just pass the turn and hope that Marcello doesn't draw the Rage or Memory Deluge. Yeah, Bony Pal token.
Oh, is this a land?
Tax. Draw trigger for Marcello. He does have the fires, as you mentioned.
Well, so fires is what? It does like 2 damage if we go for the draw 1 card deeper. Or are we just firing off? Maybe get the NT off the battlefield. Go a card deeper. That's really what we need. We need to try and hit that fireball effect here. Remember, 1 mana taps for free of each time it's tapped. So that island tap adds 3 blue. That mountain adds 3 red, green from a forest. What was that draw? It looks like a spell or a memory deluge.
Ooh, okay. Now that's a lot of cards. Okay,
2 more memory deluges.
That's a lot of cards to look at. So Marshall has access to what? 4,
Gazillion.
6, 8, 10, 11. That's 33 mana.
Looking for World's Soul Rage, which I think that might be the
is the
alternate
rage.
version,
Okay,
right?
that is the rage. So that's a rage for 30 plus. I think that should be lethal if Oscar doesn't have a card like Negate.
Well, and it's open deck list. We know they don't have a negates in the deck. They know there's no counter magic in the list. Open deck list. A bunch of so how much are we doing this for? Are we doing this for Xaxes? Is there any way we can get punished for doing this for Xaxes? Nope. Handshake from Moscow. He's going to take up his first loss of this tournament here at the European Championships.
Congratulations to Marcello.
Yeah, Marcello taking it down. Doing it in fashion as well. Doing it with the team analyst. We were speaking to him yesterday saying he's basically a draft player. He just likes playing draft. That's what he wants. He'd love this to be a draft format. Pick this deck up. Been grinding out of it and obviously showing how to pilot it extremely well and getting up that second win of the tournament off to a flying start. I'm being told we have another backup feature match. So let's move across to that, where we've got another team analyst versus Ozorius Control. Yeah, this is going to go on a while. Try and break down this board state for me. It looks like I said Ozorius Control, but there's a lot of creatures on the left of our screen there.
Okay, so what do we have here? Control against Analyst. So we saw that in round 1, actually. I was talking to Andrea after the match with Gabriel Nassif, and he actually mentioned he likes the matchup against Blue-White Control because after sideboard, you just have a lot of different threats, and the Blue-White Control deck typically boards out a lot of sweepers, and you're just kind of diversifying your threats. You're not all in on just beating them with Rage or Doppelgang. You're also bringing in a bunch of creatures like Bonipel and Borborygmos and Fibbletips. So they can just kind of get caught off guard sometimes without a sweeper, and you're pretty good at just ramping up and playing the cards ahead of the curve. But this game looks like
we're against blue-white beatdowns. You know what I mean? There's a 9 13 power plus a Wandering Emperor on the other side of the battlefield. Remember that we look at the deck list. We do have a Hullbreaker Horror on in the Team Analyst deck here. It's a very different sideboard to what I've seen in some of the other decks, which is really cool to see. Seeing how people kind of their take on the meta and what they want to bring this weekend.
Oh, wow. Look at this.
Sky Turtle to return.
Is that Virtue in play? Is that on an adventure? If that's in play, that's a lot of mana that Stefano has access to.
I think that is in play, but we're going to stifle the trigger with Tidebinder.
The activation, okay.
Activation, sorry.
That's a very timely Tidebinder.
How can we rebuild here? Do we just have to have a couple of lands in hand? Oh no, there's a Rage in hand. Do we have enough mana to go face while the shields are down?
9, that's 18 mana.
18 plus 1 floating, so we can get like 17 across.
That's very close, but
Memory Deluge in the graveyard, we could flash that back. But we might not have another time when the shields are down. And we're going to go for the Memory Deluge here.
what about the Kellen? Kellen has flying, right? So if Kellen is on the battlefield and can attack, I don't think Pablo has any flying creatures.
Nope, 0 flies at the minute.
Yeah, hard to make sense of the battlefield at the moment. What's on an adventure? What's in play? You know, there's a lot of tokens, lots of cards in the battlefield.
Wonder if we see if we can get an adventure token down there just to see. Right, we'll see if anything is, but then it wouldn't make sense you doing the deluge there, because we would be, if it is on the battlefield and we can swing it for free, that's the missing points of damage that we would have had from just being able to go fireball to face. And now it looks like that we're actually hard casting, so yeah, that makes sense. Still a bunch of mana floating. So remember, Strength of Virtue means that every land tap for 3 mana, which is a nice little ramp effect we have in standard. And the idea is obviously we want to ramp up to huge amounts of mana so we can just straight up cast fireball to the face.
Yeah, reminder that Virtue doesn't just get back a land.
No,
Only get back a creature. Let me put Virtue on the...
Okay, what's going on there? Just a straight fireball by the looks of it. And then Sky Turtle is going to be back to hand this Virtue of Strength. The second one is going to be on an adventure. That's what the dice is going to be representing there. Oh, it looks like they're in turns. This is turn 1. Turn everything sideways on Pablo's turn. This is going to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage coming across, dropping down to 7. Is there a way to close out this game? 1 card in hand. Doing something. Farewell, maybe? There is a farewell. That might just lock this game up to be a draw if we go what? So we're going all creatures, enchantments, and graveyards are the modes being picked here.
Farewell honestly feels a little unfair. It just does so many things.
For 6 mana, yeah, when you play a deck and you kind of, you're stalling the board state until it gets to a point where this just is an absolute house.
Yeah, I mean, you work so hard against the control deck to get like an enchantment in play, which is typically hard for you to get rid of, or, fill my graveyard with lands that I can return back, and then they just tap 6 and cast Farewell, and it's all gone.
So Stefano then had the option potentially of maybe leaving up an island instead of the Beseiju, and that could have used, it has negate in hand, so maybe negate would have been the able to stop that Farewell and take this game down. Can we rebuild, or can we get a okay, so now we're going to counterspell that. Now I think this is going to be a good negate target. Negate that, which means we've got a top deck of some...
yeah, Rage would do it, right? Like now Virtue is in play. Rage. Pablo has no cards in hand, so Stefano knows that Rage would be lethal. I think he also has a Memory Deluge Oh no, never mind. He actually hit the
Graveyard
graveyard as
Exile,
exiled. Yeah. Right.
So it's basically two big top decks. Paolo needs to draw a counter spell, and Stefano needs to get like a rage or a way to turn through the deck. Maybe a memory deluge would get there.
Yeah, Stefano actually has a lot of life draws. He can even draw an Analyst, which mills 3 cards. That's a way to get Deluge in the graveyard. So actually, a couple of life draws for Stefano here.
Okay, turn 4. This is the last turn we can do it.
It looks like a land.
Mountain off the top is not it. Sky Turtle
Sky
isn't
Turtle,
it.
no graveyard.
Yeah, I think we're going to go have a draw here momentarily. I say you don't need to tap a gazillion mana for it, just the 7. Forgetting that we got the Virtue on the battlefield. Pass the turn, draw, and I think we might see a handshake here in round number 2.
That farewell was absolutely brutal.
Yeah, backbreak, game changing in fact, and it is just going to go to be a draw here in round number 2. Whew, okay, that was a lot of long magic. A lot of these games kind of get to a board state, and then all of a sudden someone just explodes out of it with one of these crazy powerful cards that we've got. We're going to come back to the booth. I'm going to have a little refresh on my page here, see how many matchups are left in the round. What's your thoughts on Standard? I mean, obviously, you just came back from the Standard Pro Tour. You played a lot of it. Now you're seeing the meta kind of adapt to what happened at the Pro Tour. What are you thinking with the players' thoughts coming into this weekend?
From a competitive player's perspective, I wish there was a best deck in Standard that I could play that would just have all good matchups. But that's just not the case, which is good for the health of the format and and for the game. The format has a lot of different decks that you can play. It kind of reminds me of Modern at the moment, actually. And all of those decks, they have some advantages and disadvantages, some bad matchups. Some decks have, awkward mana, but they're really powerful. Some decks, are trying to prey on the mid-range decks, but they're not great against the super fast decks like Ban Toxic or Boros Convoke. We actually saw Ban Toxic do pretty well yesterday. And I was talking to a lot of my friends about what they're playing. They're like, yeah, I'm playing, blue-black control, blue-white control, but yeah, I'm kind of worried that people are going to play Toxic, and these decks are kind of just like, punishing me for playing all these 4 and 5 drops and slow cards. So it is a nice format with, rock, paper, scissors, but instead of three decks, you have, 15 decks. They're kind of just like everything beats something.
We were speaking about aggro. Like, you can do the Boros Convoke, you can do Ban Toxic, you can do the Mono Red Burn. We've seen different variations of Convoke decks coming up. We saw some players adding blue to it, just to add some counter spells to it, add some extra little bit of reach going on. There's a lot you can do, and that's good with Standard being now at a 3-year rotation. Means that I think it's the biggest card pool of Standard ever. I think I heard at the Pro Tour, like 3,000 plus cards. So lots of deck brewing that can happen in this format, and we've seen a lot of players turn up with a lot of different decks. It'll be interesting by the time we come to close the play today, when all the players with records X and 3 or better make it into day 2 to really see how that meta shifts. I think the next casting pair are actually going to have the meta breakdown for you. I can see them talking behind the scenes, trying to get that ready to post, so you can all see what all 810 players brought this weekend. That's right, 810 players this weekend playing Standard, trying to get into day number 2, trying to get into that top 36, trying to get themselves to the Pro Tour. And of course, 2 lucky players in the room are going to get themselves invites to the World Championships in Las Vegas at the end of the year. And then we're going to see them battle it out to see who walks away with the trophy and the title European champion. Having a little refresh. Looks like there's not many games left going in the room, so we're going to close this round down. This is round number 2. I'm Will. That's Martin. Stick around for more Standard action. See you soon.
Welcome back to the Legacy European Tour. We are here in the regional championship in Naples, getting to round 3. I'm Filipa, joined by Skura, also known as Islands in front. Sorry for a bit of delay. We are having some technical issues, but hopefully that's already resolved and we are ready for a new round. And we have something really sweet for you, so let's take a look at the meta breakdown. I know everyone is curious to see that. So we have here Timur Analyst as the most played deck of the day. Does that surprise you?
Yeah, heavily most played deck. And I don't think I am. This deck has proved that it can really, adjust to the meta game. It's really strong on its own, can go over the top if need be, but can also protect itself from getting swept under with mass removal spells like ill-timed explosion. So I'm not really surprised, and I saw a lot of premier players choosing this deck for the weekend.
Yeah, a very good choice here. Azorius Control being the second most played deck of the week. We have Boros Convoke, Band Toxic, also very well represented in the aggressive decks. Overall, a very varied meta breakdown here for today and for this weekend. Standard being in a very healthy spot. We saw as well in the Pro Tour a lot of different deck lists and archetypes with quite a bit of success, so I'm really excited to see how things evolve. And we have actually a very exciting match here for the round 3, a deck that we don't see every day. Simic Cookies, so the Simic artifact deck, I think popularized by streamer Ash Leslie. She started playing this deck, doing very well in the arena ladder, and some people started playing it against Timur Analyst, the most represented deck here today. So it's going to be curious to see the deck that is the most played versus a deck that is a bit off meta, a bit different. There's only 3 copies of the deck here today in 810 players, so not very represented, but still a very strong deck. And both players 2-0, so let's take a look at our players as they are already starting game 1. And we have Carmine versus Antonio.
Antonio played yesterday in the LCQ, and he also did very well there. I don't remember his exact result, but he was battling at the very top tables. So this Simic Cauldron, Simic Cookies, Simic Artifact decks has definitely treated him very well. I think that now they want to look at each other's deck lists.
And just as a reminder, players need 6 and 3. That's the score they are looking for to make it in day 2. Let's not forget that top 36 get a qualification for the next regional championship in Lille and also Pro Tour. Most importantly, though, first and second place get an invite to the World Championship, the biggest event of the year. So a lot of things in stake. A lot of players actually already qualified for the Pro Tour and really trying to go and get that shot at the World Championship. So a lot in stake for our European players.
Yeah, I can see players trying to refresh melee. We'll see whether that succeeds, to be able to look through the opposing deck list. And that is important, because before you open your opening hands and take your mulliganing decisions, you want to know what you're playing against, specifically whether you should keep a more reactive hand, more aggressive hand. Whether if you have, let's say, a one of Upgrade in a deck, should you be looking for it because you're playing against a Simic Cookies deck, or maybe it doesn't have much application because you'd be playing against Analyst, for example.
I'm curious to see how this Simic Cauldron deck performs. This is a very strong deck, but we haven't seen much here in the regional championship. We saw some, I think, at the Pro Tour as well being played. Any deck list that you're curious to see, Philip, here this weekend?
I'm really curious what the takes on the Legends are going to be. I've already seen multiple different versions attacking the deck and then try to work it out from different angles with completely different mana bases at that. I also want to see Analyst decks trying to get on top of each other or kind of try to break the mirror match. And we saw already Galvanic Iteration with Doppelgang, which is a very cool tech with just double Worlds of Rage in the main deck compared to maybe 4. So, yeah.
Personally, I love Golgari Midrange. It is not very well represented here this weekend, but I feel like overall it's a very strong deck. So I know that some players were doing quite well with it in these first couple of rounds. So I'm excited to see if they are able to make it into our day 2 and if we are able to see some Golgari action.
Yeah, if there's some melee malfunctioning, I assume they could just take the physical copies of each other's decks and just look through them, which would definitely be one way to approach this.
And somebody mentioning that Simic is actually placed top 8 at the Canadian Championship, so that's impressive. Yeah, I think players are maybe checking some specific card. So let's take a look at our meta once again. I don't know if we have the players to watch as well to see how our favorite players are performing, or the most known at least to the public. First, we have here the meta breakdown that we already saw. Golgai Midrange, as I said, actually not too bad. 53 copies of it. Domain Ramp 55. I really like the 4-color legend, which 45 players decided to bring. I do feel like that deck is quite difficult to play, especially on paper. It has so many different interactions that you can do. But some players decided to bring it 13 additional 5-color legends. So between these two variations, there were around 60 players bringing this deck here to the tournament.
Yes, which would make it into this top 5-ish decks of the weekend. In addition to 55 domain ramp, we've got domain control at 21, which is probably a similar or the same deck, which would make it into 76 copies, placing it third, not like in this case like sixth. Which again, we could argue whether that makes a lot of difference, but what I would say is that how many fair and arguably grindy decks we've got at the top, because we've got Analyst, Blue-Eyed Control, Esper Midrange, and then Domain Ramp. And then right below this, we've got two decks that try to battle it from beneath, which is Boros Convoke and Ban Toxic.
I'm curious to see whether Azorius combo that has 2 copies is playing. I'm not sure what combo might be. I mean, there's this graveyard combo in Azorius that you get the Rakdos enchantment to get kind of a combo situation dealing a lot of damage, but I'm not sure if that's the case. I have to check what these deck lists are bringing.
I mean, if this is the Rakdos joins up type of shenanigans, then it wouldn't be blue-white, right?
Yeah.
So probably something different is being cooked up beneath the surface. Now I think we see Antonio keeping his Simic hand, and Carmina is going down to 6, I think. And I'm not surprised that reading the deck list took a bit of time, because when you're reading the Simic deck list, you probably have to read every single card. They're not very popularly played. The deck is very, oddly specific.
Yeah, being an open deck list tournament really changes things up. And this is a very fast deck.
Okay, Teething Wormlet joins the battlefield. Okay, so now up to 21, so already going to be Fog, Future Combat, and Mountain is defined of the first fetch land. Will Search Engine join the fray now? No, it is Tough Cookie.
This card is so sweet, making here a food token and putting a counter on the Teething Wormlet there.
Yeah, there will probably be some life gained as well along the way. 2 to be exact, right? Up to 2022.
I'm reading the Tough Cookie there. People that played Wilds of Eldraine Draft for sure know that card. But when it enters the battlefield, it creates a food token, and then for 3 mana, 2 colorless, and 1 green, target non-creature artifact you control becomes a 4/4 artifact creature until the end of the turn. And since this is a food creature, you can also pay 2, sacrifice it, and gain 3 life.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised because it seems like Antonio did not attack. And there was no reason not to attack, so I think we just may have missed that.
Yeah, I'm also not sure why not attacking there.
Okay, so now Carmina is thinking through his options. Again, another slow fetch. Gain one more. And then pass off the turn, Antonio.
Ooh. I think there might be a Zwetic lift on Antonio's side. Okay, but going here for a search engine and discard as defender, but you can activate it over and over again to make it better. I'm going to put the card on the screen.
Yeah, and not only that does it lose defender, but it can't be blocked. So that's like the biggest twist you can get from defender.
And here Carmine counting how much damage potentially that might be next turn.
3 mana. Spelunking, okay.
Okay.
Setting up probably for like a big ill-timed explosion. Oh yeah, exactly. Speak of the devil.
The question is if the timed explosion will be coming up fast enough, because if there's a Zwetic glyph, that's a lot of damage.
It's already potentially worth. We make this into a creature, so there's 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, if I'm counting correctly, right? Down to 6.
So this is a very interesting choice, because if Carmine now uses a time explosion, that food token is still there, and there's the Zwetic that if you pay 3 mana, then it will attack for 5 damage next turn, leaving Carmine very low on life.
Yeah, unfortunately not lethal, but very close to one, yeah. Now, there is no reach in a Simic Cauldron strategy. You actually have to get across the red zone to deal the last points of damage. And there are some, tricky, hasty type of attacks, which you would normally expect in a Simic deck, like the previously mentioned Zoetic Glyph. But maybe some, Restless Vine Stalk along the way will present non-ruffable threats. Yeah, so now ill-timed explosion comes down.
It's going to resolve, so Carmine is going to draw 2 cards. Then he might discard 2 cards.
And then the greater value from among these will determine how much damage is going to be dealt across the board. And I think we're ditching another ill-timed explosion because we have to.
So everything goes to the graveyard.
And Glyph was the pickup.
And here Antonio deciding on what to do. This deck has a lot of different options. It plays one spell Pierce main.
Yeah, and Glyph it is.
So that's 5 damage. And even if Carmine finds a way to deal with that creature, Antonio will still discover 3.
Do I see Fires of Victory? I think I do. But you would have to kick it because you would be going down on cards. So you would have to just pre-land drop, which isn't the case right now, clearly. I think. Because how many cards are left in the hand? 3, right? 2, 3. No, it's 4 left still. Okay, never mind. Then you can very cleanly fires anyways. But World Soul's Rage is probably a better way because we can kill the threat and put 4 lands into play untapped.
So let's see what the discovery is going to be, though.
So first we need to resolve the spell fully, right? So World Soul Rage has to put everything onto the battlefield, and then we put triggers on the stack. So we put Carmina's triggers on the stack, and then Antonio's triggers on the stack.
Yeah,
Now,
I think that's exactly what they are
yeah, because
discussing here.
because of how priority works, we will use the active inactive player metric. So active players trigger go on the stack first, and then the inactive players. And because the stack works its way top to bottom, then Antonio's discover should resolve first, and then Carmine's triggers, I believe.
They are really just confused here on how to decide what resolves first. Okay. So that's a Sweaty Cliff, and since it doesn't have a target, it has to go into hand. The thing is that those lands not only gain Carmina life, they will also enter untapped. So that's going to be a lot of advantage there for the Temur Analyst player,
Yeah.
and the chances for Antonio are getting slimmer and slimmer.
Yeah, just so many lands, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 mana available for Carmina, and also a bunch of life gained along the way. That was a great turn, getting rid of the only threat on the battlefield.
Interesting enough, I think Carmini only has lands in hand, right? So at
Oh.
least 2 lands. I'm not sure what the third
Fires
spell.
of Victory, I think.
Fires of Victory is a good one because you
Yeah.
can always kick it to draw a card.
Yeah, really decent. Now, Antonio really needs to multi-spell, because if he deploys a single threat and Carmina then kills it, and draws a card along the way, that's going to be huge. So Teething Wormlet, I think, enters the battlefield. Again, also Carmina at 7, so it's going to be much harder to get across the finish line with these smaller creatures, but Tough Cookie.
Tough Cookie enters the battlefield, makes a food, and we're going to also put a counter on Teething Wormlet. Ooh, that's a good pickup here for Carmini, able to pick up a Virtue of Strength. That card can, for just 1 mana, get back a creature or land from the graveyard. I'm not sure what the graveyard of Carmina is looking right now. I know for sure there's at least a Nissa. And the thing about Nissa is that you can bring back the Nissa and then play one of the sacrifice lands, look at the top cards until you find an element or elemental or an elf.
So what is the play? I think it will be Kicked Fires.
Fires.
And it does
with
seem
kicker.
like it. So draw, kill it. Oh, Ill-Time Explosion over the top. Yeah, it's getting trickier and trickier for Antonio as the time goes on. Timur Analyst really showing that it's the dominator of any lane game.
And some people are curious about this Simic Cauldron deck because it is not very played. It is played, but not one of our top decks. And this deck was popularized by a streamer named Ash Liesel. And she did very well with it on the arena ladder, and just showing how the paper and arena integrate so well, especially when we are talking about standard. And it's a deck focused on artifact synergy.
Yeah, full graveyard there. A future Analyst will be a proper banger, bringing back probably like almost double digits of lands. Still, we've got 6 mana available. We could bring something back, Ill-Time Explosion, or start with the explosion, and then see what happens. And I think that's the play we're going to go for. So explosion it is, draw 2.
And the thing about the explosion is that you can choose to not discard.
And then it's just basically divination.
Yeah, if you think it's not worth discard here, Carmine does decide to discard Nissa and a land, but because he can pick up that Nissa right away with that Virtue of Strength.
Well, but he knows how the glyph. He's dead. Oh no, he's at 8. Okay, never mind.
You
I
know,
got too
those
excited.
lands do gain quite a bit of life.
Yeah, I got too excited for a brief moment.
That's why it's so difficult to deal with this Temur Analyst deck if you're playing an aggressive deck, because you sometimes are so close, but the deck does very well at coming back with all this life gain from the lands. And each turn that the Temur Analyst deck gets to draw and survive, it's another turn closer for you to lose.
Thinking through his options. So he could go for Glyph, which is a 2-turn clock. But again, he's adding a single threat that a single answer gets rid of. And we know that the Virtue is probably coming next turn. Creating a super explosive turn for Carmine if he has enough gas in the tank.
Yeah, but Antonio does need to go for it. So 5 damage, leaving Carmine down to 4.
Oh, Deluge is definitely one of those ways to dig into the deck to get more action. So now when Virtue resolves, and I assume it will, it's going to get super tough for Antonio. But we begin on Nissa.
So now this sacrificed land will also enable that Nissa to go find another elf or an elemental. Trigger, so we have mana floating right now. So the only thing that the Nissa can get is an Aftermath Analyst or another Nissa, at least in the main deck. After sideboard, sometimes players play with Titan, which is also Titan of Industry, which is also an elemental, so that can be a pickup, but not main. So we get an Aftermath Analyst there.
And now with Nissa on the battlefield, it's going to get really ugly really quickly.
Now it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
Yeah, now we will trigger Analyst, mill 3. Blue, red, green, blue. So we might be holding priority because you maybe don't want to mill over the fetchables.
Sacrificing the Aftermath. And how many lands are these going to be for Carmine? A lot, so I'm not sure how many basics does Carmine have left in the deck, but nonetheless, he still is able to gain life from those lands, and the ones that he's able to get enter untapped, which also is really relevant, and that's a lot of triggers with Nissa.
So we'll find out soon enough whether that's missed trigger or held priority. And we will mill after that has resolved. Find 1, 2, 3, adding blue for all of those. So it turns out that we didn't even need the Virtue after all.
Okay, getting the Virtue into play.
And now we Deluge. Yep. Deluge sees Words of Rage, another Virtue, another Fires.
And how much is this World Soul Rage for? There's 7 untapped lands, so that's 7 times 3, plus 1 floating.
Yeah,
That's not enough yet.
we're in the 20s, but yeah, it is not enough. So there is a world in which we maybe could have started the whole turn with Virtue, and then went with Nissa Alchemist. Now I would need to count, but I think it would have been enough to start that way, and then who knows? Maybe we could have been able to produce enough mana for a lethal burst.
Yeah, just making sure and passing. So that mana is lost. That was floating.
Yeah, that's 11 life for Carmine. So Antonio can't even attack for lethal. Carmine doesn't even have to block.
There's Nissa, so looks like Nissa does chump.
Yeah, and the mill seems to have been missed earlier.
And this is going to be it now.
Fires with the draw.
Antonio does have some counter magic, but I think the only thing is Spell Pierce, and Carmine can play around it.
So we had marked damage on the glyph, and that's why the fires killed it off. Because that normally would not be enough in that position. World Soul Rage is the top deck, I think. So I think now we're just going to play World Soul Rage for a lot. Now we have to be carefully a lot because you could walk into a Spell Pierce. But I think this is carefully a lot.
Yeah, just need to keep a couple mana open for that Spell Pierce.
Literally a single basic would be enough to pay for Spell Pierce. And that does it. So basic World Soul Rage kind of stalling off until it just won in a single spell. Just boop, 23 to you.
Dimir Analyst showing why it's the most played deck here of the weekend. Let's take a look at our players' deck lists as they prepare for sideboard. Just a reminder, this is an open tournament deck list, and we have Dimir Analyst here. Pretty stock list. Anything that gets... I mean, some sideboard choices are interesting, right?
Yeah, so when looking at the sideboard, I really like the creature package of Titan, Terranax Rex, Bonipal. Bonipal has been super impressive this whole day. Doppelgang, seen in the main decks of some versions, here in the sideboard. But Lithomantic Barrage is an interesting one. 3 steps ahead alongside Double Negate, creating a very interesting counterspell package. And here in the mirror, they will very much come in handy. Main deck also Colossal Sky Turtle for some loop action where you can Shigeki, discard it, channel, return a bunch of stuff, then Sky Turtle return Shigeki using the first channel ability and kind of try to loop them together, because then Shigeki can return Colossal Sky Turtle. And I really like these very small loops within the deck that don't compromise or anything, because they're standalone decent cards in this deck. So yeah, very cool approach.
Yeah, very interesting deck. I also want to point out that this deck has been evolving through the time. So in the beginning, the only win con would be the World Soul Rage. And some decks like the Blue-Eyed Control started bringing some Stone Brains to try to take the win con away. And then the deck didn't really have a way to win. But now we see cards in sideboard like Titan of Industry, Bonipal, Doppelganger, even some decks play Doppelganger main. So creating alternative win cons for this deck list, which makes it more resilient these days and able to win more, especially against those decks that could have these kind of cards. Another one is Deadly Cover-Up that can also exile your win cons, your World Soul Rage. So very interesting to see how this list has evolved through the meta. And very curious to see our other deck list here, the Simic Cookies. So we have here labeled Simic Cauldron by Antonio. A very interesting deck, plays with a lot of artifacts. And how does it usually win?
Yeah, so I would call it a synergistic aggro strategy. You've got the early drops in the form of Teething Wormlet, Spyglass Siren, and even a couple of Gingerbroods. And then you back them up with Subterranean Shuna, with Zoetic Glyph, with Tough Cookie turning them into 4/4s, and a bunch of map tokens here and there from Sentinel and the Kite Sail. And yeah, you're just very aggressive, relatively disruptive. Agatha, is a main deck answer to the fetches returned from Analyst, but also tags some random cards, for example, Memory Deluge against Control. So that's a very cool piece of hate. And in the sideboard, I can see a couple of really cool techs, and Soul Guide Lantern is one of them, but Tishana Steinbinder is a really cool one because it can stifle the fetches, it can stifle ill-timed explosion, deal damage Wrath effect. It can stifle just so many things against that strategy.
Looks like Simic Cauldron really prepared for this matchup, also with the repulsive mutations, being able to counterspell, and then also with things like Soul Guided Lantern, as you said, really to try to exile that graveyard, and Agatha Soul Cauldron obviously main also helping with that. And let's see our players getting ready here for game 2. Now Simic Cauldron is going to be on the play. They want to be fast. They want to be furious.
Yeah, now Antonio on the play, which is definitely something he prefers. I already got a glimpse of a Tishana and Tough Cookie plural, I think.
And let us know, Twitch chat, where are you watching us from? I'm always curious to see. I hope you're enjoying here a day full of standard at the Regional Championship Naples. Land go. So no turn 1 here for Antonio. No Titling Wormlet. That's not ideal, but we know there's some nice follow-ups for the next turns.
Yeah, but there has to be a follow-up, right? No 1-drop, no 2-drop would be very, very deadly. But for Antonio, if it's Agatha, that will be very slow. Shuna is fine-ish because it's basically, every creature from now on will have pseudo haste in a way. Take a draw. Sky Turtle is the pickup. We could use it as a removal spell.
And we see there's an Aftermath Analyst. There's also removal. A lot
What?
of...
No land drop? What? No. No, I got confused. Sorry. I got confused for a moment. He played the mountain. Never mind.
So we have a Tough Cookie here. Crewing the boat. 3 damage. But Carmine said, wait a
That's
second,
good.
and bouncing the boat with the turtle.
That's really good. That's a huge tempo swing. Because now Antonio basically hasn't dealt a single point of damage in the 3 turns he's had on the play.
But the thing is that Carmine does not have a forest. And spells like Temur Analyst cannot be played. Nissa as well. So I think it really needs to get a land from that kick spell.
Yeah, if it is just an attack for 2, I mean, Carmina goes to 19, but like, who really cares? This is very inconsequential, and Antonio has to build a better board presence.
And we have Agatha Soul Cauldron. And a boat.
So what's good about this draw is that it isn't really susceptible to ill-timed explosion. So that's the good part. And the fact that Carmina doesn't really have his own plan enacted.
Drawing another Aftermath Analyst. So
yeah, seems to lack a green.
the lack of green here is crucial. We might see...
Oh, and Miss Landrop.
Yeah, I think we have to see the fires there just to try to kick it, get an additional card, one more chance at getting a forest. And you know what's worse than 1 Tough Cookie? 2 Tough Cookies.
Okay, so let's get a second food. Yeah, kicking that fires will be useful, but that will come in in the future because you would need 5 mana to do so. So not just yet, but we can fire just as a removal spell based on the cards you've got, which is around 6-ish damage. Will it walk into a spell piece? You won't. So just attack for 2, again, largely inconsequential, and this gives Carmine enough time to draw out of the color mismatch.
If there's one
Oh.
color that you don't want to miss is the green. It looks like there's a pickup there. I'm not sure what land
Yeah,
this is though.
yeah.
Hopefully not a maestro.
Okay. It is not Maestro's, I think, theater.
Yeah, no, hopefully a cabaret courtyard or a broker's hideout. And it looks like that's the case, getting a forest there.
Can take a draw. We've got 4 power on Antonio's side, which is fine as long as Antonio can either add even more pressure to close the game in, let's say, 2 or 3 attacks, or back this up by proper interaction. Now, if he has neither...
There's a counter in hand, so I noticed that Antonio has one of the repulsive mutation in hand, so that's going to be difficult to deal with.
Yeah, we definitely want to put this up on the screen. Repulsive mutation, an uncommon, but well, doing the job. X and green-blue put X +1 counters on target creature, and then up to 1 target spell is countered unless its controller pays mana equal to the greatest power among creatures you control.
Yeah, you can just pay it from up to 2 mana and more.
Yeah, you can just go green-blue.
Exactly. So a teething wormlet here.
Another land. It's okay, I guess maybe we can string some draws, play a ill-timed explosion maybe once or twice and get through that counter magic, because we don't really have a proper counterplay to it. We actually have to brute force our way.
A difficult choice to make here. And it looks like it's a Nissa. Now the question is, will Antonio counter this Nissa?
And okay, we'll see. He's thinking about it. Now, I'm curious if he's thinking about the Nissa as Nissa, or rather, he wants to put a counter on a creature to add 1 more power, and then also Agatha that Nissa away, and just kind of convert this turn into more power.
And Carmine here reading the repulsive mutation. Looks like it's targeting one of the tough cookies, putting a counter, and this is going to be counter unless Carmine pays 3. We know that Carmine does not have 3 mana available. So now this land not as good as if that Nissa was still in the board. Able to gain 1 life though. Something will enter tapped, so we have a forest here. And how much damage is this going to be for Antonio next turn?
Yeah, it looks like 5, 6. Artifact enters play, then that's 7. Yeah, I think it'll be 6, 7, 8-ish. And then it would mean that it's a 2-turn clock, which is possibly good enough if you can attack and swing for half the life total, hold up like a Tishana or a Negate, and then swing again. This might just be game.
And this Agatha Soul Cauldron has been exiling the lands, which makes a lot of sense, but because of that, it's not putting counters on the creatures. So if Antonio does decide to exile something like a Nissa or the turtle, it can also start putting counters on the creatures.
Well, this is like for 6, which is not half the life total. And then if it was 7, it changes the math drastically, paradoxically. Now, adding 3 more power is going to be tough. You will need to use the tough cookie probably to achieve that, but that taps you down lower. So, yeah, kind of a tricky spot. Now, we don't know Antonio's hand. I know there is Tishana Steinbinder, but which can counter ill-timed explosions trigger, which is very, very crucial.
Two mana, we have Aftermath Analyst, so milling 3 cards. Something Antonio can do is try to exile a land to see if Carmina will that way try to sacrifice the Analyst and then use Tishana's Tidebinder. There's still a timed explosion that I feel like needs to be played right now.
There is a deluge as well, I think, but no double blow. There's also, I think, pick your poison. So we do go for the ill time.
Now, one thing you said about Tishana's Tidebinder, Philip, is that it's able to counter the trigger, right?
Yeah, because ill-timed explosion does produce a trigger. So the draw 2 is just a part of the resolution, but then if you decide to discard 2 and sweep the board, that sweeping is a trigger that enters the stack normally and can indeed be counted.
So now let's see if Antonio does. And right away, Tishana's Tidebinder countering the trigger.
Yeah.
And things are looking up. So the Agatha Soul Cauldron was not activated yet. I'm curious to see if Antonio will start going for creatures to put some counters.
So I think now it is lethal because if you cookie on an artifact, Carmina blocks the biggest creature, so that's the animated one, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 comes through. So I do think it is lethal through the blocker as is. But Antonio's double checking to make sure that it indeed is.
Putting a counter there on the Tiefling Wormlet and just drawing a card. And Philip, isn't this a sweet victory?
But yes, it does look like it. And we will create now a very big... I mean, the cookie is going to be the biggest creature on the battlefield.
Yeah, that's game 2 here for Antonio. We will have a game 3 now with Carmini on the play. Can we take once again a look at our players' deck lists and see what they're playing and sideboarding? Once again, this is round 3 of the regional championship. There's 9 rounds of Swiss today. 6-3 and better will advance into day 2. These players really trying to get that day 2. That's the first goal of the weekend for them. They are already qualified to be here. And there's a lot in stakes, because after this tournament, 36 players will walk away with a Pro Tour invite and 2 with a World Championship invite.
So Antonio seems to be keeping the same configuration play draw. Carmina seems to be making some changes when on the play right now. I think I got a glimpse of some pick your poisons. So that could be... But I wouldn't be surprised to see it come out. That's a very good interaction spell, especially if you can, just remove the their 2-drop, right? If it's now kind of problematic because if the 2-drop is Surge Engine, then it's good. If it's Tough Cookie and you say sacrifice an artifact, they sacrifice the food token, not the Tough Cookie. So yeah, it's not at its best. Kind of a weird card, which is both stellar and kind of awful against the deck.
Both players are 2-0, so starting the weekend very well. There's 14 minutes left on the clock. So, I mean, still a bit of time, but players definitely need to be mindful of the time restraint. They really do not want to draw so early on in the day, especially when there's a clear cut into day 2.
Yeah, 2-0 is a decent position, but still so many more rounds to play. This is round 3, and they will need to play up to round 9. So they are definitely at the very beginning of today's journey.
Yeah, before this round started, I was asking you, Philip, how your friends are doing, and you said, well, it's too early to tell how they're doing. It's only been 2 rounds. Even if they are 2-0 or 0-2, it's way too soon. Maybe after round 6.
Yeah. After around like 5, 6-ish, you can actually make a proper guess and then say, okay, yeah, you're doing pretty good at 5-1, for example.
Antonio taking a mulligan.
So chat asks, what do you have to do to make day 2 today?
6-3 makes it into day 2. So all the players with 6-3 or better will make it into day 2. But that's only the first part of the challenge, because tomorrow there's 6 more rounds of Swiss and then the cut to top 8. So this is the beginning of a full weekend of Magic. Also, a lot of well-known players playing this tournament. Andrea Mengucci, Gabriel Nassif, Arne. One of our friend casters as well that usually casts with us, Matei. So if you notice that Matei is not casting this event, because usually he does cast the regional championships, it's because he's crushing it.
Okay, shortcutting a little bit to save the time. Probably Carmine will get to his turn before he stopped fetching. Yeah, lose 1 Siren, get a map token, and then pass the turn. This standard format is pretty dexterity intensive, between the shuffling, between the numerous tokens you need to physically get out of the box, place it on the battlefield, move it around, you know, maps, clues, bloods, tokens.
Spyglass is really good, and I feel like Antonio really did need to get that turn 1 play after being on the draw, and not only that, but also with a mulligan.
Yeah, and Carmina just does nothing, so Antonio can use these turns to get onto the field, and from that point on, he can hold up interaction. Now, he doesn't have that much, so this interaction is just sprinkled into an otherwise aggressive plan.
So we have a boat here, and the thing about Temur Analyst deck is that it does nothing until it does everything.
Yes.
It's one of those decks that it looks like it's not doing anything, looks like it's always playing from behind, and suddenly timed explosion or Nisa into lands, into Temur Analyst, Aftermath Analyst, and just getting a very big dominance here.
Yeah, and chat, we did in fact, Filipa and I, we did in fact cover Mengucci versus Nassif match 1, round 1. And I do suggest you watch this because it was pretty cool.
And Gabriel Nassif playing Azorius control.
Yeah, much to nobody's surprise. And okay, so now we see an island fetched out. And Virtue, or Grove rather, will rebuy one of the lands. I think this is the Broker's one, so the band. Mengucci plays Analyst this weekend with a very spicy main deck Doppelgang and main deck Galvanic Iteration.
Land.
Oh, glyph it up. So we'll probably do this. Yeah, Shuna. And that's a hefty attack for 8, if I'm not mistaken.
9? No, for 8, yeah. And put a counter on the Siren.
Cool. That's a good attack. So an ill-timed explosion wouldn't really sweep the full battlefield because we have both the Discover 3 and Subterranean Shuna. So this is a pretty good position for Antonio to be in. Like, if your board is kind of insulated against explosion, you're good. You're good to go.
And didn't put a counter on the Siren because it is an Explore, so got a land into hand instead. Didn't find a known land on top. So we have land here tapped. 3 mana available. I mean, quite a slow start here for Carmine.
Yeah, pretty slow, as most draws are, but this one's particularly slow as we have not seen Carmine affect the game in any meaningful way at all, and it's already turn 4. No interaction, no threats of his own, nothing that really progresses the game plan.
The thing is that there's a timed explosion, but even if that resolves, then you have the Discover, the boat still stays alive. And Antonio is going to try to attack once again for 8 damage here.
Oh, and I think there is Tishana, which is going to be super painful next turn if Carmina goes for Explosion.
And we did see Tishana's Tidebinder win the game too. Again, in this situation that it countered the trigger ability of the explosion.
This is going to be an interesting spot because Carmina will use Sky Turtle to bounce one of the creatures. Okay, never mind. But had he done that, Antonio could have Tidebound it, but then that would make him more vulnerable to a potential ill-time explosion, so that could be treated as bait. But now we actually put fires on the stack.
Somebody asking, Tishana stops timed explosion.
Yes, it does. And that's because ill-timed explosion says draw 2 cards, and that's the part of the resolution. But if you decide to discard 2 and have the wipe effect, then this will go on the stack as the wipe effect, which can be responded to.
So we have land there, gaining 1 life. And will we see a timed explosion?
And if we do, it's going to be a super blowout. It's going to be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No. That's not going to be lethal. That doesn't seem like it.
Passing the turn here.
Okay.
There's another glyph in end for Antonio.
Yeah, it really hurts for Antonio not to just pass and pass back and not have accomplished anything with 7 cards in hand. We just go to attack, Sky Turtle, bounce the token, and again, you'd be really tempted to Tidebind it, but then you walk into a time explosion that you had been playing around previously.
Yeah, and we see here Antonio considering and just letting it
Yeah.
resolve. So that's going to be a discovered 3 for Antonio.
I mean, that's okay, I guess, as a card to draw, but he really wanted to hit some creature. Like if he hit Tough Cookie, that would be really cool. Now it does allow him to play a 2-drop, hold this up, but then he needs to have a 2-drop. It all comes down to a single thing. Just interaction is never enough, and just pressure is rarely enough. You need to have pressure and interaction in some proportion. You can be heavy interaction with a bit of clock, or heavy clock with a bit of interaction, but you do need to have both.
Yeah, so the discover card, if you can choose to put it in hand and not play it. It's just a choice you have with discover. And I think this is a soul-guided lantern that we saw from the sideboard.
And they've got 5 minutes on the clock. That's not much.
I mean, only 1 mana left for Antonio, though. So we know that Carmine probably will play against around Spell Pierce. No, just going for it.
Immediately not playing into Spell Pierce.
It makes some sense. There's only 1 main and 1 sideboard.
Yes, he pops this one. He'll probably let it happen then. And then Carmina puts in 0 lands. So just 5 mana removal spell. I mean, that's expensive.
We see a Tough Cookie entering the play there.
That's good. And then you can still hold up the creature mana leak.
One more damage.
Yeah, now ill-timed, if we had untapped land ill-timed explosion, it would have worked. And from this point, Antonio doesn't have to ever tap out. He's got the counter, he's got the Tishana. He can just, oh god, that's really good, yeah. And he just bashes in for how much? 3, that's 8?
Yep, 8 damage.
What's this? It's the Vengeance?
It looks like Vampire's Vengeance.
Well, you could just let this go, right? And just
You still do 5 damage.
yeah. Now, crucially, it turns the clock from 2-turn clock to a 3-turn clock, and that's a massive difference. Massive difference. But we'll immediately blood.
Get a land into hand.
Yeah. Get another land into play. Now.
It was already a 2-turn clock, so
You could ill-time the explosion, but you walk into the counter. But you might need to do that anyways to remove that from the opponent's hand somehow. And it is indeed ill-timed explosion. Now we will need to counter the whole spell. But I think Antonio is fine with that. No, yeah, exactly, yeah. I wouldn't want to let that happen.
yeah. So that's just a counter there, not putting counters on the creature, but leaving Carmine at 2 life after this attack. I don't think there's any land that animates, so
Thank you for 5, down to 2. And this is the big moment. We're holding up
1 card in hand. And we know
land. Okay. Okay.
you can counter the ability.
Oh, that's a big one. Whoa! We do see Tishana now counter the trigger.
But there's 2 triggers, so how does that work? Because the Titan of Industry lets you get to choose
Yes.
2 different.
Yes, and I think that's exactly what they're asking about. So, for example, is this a single trigger that has 2 qualities and goes on the stack, or these are 2 separate triggers and then you counter only one of them? Now, the real question is also whether Antonio just done it very fast and Carmine had not chosen the modes yet, because that could also happen. So there's the 2 questions, right? If it's a single or double trigger, and 2, whether the modes had been chosen already.
So paying there for the Tishana's Tidebinder. Okay.
Yeah, and then we just attack with 3 creatures. And the Wormlet can even get a counter from Mirex. Yeah.
Attack with everything.
And then
that's
GG.
game.
With 40 seconds on the clock, Antonio takes it down with blue and green and cookies.
Simic Cookies making 3-0 here in the Regional Championship Naples. I mean, I've saw and heard from Twitch chat that also this deck made top 8 in the Canadian Regional Championship.
Yeah.
So looks like Antonio wants to repeat the feat here now in the European Championship. Very excited to see this deck perform well because it's one of the decks that is not played a lot compared with Temur Analyst, which as we saw in the meta breakdown, it's the most played deck of the day. Do you know how many matches, if there's a lot of matches still left?
There seem to be 70 matches still in progress, if I'm not mistaken. Now, the presence of so many domain, blue-white, and analyst decks make it so that there are a lot of mirror matches. Mirror matches is 1, and 2 also like cross, like domain, blue-white analyst, analyst domain type of matchups, which will just naturally take a long time. And it doesn't matter how fast you play, you have to physically for example, resolve the fetches, and then take a long time to actually kill the opponent. And so, yeah, I do think that this will be a very long day. A very long day.
But all is worth it because one player tomorrow will be able to take off this trophy. 2 players will qualify for the World Championship. 36 players will qualify for the Pro Tour and also for the next regional championship. And over $100,000 in prizes here this weekend. Can we take a look at our players to watch? If we had that slide available, it would be great to see how the players that the public knows well are performing here this weekend. A lot of familiar faces. We had round 1, Gabriel Nassif versus Andrea Mengucci.
Yeah.
We have also Arne playing. We saw Marcio playing as well. So a lot of players that we know, streamers, pro players, playing this champion. And I think that's why people also really like to qualify, because not only do you have a chance to qualify for the Pro Tour or World Championship, but you can play against these players that you've been watching for the past years, that you've been following on Twitch. So very nice to see these familiar faces. Any player that you are excited to see perform this week?
That's a good question. I really like watching Arne play. There's also one player, Matson, who played Fair Breach some time ago, and he really plays that deck really well. Plays Analyst this weekend as well. Anyone else? Well, we've got a very proper Polish crew, Polish Mountain, Polska Górom type of thing, with Tomasz Sodomirski, Jędrek Schmidt, and a lot of others. Team KCT also represented today. So I'm definitely rooting for them this weekend.
I'm really excited to see Matej because some of you know, if you watch the past regional championships and you've been following the Legacy European Tour for a while, that Matej usually does cast these events with us. So it's a bit sad to not have him on the team this time, but he is playing. Last time I checked, it was 1-1. So I was really excited to see him back on these tournaments and back playing the regional championships. It's very exciting. I hope he does well. And there's a lot of other players, the Portuguese crew. I mean, I'm Portuguese, talking a bit about the players that I know were doing quite well, and we saw Marcio 2-0, I think was featured last round with Martin, Juza, and Will commentating. So overall, a very stacked weekend
field.
Here.
Very stacked field. And you still haven't mentioned, we haven't mentioned like half of the people we really want to talk about. Because we also have like Martin Dang, we've got Marco Del Pivo, Mattia Rizzi, Adrian Inigo Tastet, Oscar Christensen, who was on coverage some previous rounds. Like, there's just so many people. Elliot Bussault. Just the list goes on and on. Like, the field is absolutely stacked. If you counted it, well, we've got 800 players. We might have like, I wouldn't be surprised if like 5 to 10% of the field is just like the top, creme de la creme of the Magic Sphere.
Yeah, it's always nice to see players perform well over and over again. And also, I feel like then we root for these players that have been on the Legacy European Tour, that then make it into the Pro Tour, and we see how they performed well. I know that Arnie did very well, but also Sean from
the UK.
Will says that he's the best UK player at the moment. So really stacking up some great results. We have Simon Nielsen. I don't think he's playing here today, but that's because he's already qualified for everything and more, because he's been doing so well at an amazing year. But we have Christopher Larson playing as well. It's really nice to see. Now, I have a question for you, Philip. If you had to bring one deck for this tournament, what deck would it be and why?
Okay, so I'll break this down because it depends how much time would I have for preparation. If I had the time, I would play Legends. I'm not sure which build, which approach, but I would play Legends, definitely. Now, if I didn't have the time to prepare and I had to just submit a deck today to play tomorrow, for example, in like an abstract field, that would be Analyst, I think. But because I know there are a lot of Analyst decks and I would have to play the mirror and play against the domains and stuff, I would probably submit like blue-black control, maybe? Kind of like, maybe a blue-black control, maybe, or even go all the way underneath in a tricksy bit way and play Timur Prowess. I think that's my like off-the-wall type of choice, Timur Prowess.
The thing I feel is with 9 rounds day one and then day two, 6 rounds plus a cut to top eight. If you do well in the tournament, playing decks like you said, the Legends deck, Control, it can get really draining. Decks with a lot of triggers, even this Temur Analyst deck,
Yeah.
after a while, it gets really tiring. So I see, for example, some of my friends decided to bring Boris Convoke, which they always have 40 minutes in between rounds to just go outside, relax, while all the other players are still going into turns. And so just also sometimes players might choose these more aggressive decks like the Ban Toxic deck or Convoke just to have time in between rounds to relax.
Yeah, I don't even know the feeling of it because I've always played those longer grindier decks like Blue Eye Control, Blue Black Control, grinding station combo, and I've never really had the time in the rounds, and because I've never tasted it, I can't really say I miss it. And maybe that's for the better because if I did, then I might convert to playing these faster decks. So for now, I'm perfectly fine going to time or to time-ish every other round because I'm used to it. And also, I paid to play. I want to play. Just let me play. If I play 20 minutes of Magic every round, how much will I have played? I want to actually play the game, as much as I can.
And I have another question because this is the longest standard format that we have. I mean, in a while. We didn't have a rotation last year, so now the sets get around for longer in standard. Do you think this is one of the strongest standards that we had ever? Or what do you think was the strongest standard moments that we had?
That's a good question. I'm kind of thinking about the Sahili times immediately when we had both the Jeskai version and the 4-color energy version. Also the energy era altogether. But yeah, this one is definitely very strong. Trying to think back, Blue Green Oko.
Oh,
yeah,
I
that
was going
one.
to say that because I was playing GPs at the time and I played GP Leon in standard, and Oko was like 60% of the meta. Now we see the most played deck, it's like 10% of the
Yeah.
meta or something. It was over 60%. Just Oko decks with Gilded Goose into turn 2 Oko. And then right after that, we had the companions. Remember, we had Winota. So we had fires. A lot of standard, strong standard cards, and also I felt like a lot of cards were getting banned after ban. And right now, we haven't had a ban in a while. So the last ban was the Bankbuster, Invoke Despair, and Fable.
Yeah.
But that was months ago, and since then, no cards have been banned, and the meta seems to be really stable.
Yeah, it does seem like it. And also, there will be a rotation relatively soon, so we don't need to touch the format as it both seems pretty self-correcting but also healthy. And we'll have a shake-up naturally very soon. But the shake-up will actually change a lot because Timur Analyst is the most played deck, but it will lose the Capenna fetches, for example, which invalidates the whole idea, for example, right? So that immediately changes a lot because both the deck just is out of the equation, but also the decks that match up, for example, good against this deck lose a good matchup, or decks that had a bad matchup now don't have that bad matchup, so can be a bit better. So there could be a very full reshuffle of the structure of the metagame.
With OTJ, which was the last standard expansion, what decks have shined through? I mean, Slickshot Show Off, obviously a card that shows up more and more now, but any other cards that really impacted this format?
From the most recent set, I'm trying to think. 'Cause I can think of the MKM very easily
Yes.
because that gave us, for example, the Aftermath deck basically fully. From OTJ, maybe some tiny bow shenanigans are there. As you said, the
Slickshot Show
the
Off.
Slickshot Show Off for the red aggressive decks. I'm trying to think anything else that really stands out. Can you think of any?
Yeah, I was thinking like Slickshot is the one that really comes to mind because it immediately just made red decks much better and it enabled some new strategies. But I believe that that's the most impactful one. We also saw today the Tiny Bone join up play in the Legends deck. But other decks have been
Fastlands.
Fastlands, yeah.
Fastlands, yeah. Oh, 3 steps ahead. Oh, that's actually, yeah, that's a very, very big one for the interactive deck. 3 steps ahead.
Bonnie Paul as a sideboard in
Yeah.
giving another win condition to these Temur Analyst decks. So All
A
in
couple,
all,
yeah, a couple of really solid additions. A couple of really solid additions. Now, of course, for Bonnie Paul, you could probably play just more Titans of Industry. But Bonnie Paul seems to have that unique aspect to it that it's both a very big creature that it creates, the trigger that draws a card. It also ramps you on top of that, and it splits the power and toughness onto 2 bodies. And also, crucially, the first body, the smaller one that the opponent doesn't really want to kill, has a reach. And flying is a blind spot for a lot of decks, right? Because the opponent has like a 2/3 flyer and just deals 10 damage across multiple combats.
I've seen the Dust Animus playing some blue-white control decks. I think we saw it today on the sideboard of Gabriel Nassif. I thought maybe you would play even more because it's such a strong card, but just playing in sideboard for now. But I'm excited to see as well with the next sets. Obviously, the next big one is Modern Horizons, which is not going to impact Standard, but
Yeah.
it will impact Modern quite a bit. We already saw some cards being previewed. How do you feel about that set?
Oh, that's a big question. So I'm super excited for MH3. The biggest issue I have with it is I don't want to play Modern until it's out, until I know the cards, because I feel like everything will change. Why even bother? So that's the big minus. But of course, it's a small minus compared to the excitement of the fresh and new format. Now, I don't expect it to be fully radically changed. You won't lose decks overnight. Your Rakdos Griefs, your Murktides won't just disappear. Your grinding stations won't just disappear. But every deck will get a bit, maybe another piece to that puzzle. Just get a little bit better. Maybe we will revitalize some tier 3 decks that weren't really played, or we'll create new archetypes completely. Remember that we didn't have Izzet Murktide before we had Ragavan DRC and Murktide, right? The Unholy Heat experiment, which is the fact that the common card is the best removal spell in the format, also sharpened our eyesight, and we have to really look at, again, even the commons and uncommons, because again, there might be another Unholy Heat. And actually, there probably is in the 1-mana Harness Lightning. So I think it will be really deep. We've got content creators like Inspiring Spike creating full tier lists of all of the cards because there are just so many, and we can disagree on the placement, but the fact is we'll get like 50 maybe 100 properly playable cards. They don't have to be great, but they're playable, right? And some of them are just really bonkers. Personally, I'm probably the most excited to see how people approach the shifting woodlands, the green copy land, because you can take it in so many directions. Maybe in Titan, maybe in Reanimate, maybe in something completely different. Maybe chat has got some suggestions for their favorite MH3 card that we have seen so far. Maybe some flares, maybe some creatures, maybe some elves. Elves get a lot of love from that set, but I think what gets the most love are the black decks. The black decks, the reanimated decks, the sacrifice decks. Like, yeah, I would like to be a black mage walking into MH3, definitely. Who I'm not, but I wish I was.
Yeah, and some people asking about the matches. I don't think we have a feature match backup right now, and that is because the matches go pretty long. We saw there was 4 minutes left on the clock, or even less when this last one finished, but there's always some other match that goes into time. There's a lot of triggers, judge calls. All of that does delay a bit, so that's why we are trying to talk it through, so there's not such downtime in between rounds. We're doing our best to bring as many matches as we possibly can. Just sometimes really it is not possible, but if we can, we will always bring the most magic that we can. Another thing you can do to help is suggest what decks you want to see played, because sometimes we take a look, and if chat really wants to see mono black or Golgari Midrange or your Prowess deck, we might find a player that is doing pretty well with it, and if that's the case, it can be feature match in the future rounds. So really excited to see different archetypes, like we just saw the Simic cookie deck.
Yeah, out of 400 matches right now, because we've got 800 people, so divided by 400 matches, just 9 are in progress. So we are actually approaching the end of the round, but bear in mind that, again, the more people you have, the higher the chance that some people will go to rounds and then go to turns. And then when they are in turns, there is this kind of classic approach, which I don't think is good, which is, well, now the clock is off because in the extra turns, we might as well play a bit slower and they take our time, which is kind of the opposite. which makes everything a bit longer. Also, there are judge calls and adding extra time, so some people might even still be playing within their allotted time because of some time extension. So yeah, a lot of logistics coming in here. If you haven't experienced it, if you haven't been especially on the back end of what's going on, it's really hard to imagine how many moving pieces there are. But there are a lot. There are definitely a lot of moving parts to the tournament logistics.
Philip, you know what my favorite standard deck is?
What?
So, unfortunately, nobody's playing it right now because it's not the most competitive, but just for fun, I really like Golgari Obliterator Fight.
Ooh, regains?
So, no, what you do is just you play Tail Swipe, which is a fighting spell
Yeah.
for 1 mana instant speed, and then you have your Obliterator.
Yeah.
And now the mana base for Golgari is actually really good. And you fight your Obliterator with something else that your opponent is, for example, an Atraxa or like a big creature, and then they have to sacrifice the
Yeah.
permanents equal to the power. So that's pretty mean, but unfortunately, it's not a very viable deck for these kind of tournaments.
Yeah, I assume the issue is that it's a 4 mana creature that gets just leyline bound very easily. But then on the flip side, if you combine it with like both Sages in the deck, maybe some Terra Sunder. I think Terra Sunder is also in the
Yes.
format. So I guess you could make something out of it. Now, if I were to build a deck, I think I would explore yeah, that Timur Prowess and Legends are the two decks that really speak to me, you know? Timur Prowess because it's an aggressive deck that can play a long game, an interactive game. That's important. But also Legends, which can be built in so many different ways, and the opponent never really knows. I mean, in this tournament, they literally know. We've got the deck list. But normally they don't know which way you're going. And I've seen like Legends decks, but they don't play only Legends because you don't have to play only Legends, and they play good creatures, for example, Graveyard Trespasser, as a way to disrupt the opponent, even though that's literally not a legend because that's allowed. You can also play spells that like negate. That's also allowed. So finding the balance is interesting. So which creatures, which should be legendary, how many spells, but also the combination of Rona, Relic, Rotstein. I mean, it's just so much fun. Of also Slowgurk.
Yeah, I'm
Naturally.
excited to see that deck into play later today, but I think this is going to be it for round 3. Will Hall and Martin Juza will be your hosts for round 4, and we'll bring you much more magic. Me and Philip will be back for round 5, so stay tuned and we will be back soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the European Championships. We are bringing you standard 9 rounds all day until we take that cut to day 2. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as TheWillHallExp. This is Hall of Famer Martin Juza, and we are so happy that you're all joining us. We know there's a little bit of downtime and a little bit of delay. We're having some technical issues behind the scenes. We're trying to do our best for you all. But, we'll make sure that this round goes perfectly smooth for all you beautiful people watching. I'm going to have a little recap of what's happened if you're just tuning in. I'm very aware, all the Americans in chat right now, welcome. I hope you had a good sleep, but we've got a lot of magic in store for you all today. We started with 810 players this morning, all battling out in standard open deck list. That bit is key, and the format is standard. They are trying to get themselves an X and 3 or better record to get invited back to day number 2. And tomorrow is where all the marbles are on the line. That's where the Pro Tour invites are, the World invites, and the trophy, as well as their share of $100,000 cash prize. Let's see if we get those up on the screen. This is how it's going to break down. Just have a quick glance of that and how it all works. Basically, there is a lot of money on the line, and we're going to pay down all the way to 64th place. The better you do, the more money you're going to get, the more prizes you're going to get. But realistically, everyone wants to get to the Pro Tour. They want to go to Amsterdam, which is only happening in Europe in a couple of months' time. Format for that is going to be modern. But this weekend it is all standard. And we have got some, good players in the room. We've got Europe's best all battling it out. We've got some players that are currently sat at 3-0. Martin, tell me, who are we looking at right now? Who's sitting well so far this weekend?
Yeah, obviously the list is very long. It's just been 3 rounds, so impossible to list all the 3 players. But some of the well-known names, local player, Samuel Strati, Pro Tour winner, 3-0. Your boy.
My boy Ben Jones. Let's go.
3-0, undefeated. We have Emmanuel Gershenson is 3-0. We have Sean Godard.
Another Brit. Let's go.
Continuing his very successful run from Pro Tour Seattle last month, also at 3-0. We have Kai Knipping, also known as Solaris on Twitch. 3-0. We have Ali Antrazi representing the US here with an undefeated record. He does have a draw though, drawing with
Carvalho last round.
Carvalho last round. We have also Adrian Inigo Tosted, who is, I believe, the winner of one of the European regional championships from past season. So lots of
still lots to play for. We're only going into round 4 now. I'm going to see if we can get the meta breakdown up on the screen for you all as well at home to kind of see what 810 players meta game breakdown. This is how it splits up amongst them. Obviously happening, there's a couple RCs this weekend. I believe the Australian one, the most played deck, was Boris Convoke. That is the 4th most played deck here.
Wow.
Looking at our most played deck, Team Analyst.
111 Team Analyst.
Would you have called that?
Yeah, yesterday when we were talking about that, we were discussing that some of the well-known players, this is a deck that they really like. We have Sean playing it. We have Andrea Mengucci, I believe, is playing Teamer. Marco Del Pivo was playing Teamer. Lots of the well-known players chose to play the combo deck, so very popular amongst the experienced players. Azorius Control, popularized by Gabriel Nassib, Yuta Takahashi at the Pro Tour. Esper Midrange, the most played deck at the PT. I'm kind of surprised to not see a couple more Esper players, but I guess people just kind of want to play something else. It's been a while of just having Esper be 30% of the metagame, and I think people just kind of want to play something else. And this opens up, the opportunity for Ben Toxic to come back, because now there is a lot of slow decks. So now you can play the decks like Toxic and Convoke. These decks are all of a sudden very well positioned, and it's kind of nice how the metagame keeps changing every week.
I was speaking to Sean. He was saying about this team. He doesn't think it's in as good a place this weekend as it was at the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
Like Pro Tour, it was kind of not a breakout deck. It was on people's radars, but not as much as it is now. So it's going to be interesting to see what everyone else this weekend brought to try and battle against that, what key cards they've managed to find. Obviously, Elish Norn is the one that's kind of really pops to the top of the list. That really can kind of shut that deck down. And then Control, we said it's quite creature-heavy meta at the minute, so playing Control with all those sweepers in it makes a lot of sense. And then, we've got the mid-range and we've got the aggro decks trying to take prey on them.
Actually, if you take a look, it says Domain Ram 55, Domain Control 21. Those are usually the same decks. So that would move Domain to the 3rd place.
It'll be interesting to see how this converts from day 1 to day 2, but I think the players are ready and sat down to go. So let's go down to that and tell you what our main feature match this round is going to be. Looks like we got Bant Toxic versus Grigori Midrange. So,
And if I remember correctly, Fabian was playing the LCQ yesterday, and he managed to make the top 8, I believe, and he's continuing the streak today with just winning all the matches with Bant Toxic. So here you go. If you thought that the standard metagame was all mid-range decks, it was a mid-range fest. That clearly changes with all these slower decks and with combo and blue-black control, blue-white control, and domain showing up in big numbers, it is time to bring back Toxic and Convoke and sort of punish these decks for playing too many expensive cards.
Look, it's like chalk and peanut butter and jelly. Me and then the deck that does infect damage or toxic damage on screen. I'm more than happy about that. As we start off, we've got a Scrove Hive on the battlefield. That's a great enchantment. Every time we get ourselves a 1/1 might, we'll lose 1 life. Once our opponent is corrupted, which of course means they have 3 poison counters or more, then a lot more or poison counters, as they've kind of got the token on the screen there for us. Once there was 3 or more, then all our creatures will also gain a lifelink, and that obviously can dramatically change the course of the game, especially in a combat-orientated meta that we're in at the minute. On the other side, this is one of the new cards from OTJ. It's the Bronco. It can obviously it's saddle free. Maybe that will come apparent later on, but definitely going to be on blocking duties now.
And this is the ideal start if you're playing Toxic. You go turn 1 drop, turn 2 Skrell's Hive while your opponent has a tapped land in play. I mean, Golgari midrange is as good as it gets in terms of midrange decks. With having some interaction. Kai is actually playing 3 copies of Duress main. His version is a lot more aggressive than what you probably saw at the Pro Tour, where the curve was a little bit higher with cards like Archfiend of the Draws and Shieldred and multiple copies of Gix's Command. Now the curve is a little bit lower. Kai's playing 3 copies of Duress main, 4 copies of Bronco, 2 Liliana. He has a lot of removal. He has some extra removal actually in the form of Shoot the Sheriff. So he's actually decently well set up to fight against the banned Toxic deck.
Here comes a Dress on the stack. We already spoke about your favorite art of Dress. Let me know in chat what's your favorite art. What do you end up using the most?
That is Charge of the Mites, I believe, in response, making 2 tokens. So Fabian going super, super wide, having 4 creatures on the battlefield on turn 3.
So it's just how we kind of wrote up. Yeah, we just need to get that corrupted on. Once we get corrupted on, then we're going to start getting all our creatures gaining a life link. More importantly is we're making a creature every turn, so we can afford to turn all our creatures sideways, let one get blocked because it's going to get almost regenerated next turn. Removal spells 1 for 1 doesn't feel great when you're targeting a token. These mites might just end up going super wide, and that's one of the advantages of these banned Toxic decks. We know that that there has been no more toxic mechanic creatures printed in Standard since Phyrexia Orbi 1, but they were that powerful that they're still able to be around, still be able to be a viable deck. Just gains a few more, as we spoke about yesterday. The biggest advantage to it was the untapped lands were kind of the biggest advantage to this. These banned Toxic decks, just having your mana a bit more clean, coming into play a little bit untapped, so you can start tailing off your spells. Not take as much damage.
This deck would absolutely not work if you had to play some of the slow lands, or if you had to play the creature lands that just come into play tap. That would just completely slow your early game, and casting your 1 drop on turn 2. That's just not gonna work. And this is a great draw from Fabian, who revealed a bounce spell and march to the Duress. So Kai's like, okay, well, I can take your bounce spell, but you still have the march. You can just, as you mentioned, just turn the creature sideways. 3 of the creatures are gonna get through. Oh wait, that was a Duress plus the knight.
Yeah,
so
plus the knight.
That's actually pretty good for Kai, who's been able to play 3 spells the first 3 turns as well.
This still turns on corrupt though. 2 coming through means the 3 toxic counters going to 3 poison counters will mean that we are going to be corrupted now. So all our creatures do gain lifelink, and some of the other spells in our deck actually do a little bit more on top of that now. Some of the counter magic that we can potentially have, but we'll work through that once, or if we end up seeing in this match.
Yeah, now Kai is pretty much forced to hold back because he really needs to have all the blockers for the tokens. But Fabian has a lot of time. He can just kind of
We've just got that march in hand.
Yeah, he can just kind of build his board over the next couple of turns and then just cast a big march to phase out 3, 4, or 5 creatures on Kai's side of the battlefield. So Kai's going to need to find a way to turn the corner quickly. He does have a cut down in hand, so this is as good as it gets for Kai in game 1.
Just 1 for 1 in though against tokens is not ideal, especially when they're making 1 extra a turn. Lose 1 life, make 1 more extra might. Yeah, we're going to put it kind of the old Bitter Blossom effect. Bitter Blossom back in the day, making 1/1 flying fairies. So this might be a little bit of an upgrade.
the Poison Bitter Blossom.
Oh, I like that. Let's call it. Let's
I
call
was
it.
wondering why like blue-white control doesn't play that in the sideboard. Maybe like if there's a lot of control now, why don't you just sideboard your own Bitter Blossom in the blue-white mirror? Like, hey, there's a turn 2 Skrell's Hive. What do you have to
What are
get
you
rid
gonna
of
do?
it?
They play the land, right? They play the Myrics, so
Right.
that's nice. So maybe you're right. Maybe this is a better way of breaking control mirrors. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Then we'll buy your Scroll Highs.
I'm sure if you play it against like blue-black, that they don't actually have an answer.
Not near. Once it's on the battlefield, it's not coming off.
GG.
Okay, we're going to turn these sideways. 3 blockers, 4 attackers.
That's an aggressive attack. Because Kai does have 3 blockers, so one of those mites would be getting through.
Well, one of them can get +2/+1, so can trade
Okay,
with
so
one
one of them
these.
is going to be a trade. 2 of those are essentially chump attacking.
If there's a cut down, I imagine that's getting fired off here, right? And the one that's being targeted.
Yeah, I think Kai wants to protect his life total, or rather his poison status here.
The Seed Core is a really cool card. You know, once we are corrupted, it means that we can target a 1 power, 1 toughness creature, giving it +2/+1. And I think that's where the cut down is going to come down before that is applied. Or no, maybe we're just taking the other one out. We're taking no damage here. The one that you're pumping, we're going to shoot that, and then we're going to block the other 3.
Yeah, I think Kai is happy to just trade one of the creatures as long as it keeps Fabian's board essentially clear. Just a new token from new Skrell's Hive. There's a Skrelv.
I do like the line that you spoke about last time, where what happens if we just keep making just keep going wide. We don't need to attack every turn. We just need to attack on that one key turn, and knowing that we've got the march in hand, potentially we could remove 3 blockers from combat, and that just might be enough to get across the line.
Yeah, I would be very tempted at just trying to take it slow here. Like, you can't race. Once Kai starts racing, then it's gonna be even easier for Fabian to push poison through. So just sitting back, building that creature count thanks to the Skrell's Hive certainly looked very appealing, but looks like the board is about even right now. Skrell's Hive still doing some work. Maybe Fabian's hoping to save that march for like a big turn with Venerated Rot Priest. It's also a nice way to close games.
Okay, we're going to flip, but it wasn't crude though, right? So I think we lose 4 life. And then like infect damage, which we used to, we see that a lot in we used to see it a lot in Legacy and Modern. Now with Toxic, the different mechanic, it adds poison counters, but also does normal damage.
Yeah.
So taking a bunch of life isn't always going to be free against this deck. It can just win through normal damage if needs be.
Looks like Fabian goes for the.
We're going to be discarding otherwise. The ETB is going to be discarded, so we might as well fire it off. Fade out one of those creatures on the other side. And maybe Skrelv and some mites can get in 2 toxic at a time. Definitely a big draw step. Yeah, don't forget the trigger. Definitely need to add another mite. Lose 1 life. Didn't get a good look at what that was off the top. And what would be a good top deck? Maybe a charge of the mites again, just to kind of rebuild our board. Rot Priest potentially could be good. And another Skrelv Hive, obviously great in multiples, making that board pretty big. And it looks like, we're going to pay 2 life to turn this mite sideways, giving it protection from black, which means it can't be blocked, can't be targeted. 2 toxic, remember, because it has toxic 1 and also gains an additional toxic 1.
Yeah, Fabian decides to play the land. That makes sense. I mean, you know your opponent's deck list. They're running multiple copies of Hostile Investigator, Liliana, so there's no reason to keep lands in hand.
Also, land number 3, so we can start making mites with the Myrics. So now we're potentially making 2 tokens a turn, which again can go super wide, especially while they've all got lifelink. It doesn't matter that they can't block. We're still going to be able to gain up a bunch of life every time we turn them sideways.
Yeah, I think now let me take a look at Kai's deck. Actually, if he does have,
we both lean forward at the same time, so like you can't see. Well, camera chat. We have to look forward to see if there's any cards in this deck that can actually pull away from it. I'm seeing 2 Gix's command.
Yeah, I think that's the card that Kai is hoping to draw now. Now that we're in the mid game. Oh, tapping 5 mana.
Oh no,
smells a lot like Gix's code. There it is.
Now, what do we put the counters on? Are we putting it on the Bronco? Yeah, we are.
Yeah, I think this is going to allow Kai to keep all 3 creatures on his side of the battlefield and sweep Fabian's board, destroying everything that has 2 or less power. Given that Fabian has no cards in hand, I don't see a way out of that except for activating Seed Core, which is essentially the same thing as activating Myrex at the end of turn. Although this would allow him to keep Skrelv instead of a token, so he does go for that.
Yeah, I like that. I don't mind that at all. It's like the best of a bad situation. We're not in a great place. 15 life, still reasonably good cushion, but there's a lot of power on the other side. I think we've got 11 damage could be coming across this turn with no blockers and nothing in the way. I don't think Fab can get 5 toxic across next turn.
Revealing a black green fast line, I believe.
Yeah, that's no damage.
Blooming Marsh.
It's kind of the old Bob effect.
Yeah,
Dark Confidant.
Yeah. Remember when that was one of the top 5 creatures in Magic?
I'm pretty sure I've spent a lot of money buying my playset of them back in the day, and now just look at them like, you have good memories. We haven't spoke about the Thundergrowth's now a token, really, but this is standard. We're not going to talk about too much modern here. We're going to get in some damage. That's going to be 1 more toxic, 3 more points of damage. The might was found. Would a March save us here? A March off the top, we could phase them out. We could live another turn.
Yeah, and potentially also, perhaps in some way, attack for lethal.
Yeah, 1, 2, maybe. I don't know. But
yeah,
we're gonna find out together.
You just have to chain marches. Chain marches is your way out of this. Draw a march now.
Yeah, the creature land is only a 4/4 as well, so that wouldn't be enough to kill in one shot.
And then just draw another march next turn for 4 creatures and swing in the meantime.
When I was playing 2-headed giant with this Bronco, we had it and attacked, crewing it, and I flipped a 7 drop, did 14 damage and 2-headed giant. It was beautiful.
In 2-headed giant, can your teammate crew the Bronco for you?
If they can, I don't know, but I end up crewing. I don't think they can, but chat will let us know, I'm sure.
Okay.
All right, we're going to turn everything sideways. There was no march. That is going to be game 1 going to kind of left of your screen. This is an open deck list tournament, so both players now are going to have 3 minutes to look at each other's deck, kind of see what's in the sideboard, have a little think to themselves, how do I think my opponent will sideboard against me, and then try to counteract that. But us here in the booth, we get to get those deck lists up on the screen for you. So let's have a little look. Starting off on Kai's side, game up now. What do you like in this sideboard, and what do you like bringing in? Yeah,
this is where it gets usually much worse for Toxic, because your opponents are going to be able to bring in all the sweepers. I mean, Kai already has 2 Gixis Commands main, which is
backbreaking, as we saw.
Pretty backbreaking, but it is expensive. After sideboard, though, that's going to change. 3 copies of Path of Peril. Those are 100% coming in. Tranquil Frillback probably coming in as well, as it can destroy an enchantment. I think Kai will be boarding out some of the expensive cards, like Hostile Investigator is not a card that's very good in a matchup like this. It's in your deck mostly against blue-black control, blue-white control, the slower decks. So the cheap removal comes in. I think the 4th copy of Duress is also coming in. Tear Asunder, a little bit expensive if you're targeting non-enchantment nor non-artifact. But if you need extra removal, it can certainly come in. Cut down 100% coming in as well. And I think we might see Archfiend of the Draws, actually, because that's a way to turn the corner pretty quickly. I'm not sure if I would keep Liliana on the draw. It's expensive. It's basically a 3-mana edict.
Yeah.
Which is just not fast enough.
It's normally okay against we've seen Liliana be one of the best cards against infect back in the day, and I think in those infect builds you're all reliant on 1 creature, so that's why we saw it being really good.
Exactly.
And then she could start attacking the hand. But in this format, in these builds of Banned Toxic, it's very much token orientated and going wide.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why I think I fully agree with you there that Liliana might not be the best card in this.
Having Liliana on turn 3 when your opponent has a Crawling Chorus in play that just turns into another Might, or they have a Skrell's Hive. That's just you're gonna spend 3 mana to basically not even deal with a 1-drop. So I would probably board that out at least on the draw, and I would just try to make a game plan where I have cheap removal and creatures that can turn the corner really quickly. So that Archfiend actually looks pretty decent. Plus all the cards that cut down Duress and the 2-mana removal spells.
Yeah, this is sort of the deck that we want to kind of try and dodge if we're on the Toxic side, right? We want to be going against the control decks, not the mid-range decks.
Exactly.
Because famously mid-range normally beats the aggro. Right, let's have a little look at the Banned Toxic list. This is the 75. A lot of blue spells in that sideboard. What do you like bringing in?
Yeah, this is the thing. Toxic doesn't have a great sideboard. And while you might be able to bring in, Destroy Evil against something like Esper, if they have Rafina, they have Wedding Announcement, they have, Sheldred and multiple other cards that have 4 toughness, here, one of the main cards that Golgari has is Glissa, which is 3/3. The way the Glissa has First Strike and Death Touch, nothing really attacks through it. It can destroy your own Skrell's Hive. So Glissa does have a lot of use in the matchup, and the fact that Destroy doesn't kill it makes me kind of hesitant to bring that in, even though it does destroy the bigger creatures like Sheoldred, like Archfiend of the Dross. But other than that, it doesn't look particularly great. So I think the only cards I would like to have are the bounce spells and the marches, and I would just kind of have to hope that I'm gonna get under my opponent being on the play, and then maybe have bring the ending against their Path of Peril or their Gix's Command. So this is certainly a matchup where
it's tempo on here. We're going to have to relate to our game plan. We know there is no mid to late game because we're just not going to be able to win that, really. The cards line up too well on the other side for us. We need to get that early 1 drop into 2 drop into potentially some sort of counter magic, protection magic, and try and hope that almost that they stumble and we can take advantage of that and take that to a game number 3.
Fabian's going to need to have a good draw, basically. Like, if he ever stumbles, then Kai's going to be able to take advantage of that. And one thing I want to mention, looking at this list, that's exactly what we have been discussing, is I love the fact that Fabian is playing 1 copy of Spell Pierce, and also 1 copy of Aspirant's Ascent. Having those in the main deck mean that when your opponents study your deck lists, they instantly, you're running Spell Pierce, you're running a protection spell. So now I should think hard about whether I want to keep my removal spell for your turn and do it on your own turn, or if it's better for me to just not risk you having the Spell Pierce and just play my my card on my own turn, which does open you up to playing, Slaughter Singer and attacking for more toxic, or do some things with the Seed Core, or whatever you may have. So these one-offs, despite looking kind of innocent or maybe not that relevant if it's just 1 card in a 60-card deck, they actually matter quite a lot in open deck lists.
Yeah, that's the open deck. This is a completely different way we build our decks. Well, let's head back down to the table, see how they're getting on sideboarding. Looks like they are drawing the opening hands. Do they like them or not? We're going to find out shortly. I think we've seen Ban Toxic quite a lot. We still haven't seen Rot Priests. It's like the one card we just haven't seen. Yeah. It's almost arguably the best 1 drop we can play on turn 1, but instead we're going to end up playing the a Crawling Chorus.
Yeah, I actually, against the decks with a lot of removal, and especially 4 cut downs, I like to start on Chorus anyway, because that's a card they generally don't want to spend their cut down on turn 2, on turn 1. So it typically just gets in for the first points of damage without any issues. And a great start for Fabian again, who does have the Chorus into his own Toxic Bitter Blossom.
Skrell Hive doing well. It's a repeat of game 1. Hopefully, you can capitalize on this game 2, though, and take us to a game 3. Remember, this is 9 rounds today of standard action. Players need a record of 6 and 3 or better to get into day number 2, and that's where all the prizes will be on the line. And we'll be talking about that a lot throughout today's show and tomorrow. But more importantly here, this is the tempo start we're talking about. Advancing our board while also bouncing back our creatures from our opponent's side. Our creatures are costing 1, theirs are costing 2. So taxing their mana a little bit, and while we're able to get some chip damage in, get those toxic counters
flying up. If you were ever wondering what tempo means, this is a good example of a tempo play. Bounce spells are basically tempo cards. They buy you a little bit of tempo, they make you go faster, set the opponent back, but at the cost of card advantage. You're losing cards by setting your opponent back a little bit, but they're not really losing cards themselves because you're just bouncing it back to their hand. They can replay the cards. But Fabian's plan here is to make the game end before Kai is able to replay all the cards or effectively use most of the cards in his hand.
And this is why you were talking in sideboarding, why we have to reduce our mana curve in this deck going into game 2, because these band decks can just basically do that. They will restrict your mana. They'll do bounce things back. We see an attack there. This is to get the corrupt to counters up to 3. Now corrupt to be. It's not corrupt counters. The mechanic corrupt is now live. We are at 3 poison counters.
Yeah, now the poison creatures have lifelink thanks to the Skrell's Hive. There's another one actually. So yeah, now Fabian can do the same thing as he could have done in game 1. Just go wide. Make 2 tokens every turn.
That is the one card we do not want to see.
Oh, yeah.
A Glistener Sunslayer. First
Glissa is
strike, Death Touch, 3/3. When it deals damage, you can draw a card, lose a life, destroy target enchantment, or remove up to 3 counters from target permanent. And one of these mites, they've got text on them says they cannot block. So we might not have to scrub highs on the battlefield for much longer. This card, by the way, if you just look at the stats for 3 mana, this is an amazing card. I've always said that. I was like, this card looks disgusting. This could almost be modern playable.
if you printed this card in the year 2000, the card would be worth $500 or something. It does a lot for 3 mana, and yeah, it's one of those cards that Ben Toxic doesn't really want to see on the other side of the battlefield. I think what we were talking about exactly happened. I think Fabian does have a Destroy Evil in hand that's unfortunately not going to be very useful.
Could we pump the creature somehow? What we have in the deck? We've got is it type creature gets +1/+? So we could use the Aspirant's Ascent on that, give it +1/+3, and then use the Destroy Evil. So I'm not saying that it's good, but something like a Fading Hope would be a lot better, being able to bounce it back. Maybe even a 7 Snare could get it off the battlefield for a turn.
Yeah, or if this turn, if Fabian has a March and he's able to phase out the 2 creatures, next turn he has 5 attackers, that would be good enough. After that, if the Nissa is attacking to destroy the Skrell's Hive when your opponent already has 5 or 7 creatures, that's typically way too late. But all of this also just buys Kai time, right? Kai is perfectly happy if the opponent says, hey, I'm going to try to play the long game. Sure, let's do that. My deck has 3 Path of Peril and 2 copies of Gix's Command. So yeah, let's play the long game. I'm eventually going to draw one of my 5 sweepers.
Kai's in tank. Maybe this is where it gets scary. It's like, can I not attack? Like, it just seems too good to go to attacks. And decides, yep, we're going to attack sideways. And here comes that march that you were speaking about. Phase out both of these creatures. So then, phase out doesn't remove counters or enchantments that are attached to them. And it just literally removes them until the I believe it's Fab's next turn. Beginning of your next turn. Oh my word. Okay.
Oh baby, that is brutal.
Well, that's just going to be the destroy all creatures power 2 or less, and then the other command sides don't really do much. There's nothing in the graveyard. There's no creatures to pick counters on. So just passing the turn back. 2 mites made, 2 life lost. Rough. That's rough. All right, Jawbone. Like that. This is like the 1-2 punch is starting to scrub into Jawbone, because Jawbone can end up doing 4 toxic in just 1 attack by having a scrub ability attached to it. Creatures don't get summoning sickness from phasing back in either. That's going to be key here. And Kai is going to be fully aware of that, and is going to start off with combat. Here comes a Fading Hope, getting it back off the battlefield. That's going to be a Scry 1 attached to it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, looking into Fabian's mana, this was a pretty telegraphed Fading Hope, because what I think Fabian could have done was just play the Jawbone Duelist and hold up the Seed Core. Which would have made the Duelist 3 power first strike creature, so it would have been able to trade with Glissa. The problem was that, if Kai has a removal spell, then all of a sudden your untapped Seed Core cannot cast the Fading Hope. So Fabian decided to just play it safe, bounce a Glissa to keep his Skrell's Hives around, which certainly makes sense because now he just wants to rebuild his board.
Graveyard Trespasser played for the turn. That's going to exile a creature from the graveyard, gain us 1 life, lose 1 life of Fab on the right of your screen.
Yeah, and you might be thinking, why is there a Graveyard Trespasser? This is not a graveyard deck. That's what we were talking about. You need to lower the curve. If you play against a deck like Mono Red, Boros Convoke, Ban Toxic, all you need to do is have creatures in the early game to be able to block, and then eventually turn the corner with one of your big cards, one of the sweepers. But you just need to make sure you don't fall too far behind just because you didn't have a play on turn 2 or 3.
Okay, so we lose another 2 life. I think that might be another Jawbone in hand, maybe. It's definitely a white Phyrexian. We're going to get in there with the Jawbone. Okay, I like this. I can give it +2, +1 if you block it. If you do, then great. I'm probably going to end up killing, or at least trading with your creature. My Skrell Hives stick around. Or I'm able to get 2 of your creatures off the battlefield. If you don't block, well, you're going to be taking 2 more toxic damage.
Yeah, Fabian doing everything in his power to pressure Kai as much as possible, trying to push the damage through, to play around the sweepers to some extent. But Kai's deck is pretty well set up, or as best set up as he could have made it against the aggressive decks, given that he's playing a lot of cheap cards in the main deck. Even playing 3 copies of Duress just to lower the curve a little bit and also prepare for the aggro decks. I was actually talking to him on Friday, and I was asking about the matchup with Blue White because normally when you think about a deck like Blue White Control, a Golgari midrange deck would probably be your best matchup.
Pretty
right?
rough, yeah.
A bunch of sorcery speed creatures, Gix's commands, and cards that don't really do a whole lot. That's what you want to play with a deck full of sweepers and counter spells, right? But the fact that Kai plays 3 Duresses, 2 Lilianas, 2 hostile investigators, his deck is actually pretty well set up against control as well.
So that's we're gonna throw the knight under the bus, so to speak. But that it does go to like exile. We can play it next turn. We can draw a card, lose a life. So that's why it's kind of tapped sideways in the graveyard. Day Night being tracked by both players. Think what you think about that mechanic, but it's going to flip, which now means we've got a 4/4 werewolf on the battlefield, and double triggers if it does get turned sideways in the attack phase. Kai's in the tank, 3 cards in hand. Don't think we've got a creature land amongst all of our lands down there. Is this the time we start turning things sideways? Yeah, it is. Here comes the Sun Slayer. Because this does damage, we might see 1 less Scroll Hive on the battlefield.
That Glissa entered the battlefield on turn 3, and this is turn what? Turn 7 when she's finally able to deal with that Scroll's Hive. So Fabian did a pretty good job of delaying the destroying of the Scroll's Hive with the ability building a big board in the meantime. But is that going to be enough?
2 drop. Okay, we're gonna get a Bronco. Yeah, I think we're just going full defense now. Deploy as many creatures as we can. Maybe we keep a removal spell. We'll Besage You, because you're a legendary creature on the battlefield, so we Besage You this last Scroll Hive. Go get yourself basic, put it into play, but 1 point the Scroll Hive is down. Dealing with both of them this turn is very, very good for Kai moving forward in this match.
Yeah, and dealing with that Scroll's Hive also means that the creatures will now lose lifelink for Fabian.
Yeah.
So now, yeah, this is exactly what usually happens. Like, you need to survive the early game, and then once you build your own board, the green-black deck is able to turn the corner pretty quickly. Especially, if you lost whatever 10 life this game, whatever that was, with the Skrell's Hive tokens, without being able to attack and gain the life back with lifelink.
So March off the top.
That's a start. Yeah.
Phasing out a bunch of creatures means that we can get to 9 toxic, I believe. Got 4, 5 on the battlefield, 6 on the battlefield at 3. So yeah, we can put them within 1.
Can we do land, Rot Priest, March? Would that be enough? I think that's
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Was the Xaxes coming back the other way? So we might not even be in a position that we're able to do that. I think, yeah, we're just gonna.
Wow. But this attack, it's just
I say it's not great.
Just doesn't feel good. Like, you get in for 2 poison, or 2 toxic, but is that the plan? When the creatures can't block, right? So like, what else can you do? It's not like they're gonna be useful in your opponent's turn.
They also can't attack if you are at 0 life points, which might end up happening fab. So get in there. You never know. It also gives Kai kind of something to think about. Like, okay, what could they have? How would this go bad for me? Maybe make some awkward blocks going on here. I think he's just gonna look, I'm blocking all 3. 1 can get through. What do you want to do? You do have the seed course. You can pump 1 to trade, giving it +2/+1, and I think we're happy for that to happen. So 1 toxic gets added, 1 creature to the graveyard. 3 might say bye-bye. And do we have any other plays, or are we going to try and work on this Mirrex? Obviously, couldn't get in there with the Jawbone, because as I said,
Kai is perfectly happy making these blocks. Like,
oh yeah,
sure, I'll take 1. We'll make some trades, but I mean, this still favors me.
So it looks like upkeep. We're going to now destroy evil, discarding another Mirrex.
Yeah, and this is destroy evil, just not being great in the matchup. There's just not that many good targets.
Maybe he was worried about like an Archfiend or an Atraxa.
Right.
Not Atraxa, a Shield Dread, sorry. Like in some situations, it's great, and you're like, oh well, you got me. Other times, it's like, okay, this is stuck in my hand. It's not great. Much rather that be some sort of tempo orientated card in this matchup. So we're going to go a card deeper now using the second ability on Sun Slayer. Lose 1 life, draw another card. It's going to be another Bronco in the battlefield. 1 card left in hand for Kai. Bab going to be untapping. No cards in hand. Drawing off the top of the deck needs to be good. And get a good look at what it was. They're in the tank. Remember, there's a lot on the line. Both players 3-0, trying to get themselves to that excellent free record to get themselves into day number 2. Tomorrow, that is where all the big prizes are. That's where the Pro Tour is. That's where the World Invites are. That's where the title European Champion we will be crowning tomorrow. I do like there's a lot of banned Toxic kind of filtering towards the top table as well. If you're walking around, there's a lot of them. I'll see a couple of mirror matches as well. So, you know, means that they've got to be doing something well in the room, especially with the slower control decks like Team Analyst. We spoke about how it can gain a lot of life in the earlier turns, recurring all those lands. Banned Toxic doesn't really mind about that too much because it's got an alternate win condition with the poison counters.
Yeah, most of the players that are playing the slow decks like Blue-Black Control or Team Analyst that I was talking today, that they said, yeah, I don't want to play against Banned. Banned's one of the matchups I don't want to face, and there's actually quite a lot of it. So
maybe that's why we're seeing it filter up towards the top tables here. But unfortunately, Fab running into one of the Gruul mid-range decks, not a favorable matchup. Doesn't mean it's not unwinnable. I'm trying to work out what that card is. Oh, I think we've got a Rot Priest finally. I think that's Rot Priest at the top of the screen. I think it's a foil one or something like that, and the light's hitting it a little bit weird. And the Kai's like, oh, I'm turning everything sideways. Here comes 8 points of damage. You need to go on blocking duty. Dress is what's going to get flipped. Going to lose 1 life here for Kai. 1 point needs another card in hand, though. Don't have great blocks, but at least we do have blocks. If we block like this, it means we'll drop to 2. And the Jawbone's going to trade with the Bronco. Kai's going to be very happy about that, I imagine. Taps the Sunslayer to signal that we're going to lose 1 life and draw another card, go a card deep. And this is what the mid-range decks do. Right now we're kind of getting one of our engines going. We're kind of grinding out this card advantage against these aggro decks, which really don't have great ways to refill their hand.
Yeah, it's interesting how many of these like 3-mana engines or snowbally cards Standard has. It's Wedding Announcement, it's Rafina, it's Gix, it's Glissa. Like there's like 12 different 3-mana cards in Standard that if they stay in play for a couple of turns, then you're just gonna get a lot of free cards, or just too big of an advantage from them, and the game is just gonna slowly go in your favor.
Terra Sunder for its kicker cost means that we can get that Rot Priest. It's going to be an exile though. Definitely doesn't go to the graveyard. I'll make sure I just get that changed.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything Fabian can do with his graveyard, but it still needs to resolve properly. So
keeping Twitch chat happy. And yeah, here's another non-blocker. You're going to kill me on the backswing. GG's. And Kai is going to take us down in advance to a 4-0. We do have a backup feature match though, so we're going to head straight across to that now.
Congratulations to Kai. Yeah, moving 4-0 with the Golgari deck.
Okay, now it looks like we have got Casper versus Rocco, the main ramp versus Simic Artifacts. I haven't seen the Simic Artifacts deck before. This is this is something new to me this weekend. Yeah, haven't seen it all. I've seen it like in our feature match area, like where I was seeing like the gingerbread kind of artifact synergy. And so this is going to be my first time actually getting to see it properly moving forward. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's some people call it the Simic Cookies deck, and I believe there was one player with it in the top 8 of the Canadian Regional Championship earlier. And yeah, I think it's a very viable deck. One of the more aggressive decks in the format that has access to blue, so you have access to conquer spells after sideboard. And I think if you ever watch some of your content creators, Ashley has been playing this deck quite a bit on her stream in the high mythic range.
Why would I bring this weekend? What's the power of this? What's the engine that gets me across the line? Am I just a pure creature deck? Well, it looks like Atrax is coming down and we can't beat that. So that might be Rocco. This might be a 2-0 victory. We're just going to get confirmation of that and see what happens. If it is, we're going to try and get some of our other tables coming across. This might be the first time you've watched any of our coverage here at Legacy European Tour. What we do is we have 2 feature match tables, and once one of them finishes, we'll move out into the crowd, look at the top tables, see who's currently in the middle of sideboarding, go into game 2 or game 3, and ask them if they'd like to move across to the feature match area so we can give you the most amount of pay-per play that we possibly can. We've got Filipa down on the table. She's currently doing that for us. She's telling me that we've got a table moving across. So while we kind of set that up, maybe we can come back to the booth and we can have a little look at that meta breakdown one more time while we get the next couple of players into the feature match. So here we are. Here's our beautiful faces. If you're just tuning in, welcome. I'm Will. That is Martin, and we're bringing you round number 4 here of 9 today. So still a lot more to come. That's one of the trophies that everybody's playing for this weekend. There is there is another one that goes with the nice glass blue teardrop one, which everyone will be battling out for. But more importantly, Pro Tour invites and World invites, as well as these trophies. For me personally, I would love just like the title, calling myself a European champion. Imagine my Twitter handle with that. Like I'll go full blown into that. We're leaning into it. We're gonna go and get those metagame up on the screen for you all. This is the breakdown. 810 players turned up for round 1 this morning, and this is the breakdown. We spoke about Team Analyst, the most played deck this weekend, even though speaking to some of the better players in the room with it, Sean Goodard managed to get the Pro Tour top 8 with it, said it's not great this weekend. I don't think it's in a good position. Not a lot of people agreed with you.
It's not as well positioned this weekend as it was at the Pro Tour, because the Pro Tour was just full of mid-range decks. It was all Esper mid-range, all Rakdos mid-range, all Golgari mid-range, or Dimir mid-range. All the mid-range decks, which is what you want to play against with the Team or Analyst deck. Also, now there might be a lot more sideboard hate in people's sideboards against graveyard strategies because the deck did well at the Pro Tour, right? So people are now coming prepared. They have the Trespassers, Unlicensed Hearses. Rest in Peace is probably the worst card you can play against.
But then we've seen that kind of these Team Analyst decks adapt, right? We've seen that your favorite draft card out of the sideboard that always
Bony Pal, yeah. The extra threats in the sideboard, they really help. You can just bring them in against a deck like Blue-White Control just to have more threats in the deck that cannot be stopped that easily. Plus, you can bring that in sort of as a preemptive way to just make sure your deck can actually win if your opponent resolves a Rest in Peace or they have the turn 2 Unlicensed Hers. So yeah, Team or Analyst also not as good right now because the super fast decks are sort of making a comeback. If you look at the top 5, we have Ban Toxic in 5th place. We have Boros Convoke 4th. Although, like we mentioned, if you add up Domain Ram, 55 players, and Domain Control with 21 players, I'm pretty sure those are the same decks. They're just labeled differently. So Domain would actually crack our top 3.
Is there anything that particularly sticks out that you're always going to get some spicy decks? Some of these decks obviously could be labeled wrong, so we can bunch a load of them in together potentially, like some of the domain decks, some of the aggro decks going forward. But like mono red, just like straight mono red aggro.
Yeah, let's actually count the slick shot decks, right? So mono red aggro is going to be mono red with slick. Like if you're playing an aggressive red deck, you are playing for slick shot because that's one of the best cards printed for it in a really long time. So mono red aggro 21. Gruul aggro is just mono red with Snakeskin Veil and some other green cards like Questing Druid. So that's 40 red decks plus we have Gruul combo. I would expect that to be slick shot as well. We have Boros Prowess is also slick shot, so that's roughly 45. Do we have any like Prowess decks or mono red combo, anything like that? No. So that still puts mono red in like roughly top 8, 9, or 10 most played decks. So pretty well represented as well. Dimir midrange. That was the deck I wanted to play at the Pro Tour.
Why didn't you?
I liked that the deck had good mana. It had a lot of untapped lands. It actually could play 1-drops. That was before the fast lands were spoiled. So I really enjoyed playing the deck because you went turn 1 Siren, you went turn 2, hold up mana. I have a mana leak, or the counter your spell if you don't pay 2, make disappear. If you don't play anything too powerful, then I'll just play my Fairy Mastermind at the end of the turn. Thanks to the card having flash, I'll untap, play gigs, draw 2 cards. All of a sudden that puts me in the driver's seat. So that was the deck I wanted to play before OTJ was spoiled, but then the fast lands kind of made all the other decks better, and all of a sudden it didn't really made as much sense to try to play a deck that has good mana when now pretty much everything has good mana.
Well, I'm just getting word on the floor, and there's a little bit of mistake in that. That was game 2 that we saw there, and Rocco was one apiece. So we can go back down to that game as they're going to play out game 3, where we've got this Simic's Cookie deck versus the domain ramp deck here. So one apiece, everything to play for. So apologies about that. A little bit of confusion, but it's fine. That means we get more magic, and while we set up that backup feature match, means we've got more magic after this game as well. So
yeah, this is the kind of draw you want to have with the Simic deck, right? Like, do you think Wormlet turn 1? That's the card that grows once you start putting more artifacts into play. Zoetic Glyph is a card that can turn something like a Gingerbread into a 5-point attacker, or you go turn 1 Spyglass Siren, make a map token, turn 3 turn the map token into a 5/4. So there's a lot of really fast and aggressive openers you can have with the Simic artifact decks, and then depending on what your opponent's playing, you can hold up counter magic or have some creature removal spells, or sit on a negate and Tishana's Tidebinder, which is exactly what Casper is going to be trying to do against Domain. Tidebinder, notably, is probably at its best against Domain because they have so many good targets for the card.
Well, here comes removal spell. So it looks like, again, as you would spoke, like that was a longer bycast, kind of reducing our mana curve, especially being on the draw against one of these powerful aggro decks that we can see going forward. Are we casting this as an aggro deck, this Simic artifact? It looks very aggro to me right now.
For sure. It is an aggro deck that can, kind of board into more of a aggro tempo or aggro, sit on counters kind of game plan, but it is certainly an aggro deck.
So, leading up to whenever we do some sort of a coverage or broadcast, I'll play the format quite a lot going up to that, trying to learn the cards, the mechanisms, trying to see what's some of the best decks. And then I have never seen the card search engine before.
Really?
I just had to read all the different abilities on it and what it does. I've never seen that card in my life. I don't think I've even seen that when I was drafting the set. It looks pretty powerful, kind of like a mana sink the later the game goes.
It was one of the best cards you could have in Brothers of War in Limited. But yeah, in this deck, it's an artifact. It triggers the Wormlet. It's a card you can put the glyph on. It just you need to have a good mana curve, right? Mana curve means you need to have 1 drops, 2 drops, 3 drops, because as an aggro deck you want to curve out. That's all that matters. So this is one of the viable one of the viable cards for the archetype.
And over on these domain sides, they basically just need to try and get themselves to like 4, 5 mana. That's when their sweepers start coming available, and then 7 is the real sweet spot. That's where we can start getting our Atraxes down and kind of pulling away with card advantage. Herd migration can sort of come up the battlefield as well. Okay, so land.
Yeah, like if you have been wondering why people play Tishana's Tidebinder, Domain is the perfect example. They have Archangel of Wrath. That's a card where you can stop the 2 damage trigger with the Tidebinder. They have Topiary Stomper. That's a 3 mana 4/4. You can stop them from searching a land. They have Atraxa. Obviously, they're still gonna have a 7/7, but it's a much less threatening card if that doesn't give you 4 extra cards in your hand. It also stops Leyline Binding. It also stops the Green Invasion. So there's a lot of cards that your 3 mana instant speed flash card deals with on the other side of the battlefield. So Leyline Binding for the Surge.
Of course, reduced a lot because domain in these decks, we try and potentially have all of our 5 basic types as early as turn 2 going forward. Did a shout out to Rocco. He's one of the British lads that have travelled across to this. I've been told he's a very good rower. Apparently, he's like up there. He's looking to be like a rowing coach. It's one pretty fit. He's got double mummy in hand. That's Elish Norn, which I gotta give a shout out. The artist is literally in the room as well, right next to our booth, just across there, and 2 copies of that in hand for Rocco. I imagine if we can get that on the battlefield and it sticks, it's not only a good blocker, being having a body of a 4/7 vigilance creature, but also giving us double triggers for when things start entering the battlefield.
One of the cards I want to mention that has been looking incredible out of the Simic deck
Go for it.
has been, let me put it on the screen real quick. Repulsive Mutation. Here we go. It's basically a 2-mana counterspell if you have a big enough creature in play that kind of makes the X that stops the opponent from resolving their spell. And this deck just needs to have something on that turn 4 or 5 to stop the opponent from resolving a sweeper or something big they can play. And this has kind of been the perfect card. A lot of the times it's just a 2-mana counter because you typically do have big creatures in play. And you can also just use it in the mid game or late game to make one of your creatures really big, stop the opponent from resolving their big card. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. Wow, so Simic Cookie's moving to 4-0.
Jeez. Okay, maybe I need to start looking into this deck a little bit more. That looked really, really cool. Okay, well, as we said, we do have another backup feature match, which we were going to move to originally, but we can move to it now. And then we have got, what have we got? We've got Domain Ramp versus Azorius Control. So this might take a little while. This game, we're currently in game 3. Haven't got a good indication of how long's on the clock yet. But
all right, let me try to make sense of the
boards there. There's an Elish Norn on the battlefield.
There is Elish Norn, which is also good against Domain. For the same reasons we just mentioned that Tidebinder is good. Elish Norn basically does the same thing. So
is there even a way to get that off the battlefield once she's on?
Yeah, Leyline Binding doesn't work. You can play Sunfall, but Sunfall is a card you typically board out against a deck like Blue-White Control. So there might not be a lot of ways for Paulo to deal with that Elish Norn.
Yeah, I'm having a little look. There is depopulates as well, depending if any of them actually stayed in. Here comes an Atraxa though, having a big 7/7 flying lifelink. Vigilance, Death Touch creature, even if it doesn't have any ETB effects, is still pretty good and can block that Elish Norn to get it off the battlefield. We're going to do a Memory Deluge in response. Have a little look at our top 4, put 2 of them into our hand, but that does leave us tapped out. So I'm pretty sure this Atraxa will be resolving. 5 minutes on the clock. There we go. So we've got 5 minutes to crown ourselves a winner here. You don't really want to pick up too many draws, especially in day 1. It's going to make your life a little bit harder going into day number 2, where you need the X and 3 record or better.
Yeah, draw is fine. An ID later in the tournament when you can ID in the top 8 or ID in the whatever the cut is for you to get the Pro Tour invite or the qualification invite for day 2 or for another tournament. But if you pick up a draw early in the tournament on day 1, when you need a clean record for day 2, then that's essentially like a loss, right? You can afford to have three losses, which means that you need 18 points or more. If you pick up a draw, well, that is pretty much like a loss.
We're just going to pass the turn back, so it looks like we might even get an attack phase with this Atraxa. 2 attacks will be able to seal this game. And yeah, we're going to start do the little.
Wow. Okay, gets in there and notably has Vigilance, so that is not a card you can deal with the Wandering Emperor.
Have a look. Do we have any creature lands that can have flying? I don't think we've got any of them on the battlefield just yet. Maybe we do. Maybe we've got 2 of them. Maybe I'm being mistaken. Here comes Seed Shark. Seed Shark is one of the ones that Elish Norn's not going to affect because it's a cast trigger, not an ETB. We're going to go end step, cast this Memory Deluge flashback from the graveyard, so we get to look at the top 7 and put 2 into our hand. I don't see any answers there for it. I think we've got an answer in hand.
That's a lot of lands.
I think we've got a Sunfall in hand, but obviously that will also kind of deal with our creature as well, our Elish Norn, which is holding back the gates, so to speak, of some real crazy shenanigans that can happen over on the Domain Ramp side. We'd really like to try and find ourselves something like a Get Lost, just a targeted removal spell that can get that Atraxa off the battlefield. Didn't get a look at what 2 cards were found, but they're going to be going to the grip nonetheless. Plus a fresh card off the top of our deck for our turn. Looks like it might have just been 2 land. Or maybe it was 2 land count spell. That's a Tiebinder off the top. Land for turn. Now, do we have to cast this Sunfall to get that Atraxa off the battlefield? It looks like we're putting 5 mana to one side. Just making sure we're holding up the right mana, all of our jewels. And yes, Sunfall's been pulled to the front. We're going to have to fire it off. That's going to generate a 3/3 incubate token if it resolves. Tapping some mana in response. We got going to get ourselves a little counter battle here, or recycling. Okay, recycling. one of these triomes. I think we found an angel. Leyline binding.
Oh, just to make an incubator token.
6/6,
yeah,
and they're at
which is not a 6/6 right now. It is an incubator token with 6 counters that you can transform next turn. But Stefano stops that.
I really love that play, by the way. We also had to shoot off our own tie binder, which does get caught in the sunfall, but it stops that incubate token, which means we still get to play a game of Magic here. Super heads up. Love to see it. Okay, big draw step, but more importantly, the Elish Norn is off the battlefield now, so our ETB triggers will happen if we do have any of them. 5 mana, so no Atrax is coming down this turn.
I think there should be something under the binding. I don't think it's going to matter too much.
There would be no targets for it, right?
No, well, the binding resolves. It comes into play and resolves, so you need to exile something. The thing that Tidebinder stifled was the incubator trigger from Chromo's Sea Shark. So I think there should have been a card exiled.
So there should be something underneath it.
I don't think it's going to matter. But
can you choose no targets?
Oh wait, Elish was still Elish was still in play. Yeah. Never mind. The play was really cool though. I do like that. I do like the fact that it essentially gives you a 6/6 without really that being a 6/6. You can just turn that into the 6/6 next turn, start attacking. But Stefano was ahead of that with his own Tidebinder.
Well, they saw the line, right? And that was the key bit. That was cool. We're going to see Leyline's Binder come down here. It's going to deal with the token. But before this gets resolved and any sort of magic can be found.
That's a counter spell and a March which could deal with the Atraxa.
So well, the cat spell can deal with any future Atraxas, right? Like that Atraxa is in. It's weird that it's left like that on the battlefield, but it's in exile.
So there's a get lost, which is another way to answer the Atraxa.
We're finding a lot of our answers now that we needed to. Ideally, we want to get these before we had to cast our own Sunfall. But we're getting a little bit frisky. We're animating. We're making some map tokens. 2 damage coming across. It's a slow clock, but it's like card advantage clock.
I love when their creature lands in standard. I would love it if there was a Mutavault available in every format. Mishra's Factories or Mishra's Foundry, Factory or Foundry, whatever the one in standard is. That just doesn't do it for me. The fact that it activates for 2 and it's just a 2/2, not ideal. But I do miss Mutavault quite a bit.
I want Raging Ravine back.
Yeah, that was also a good one.
I love playing that card. It was so cool. What's my pick for this tournament? Oh, it's a good question. I like the look of that cookies deck after seeing it the first time, but I think if you were going to ask me at the start of today, I might have picked one of the aggro decks. Maybe we'll see a Bant Toxic take it down. Maybe we'll see a Convoke deck take it down. There seems to be a lot of slower controlling decks in the room. So maybe I'll go for an aggro deck. Let us know in chat what's your deck. What are you hoping takes it down this weekend? What are you rooting for? What decks do you want to see us potentially try and get for you in the feature match area? If they're in the top tables, we can always just try and ask them to come across to our feature match each round. We want to be giving you what you want to see. And so looks like we're just going to go back to not animating our creature lands. Oh, we're in time. Oh, that changes things. This, to me, on the face of it, looks like we could be heading towards a draw. I don't think Azorius can win, or at least not 15 points of damage in 2 attack steps. We can see the domain ramp that get there, though. A couple of angels resolving with their shock triggers going to face, potentially resolving an Atraxa, keeping it alive and getting 1 attack step within an Atraxa could do it. We spoke about draws. It is a part of the game. It is part of Magic. There seems to be a lot of them happening in the room. A lot of mirror matches happening with the team Analyst decks, the control mirrors, the mid-range mirrors.
Even if most players play at a reasonable pace, there's just so much happening in some of these games that just the draws just happen,
Yeah.
But that's also what happens when you have almost no win conditions in your decks, right? Like these blue-black decks with just Jaces and Restless Reefs, and blue-white kind of just trying to win with the creature lands, with the encourages, and I guess at least they have the Wandering Emperor and
Not
maybe
the,
some
not the
tide
biggest
binders.
clock, but yeah.
Yeah, like it's not it's not the fastest of clocks.
I'm a big lad. Like, you know what I mean? I want to eat some food. I'm either going to win fast or I'm going to lose fast. That's it. I don't like this going to time sort of stuff. You don't get much time in between rounds to get some food in you.
And you know what? I think that's underrated. Like having some actual time between the rounds to get some fresh air,
Yeah.
get something to eat, get something to drink. That's pretty valuable too.
All right, creature land animated. 2 points coming across. Another map generated. Turn 3 as we pass. Well, we're going to cycle in the turn. We're going to tie binder that cycle.
Okay.
Which does add another 3 points damage to the clock, but that is enough to do 13 points in one swing. Is that
a Troxa exiled or what's?
I'm pretty sure it's exiled.
Is that an exiled pile or?
Yeah.
I'm kind of.
She can't be turned sideways. She's got vigilance, so that's what's making everything is definitely exiled. Here comes a Sunfall on the other side for 1. It's going to generate a 1/1 incubate token. Again, that's not well. It's close. It's 1/6 of the life total on the other side. Would have liked to have had it a bit bigger. 3.
So
Here comes Stomper. So we're just missing 1 point potentially next turn. We know that there's a get lost, there's counter spells, there's a Jace even that can reduce its power if need be. And okay, yeah, we're gonna fire this get lost now, end of turn. While the shields are pretty much down. 2 map tokens generated. I think we've accepted we won't be able to take this game free. The best that we can get from this would be a draw. A point is better than 0 points, especially in this long tournament. 9 rounds today, another 6 tomorrow.
Yeah, it's
15 rounds of Magic. Then we cut to the top 8.
Trucks can actually get tapped in the matchup. Can you figure out how?
Ooh, okay. Can it get tapped in this matchup? Let me. Okay, you've got me. I'm gonna have a look. I'm gonna look in 2 seconds. No, tell me.
I guess this domain list might not have a tidebinder. If you tidebinder the ability,
Oh, okay, okay.
then you just have a 7/7, which is just a regular creature.
To be fair, that's actually what happened.
Yeah.
that tractor did get tie binding, so yeah, it did lose vigilance. And we're having a little count. Like, obviously, this could be a win con. If we can somehow mill our opponent out, there is a Jace in the hand, which is 15, if I remember correctly. 5 loyalty, then we take it down. There's only 1 in the main, none in the sideboard. So, yeah, I think it looked like there was more than 15 cards there, but could be wrong. There's no way of us making a copy of it, is there? There's no, like, just going to read top of target artifact creature. No, I was seeing maybe 3 steps ahead could copy the Planeswalker, but that'd be pretty crazy in itself. A lot on the line. Remember, Europe's finest, all battling out. 810 players turned up today. They all need to get themselves XL3 and better. Here comes Jace. And the mill of, it looks like 4.
Yeah, that doesn't seem that relevant, though. Is this this is the 4th extra turn?
Oh, it's the mill of 3 we're seeing there. Mill 3, draw 1. Flip this incubate token. We need to see what multiple angels, and I don't think we've got them in hand. Could a Traxa, ETB, flip a load of cards? Would that be good enough? Also, doubt it. Oh, there is 1 recruiter in the deck.
Yeah, there's always 1 recruiter, which is that's what you have against the decks with a lot of sorcery speed sweepers, like blue-black control, blue-white control, domain mirror. That's where you want to go. Herd migration for 7, then the recruiter, and give everything haste and extra power, and just try to attack for lethal without giving the opponent the ability to play a Sunfall or whatever sorcery speed removal they have.
So we cracked 2 maps, found 2 non-land spells on top of our deck, which means the Phyrexian goes up to 3 counters. So it's currently a 3/3. We left the negate on top. We decided to draw that by cycling one of these triomes. Here comes a an Otawara to bounce it back. Can't negate that.
It's just, I'm going to try to stay alive. You're going to try to stay alive. Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to be able
so
to
close
win
to singing
the game.
singing the song then. No,
Stay
not gonna
alive,
do
stay
it.
alive.
Every time you say Bat God, I also want to do an Eminem song. But anyway, here we are. It is going to go to a draw. These players are going to advance to a 3-0-1 record. It's not all doom and gloom. They got a lot to play for this turn, but here we are. It is what it is. That is Magic the Gathering. A lot can happen over the space of 50 minutes moving forward. I'm going to have a little refresh of my laptop in front of me, see how many round games are left in the room. Because we're fully aware that, there's some technical issues going on. The games go very long in the room. There's a lot of mirror matches going on. We don't want to give you the, waiting, be right back screen as long as you can. We're going to talk for a little bit. We're going to talk about, you just come straight off the Pro Tour, you're experiencing that, you're testing for it, that was standard. What was the main deck on your team's mind going into that tournament? What were you trying to hedging towards?
Esper for sure. And,
Esper.
and the problem is you can't really build your deck to beat Esper. Esper just has sort of all the angles covered. It's not slow, it's not fast, it has good mana, it has good sideboard cards, so it's really hard to attack Esper. There's not a lot of angles you can do that from. You can try to go over the top of Esper by playing, Domain, by playing maybe Teamer, and hope that they don't have enough sideboard cards. But if you do that too much, then you open the door for these toxic decks and Convoke decks that are going to go under you, and you're going to be, losing games where you just have all these 4 and 5 mana cards in hand. So it is a cool format. There's a lot of viable decks, and they all kind of just beat something else, lose to something else. And
at what point do you start testing for the Pro Tour? Like, how many weeks out are we talking?
I started before OTJ even came out because given that this was the first 3-year rotation thing, I thought, there's already 8 sets or something in standard. One set's not going to change too much. So let me play 10 matches with blue-black midrange. Let me play 10 matches with Esper midrange, with Boros Convoke, with green-black, with Domain, with blue-white control. So I just played 10 matches with everything, with Bant Toxic, with Mono Red. And I just kind of made a post in our group saying, hey, I played this. I thought the deck was good. For example, with Domain, I would say, hey, I played Domain. I thought Domain is good at going over the top of the other midrange decks, but it has kind of polarizing matchups. You do beat the midrange decks, but you lose to Toxic, you lose to Convoke. So yeah, I can see playing this deck if we think that half of the field is going to be on midrange or maybe more. But if I think that people are going to be playing slick shot decks, Convoke, Toxic, all these fast decks, then it's probably not a deck I would like to play. Then I would move on, play 10 matches with another deck, make a post, and that
so
was
10. That's like an insight for me. I was wondering, what's the scale? So 10 matchups with a deck is kind of where you get a good feel for it. You understand how it works, what's good and bad against it, its flaws, its weak, its strengths.
I'm not trying to understand every matchup at that point. I'm just kind of trying to get a feel for the deck, how it feels, roughly against the field, and just kind of make a note. Yeah, this deck seems good against X, Y, and Z. It seems bad in this kind of metagame. Let's move on. Without really any feelings involved and attached, just it's not a deck. Sometimes you have a deck and you really like it, and that kind of you grow attached to the deck and you kind of want it to win, and you're kind of making excuses yeah, I lost this match, but if if I didn't mulligan to 6 and if my land came into play untapped and this and that, and it's just better to start sort of neutral towards everything and just yeah, I tried this deck. This is how it performs. Maybe I'll play, maybe not. This is what I feel about the deck right now. And then when OTJ came out, we just updated the decks. We played some more focus testing. Hey, we should, try ourselves. How does Esper fare against, slick shot decks? Let's get 3 pairs of people on this matchup right now. Let's see, what results we're gonna get in an hour. Please report back. We're gonna pull the results. And yeah, we're going to be able to conclude that it's a good or a bad matchup and then move on. And
there's one advantage, talk to me about the advantage of playing. So obviously we're in a new era now. We can play online, right? We've got Magic Online, we've got Arena. We can play, we can test on that. Playing from the other side of the table, say I'm an aggro player and I love playing my aggro decks, but even just picking up control, having a load of games of control, understanding what their game plan is and how likely it is for them to do certain things gives you a better idea when you play against those decks. I want to go to how much of an advantage you think that is. By that, you said you play 10 games of basically every deck that in the standard. Let's say 20. There's 20 decks in the standard at that point. You play 10 games of them all. At what point do you narrow from 20 down to 10? Okay, these are the 10 I'm going to start focusing on for the last month, and then those 10 down to 5 to 4. To then how far out from the actual deadline date do you pick your deck?
At first, I'm just trying to understand the decks. I'm just trying to see how they play out. I'm trying to learn the card interactions, the play patterns. And I'm just kind of learning the decks in the format. And then as I have a better idea about all the decks in the format, I'm gonna narrow it down and say like, hey, I think these are like roughly the top 5 decks that I'm considering. These decks, I'm gonna eventually in the process just discard and say, hey, we don't have that much time to tune 20 decks, so let's just get rid of these 15. Let's focus on these 5, and then usually we meet with the team and say, hey, let's try to do a metagame prediction, which all the people say, hey, I think it's going to be 20% Esper, I think it's going to be 17, I think it's going to be 30. You just do an average.
Okay.
You roughly have a metagame prediction, and then based on that, we're going to say, okay, we think these are going to be top 5 decks. Let's now do focus testing. Now this is going to be the part where, okay, we all played on Arena, we all played random games just to get a feel for everything. Now let's start focus testing, and let's actually figure out if what people online are saying is actually true. Does Esper beat Convoke? Does Esper beat Blue-White? Or is it the other way around? And then we have, Reed, Gabe, Seth, myself, Luis, whatever, and we just play against each other, and we play a set of 10 games. We report back. We pull the results and say, okay, yeah, we found this. This is how it felt for me. We talk about it, and we're like, okay, this deck beats, deck X. Let's move on, try another matchup. And, in a couple days, you have a lot of data, and then you can just, make your own conclusions. Obviously, a lot of this depends on your read on the metagame. You can have all the data you want, but if you expect there's going to be 5% Esper and 80% Convoke, I'm obviously making
it cuts out a load of deck
extreme examples. And then making, deck decisions based on that, and then you show up to the tournament, and it's half Esper and 5% Convoke, then you're going to have a bad time no matter how much practice you did. So
I want to do a little shout, to Arnie Helschenbeth. He's the latest member of your team, right? And rewarded you. You got him in the team. He rewarded the team with a top 8 at the last Pro Tour. How was it like having, come some of the fresher, younger blood, so to speak? Not calling you old, but some of the fresher young blood in Europe coming through. And how much of an advantage was that to have and see like his take on it, moving it into that super experienced Hall of Famer team, basically?
Yeah, it's great. Arne is one of those like young players, really hungry, to get in there, get his name out there. I mean, he's already won a Grand Prix. Now he has a PT top 8. Like, now he's just
popular streamer, won like arena champ.
Cementing himself as one of the best players in the game. And yeah, I think it's important to have some of the young blood that really have the drive. Guys, let's play some more. Let's and yeah, it's been great. I've been super happy about the testing team and everybody on it. So shout out to Channel Fireball, Ultimate Guard, all the people associated with the team, that are showing up to the testing houses, putting in the work, filling the results sheets and making sure we have the data to work with.
There's a lot of trust involved in your team. Like you said that, like everyone was kind of hitting their predictions, right? 20% Esper, 30% this and that. Like if you don't trust the people that are giving you those things, it's almost false state. You don't want to go off that. So you've really got you're surrounding yourself with all the people that you trust. You would trust their opinion on how they think they read the matter, and that's what you take the average for. I think that's awesome. And I love seeing it.
And just to give you a little bit of a sneak peek. Right now in the testing group for Pro Tour Amsterdam, we have people like Kai Buddha, we have John Finkel, we have LSV. So
can you not name? Is there any non-Hall of Famers in this deck?
We're gonna have some very exciting players show
non-greatest
up
of all time.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of Mr. Buddha. Shout out to you. Hope you're well, my friend. And just shout out. I'll just give you tell you who's in my testing team. Do you know who's my testing team? Steve. Dave, I got Phil as well.
Hey, but as long as you do things the same way, that's all that matters. A lot of people are asking me, like, hey, how do I get into one of these bigger teams? Like, I can't, guarantee that you're going to be able.
You got results,
some of these teams already have a lot of players. But just like, hey, talk to people online, in Discord groups, in people's streams. Try to find people that have the same goals. Maybe they're playing an RC, and just maybe started testing.
Well, even some of the new ones that are popping, like Sanctum of All, we've got Team Handshake kind of came out of nowhere after COVID.
Exactly.
Exploded on the scene, done super good results with a lot of amazing players across it. But they've got they've also got a good spread of, experienced players down to like, I say new players, I'm going to say young players like Nathan Stoyer, where absolute phenomenon. That lad's and what he managed to achieve last year. The Simon Nielsen is in that team as well, I think.
That's how Handshake basically started, right? Like a bunch of the grinders just came together and said, hey, let's test together. Let's put in the work. Let's test. Let's write down the results. Let's do the hard work. And it paid off. It paid off big time.
Yes.
Now Handshake is one of the absolute best teams on the tour. They're putting big results, Pro Tour after Pro Tour. we had that was it Worlds, was the Pro Tour before that, where they were half of the top 8 was Team Handshake.
Yeah, yeah.
That's insane.
It was crazy.
That's crazy.
Those, I don't know if there's been a Pro Tour where those numbers of one team
Yeah.
has got in. It's so cool to see, and I love to see. I love the whole process of building up from, and that's why I always pick your brains whenever we're speaking. Like, how do you test? How do you do this? How is it?
That's
Because I'm on the other side of the coin, right? Like, I'm just a random punter when I turn up to events. I've never been part of a huge team like that. I'm privileged enough because I'm a caster that I can get into some of the team's discords and just sit there, fly on the wall, see how they're doing, see what decks they're using, and kind of turn that into data to bring the broadcast across. And a lot of teams are happy for me to do that, which huge shout out to those teams. I appreciate it. It gives us a nice insight and things to talk about moving forward. Chaz was asking me a question a second ago. Yes, USRC is going to be streamed. Will there be a new Channel Fireball deck like the last Pioneer Pro Tour? Because Big Seth came out of the woodwork that deck. No one saw it coming, and boom, absolute game changer.
That was so much fun. I remember reading, the team Discord, and people are like, "Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, this deck looks good, but like, if it doesn't go right, people are gonna be like, why are you crazy? You came up to a PT and you wasted a PT invite on a vampire deck. Like,
Hey, look.
what are you doing?" And then eventually, I think the guys became pretty confident later in the testing, just saying, "Hey, we have good results." I think we are old enough and mature enough to just say, like, "Hey, I think with a strong degree of confidence, I can say we are actually having good results, and we're not just growing attached to the deck and making excuses."
But it's not. It's almost you've got that experience where you guys you're not scared to bring a deck that's off meta. And I remember back at Pro Tour Barcelona, LSV bought the Samwise Gamgee deck, which was basically a Yawgmoth deck, but like
with the extra combo.
Yeah, with the extra bit in it, and they weren't. They could have just bought Yawgmoth, tried, tested, solid, really good deck in that meta. Decided to go a little bit off beat, try and catch people off guard, and they're not scared of it. Like LSV's done everything in the game. A lot of your team has done everything in the game there is to do. There isn't much more to do except for you try and break formats and brew and take those risks. And I love that about Magic. I love that about paper Magic in general. Everything to deal with it. I'm looking at the tables chat. There was one, I think it must have had a deck check or going, but it's still going on. So if you've got any questions for Martin, let me know. Or any questions about the event in general, because there is lots happening here. That we have got artists out in there. There's the artists of Dragon Race channel. I'm super excited to get one of those prints moving forward. We've got all the different shops in the room. We've got Ultimate Guard down the far end there. They're doing lots of games, beating some of your favorite pros to win yourself packs of sleeves and deck boxes, etc. It's so cool. And they're also starting to do streaming recently.
One of the cool things they're doing today is we have a little bit of an engraving station.
I saw this. Yeah,
there's this laser thing where you can bring your Ultimate Guard deck box in and just say, "Hey, I would like to put my name on it," and Magic on Amsterdam or RC Naples. We're gonna have that engraving station in the Ultimate Guard booth at Magic on Amsterdam as well. So if you're there,
I was going to ask you, how does it work? Do I just bring you a design and it scans on, or how
you
does
just
it work?
have an app on your phone, and then we can put that on your deck box, inside, outside, whatever you want, your name, your smiley face.
Can I get a picture of me and you engraved on it, just like our silhouettes? Let's go.
We can do that. Like
watch our Twitters. Like, it's coming soon. I've got a deck box. We're gonna do it.
We did one for Team Handshake with like the handshake emoji and like Team Handshake. We can do a lot of cool things, and like you mentioned, we also started streaming now on the Twitch channel. It's called Ultimate Guard Live, and we actually have all the content creators sponsored by Ultimate Guard that are going to be regularly streaming on the channel. So you're going to have, the Pro Tour champion Sed Manfield. We're going to have MTG Goldfish, Covered Go Blue, the popular Arena content creator. We have Ash Lizzle. We have Reduke. We have LSV Drafting Cube. All the cool content creators drafting all the cool formats, playing all the cool constructed formats. So make sure you go follow that channel, because there's also going to be some cool giveaways going on.
So Chad's asking, are there any known players towards the top of the leaderboard? If you go exclamation mark deck list, that should take you to Millie, and you should be able to see, or exclamation mark standings as well. You should be able to see yourself what the standings look like. I'm having a quick scroll down here. I do see Sean Goodard, obviously straight off his Pro Tour top 8 with the same deck, running it back this weekend at a 4-0 record at the minute.
I can try to see if I can have round 4 standings to give you some updates.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at now, is standings. Sorry, if you do that there, chat.
Well, oh yeah, it actually just did update, which means that we have pairings for round 5 probably. So quickly scouring the 4-0s. We have Solaris, Emmanuel Gershenson is 4-0. We have Sean Goddard is 4-0. Your boy from the UK.
Yeah, let's go UK. UK's best player, Sean Goddard.
25. Yeah, only down to 37 undefeated players right now. Although there are some draws. There's actually
There's
a lot of draws.
of draws
There's
going
a lot
on
of
in the
draws.
freemish. I think it's just tailored to the format and how it is and how some of the mirrors. And obviously, there's a lot on the line. Players kind of you can get a bit flustered at times moving forward, and sometimes we get to that point where you're like, it's going to end up being a draw.
We have some Italian players actually 4-0 as well. So shout out to Marco Vassallo. Shout out to Samuele Estrati, the Pro Tour winner, also 4-0. What are they playing? Marco is playing Golgari midrange.
Which we just saw in our feature match area.
Samuel Estrati is playing domain control. He always brings something spicy. He always brings something cool, some combo decks or something. So it's gonna be cool seeing him. If we can get him in the feature match. Let us know who you would like to see in the feature match. Who your local hometown hero is. So someone.
I always say, people always ask me, how do I get a feature match? Either play a spicy deck or keep winning. If you keep winning, you're going to end up getting yourself a feature match at some point. If you've got a spicy deck and keep winning, that is the combination to get yourself a feature match. We've got Filipa and Skura have just come to our left, which means the round has probably been paired. So we're going to have to shoot off. They're going to give you round number 5, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.